In this course, learn Python step by step with clarity and confidence. Python is a free and open source high-level object-oriented programming language known for its simplicity and readability. It is widely used in data science, AI, automation, web development, scientific computing, etc. Its importance lies in being beginner-friendly yet powerful with a massive ecosystem of libraries and community support. We have used the PyCharm ID to run all our codes. PyCharm is now one unified product. All users now automatically start with a free 1 month pro trial. After a month, keep using the core features for free. We will use the free version for all our Python codes. All the codes and examples are provided with hands-on live running experience. This Python video course is for over 6 hours, packed with 250 plus downloadable codes and comprehensive study material. Each concept in the Python course is explained through detailed lessons and coding examples, making even complex topics easy to understand. We have covered the following lessons in this course. Let us start with the first lesson. Guys, if you liked the video, you can directly go to our channel and support us by subscribing and joining. Click on the join button. Herein you can support us, okay, by clicking join here. And you can also go to any of our video, okay, herein click on the 3 dots and click thanks. You can also directly support us here, okay. Thank you for watching. In this video, we will begin with the Python introduction, its overview and features. Let's begin. Python is an interpreted high-level object-oriented programming language. It was developed in the year 1991. Why it is popular these days? Since the introduction of data science, more than 75% of programmers prefer Python as a must-have skill for data science, that is for data scientist job profiles. Now let us move to the features. Python is open source, that is, it is freely available. We will see it later, how to install it for free. Okay, it is a high-level programming language. So what is a high-level programming language? Basically, high-level languages require the use of a compiler or an interpreter for their translation into the machine code. Okay, so Python is a multiple programming paradigm. Now what is a programming paradigm? It is a way to classify programming languages based on their features. For Python, it includes more than one programming paradigm. That is, it is object oriented. Okay, it includes your classes and object concepts. It also has functional programming as well as it is imperative. Imperative in the sense of grouping instructions into procedures. Python is also an interpreted language. That means instead of translating source code to a machine code like we see in C++, Python basically translates it to bytecode. Now bytecode is a low-level set of instructions that can be executed by an interpreter. So it is mainly said that Python is an interpreted language. Yes, it's fine. But one of the steps in Python is also compilation. The Python code which we write in .py file is basically first compiled to what is called bytecode. Okay. It is dynamically typed. That means you don't need to declare the variable type in Python. When you will declare the variable, the interpreter will automatically check the validity of the variable types and the operations performed. Okay. It is cross-platform. That means you can install and work on Python on your Windows, Mac as well as Linux operating system. It includes a lesser line of code. That means same program written in Java will consist of more line of codes than Python. Why? Because Python includes English language type methods which are very easy to implement, and within few lines of code you can accomplish the task easily. In this video we saw what is Python, why it is so popular, what are its features, and why even in data science Python is a must. In this video we will learn how to run Python 3.14 on PyCharm. So for that, first we will install Python, then we will install PyCharm. After that we will connect both Python and PyCharm, and in the last step we will run our first Python program on PyCharm. So let us start with the first step to install the current Python version. At first go to the web browser. On Google type Python and press enter. On pressing enter, the official website is visible, python.org. Click on it. Here is the official website. Now keep the mouse cursor on the downloads menu and the current version will be visible, that is 3.14.0. Click on it to download. The download started. We have successfully downloaded the exe file. Right click and click open to begin the installation. Minimize. Here you need to first select use admin privileges. After that select add Python to path. After that we will click customize installation. The optional features are visible. It will install pip. Pip is a package manager to download, install and manage Python packages and libraries. It will also install IDLE, which is an IDE to run Python programs. Rest keep as it is and click next. Advanced options, select install Python for all users. Python will get installed in the following location. No problem. Click install. Now Python will get installed. Let's wait. We have installed Python. Click close. Now let us verify. Go to start, type cmd. Click open. Now type the command python -- version and press enter. If the following is visible, that means we successfully installed Python. Let us close this. Guys, we successfully installed the current Python version. Now let us go to the browser and install the current PyCharm version. On Google type PyCharm and press enter. Click on the first link, that is jetbrains.com/PyCharm. So now PyCharm is a unified product. Okay, you can directly click download here or you can go below. Click the download button. Now here it is. I told you PyCharm is now a unified product. So you just need to click the download button here to download the exe file for Windows. It is freely available. Click the download button. Now the download will start. Here it is, the download started. Let's wait. We have successfully downloaded the exe file for PyCharm. Right click and click open to begin the installation. Minimize. PyCharm setup started. Click next. The PyCharm installation will take 3.4 GB and it will get installed in the following location. Keep it as it is and click next. Now if you want, you can set PyCharm as a desktop shortcut. I'll select this and click next. Click install. Now PyCharm will get installed. Let's wait. The PyCharm setup completed. It also created a desktop shortcut. I'll click finish. Now to open it, I'll double click. Now PyCharm opened successfully. From here itself, we can directly create a new project. Click customize and from here you can change the theme if you want. Okay, I'll click on projects and select new project directly. Now here we will link our Python with PyCharm. So it automatically detected that we have Python 3.14. So it automatically took the same version. That is the same path wherein we installed Python 3.14. That is here it is Python 3.14. It took the same path. Okay, you can also verify. Here is the path. Okay, and the following is the location of our PyCharm project. I can name my project. So I'll give it a name Amit project. Okay, after that click create. Now our first project will get created. So here is our first project. That is, we just created this. These are the features. We can close this. Here is our first project. Okay. Now let us create a new Python file in this. I'll right click on the VENV environment select new, and after that I'll select Python file. Let us name the file. Let's say I'll name it demo. It will automatically add a .py extension because the Python file is by default selected. Just press enter. And now we have our first Python file. Let us print something. Using the print method, I'll print my name. Okay, after that, you can go to the file menu and click save all. If you want the menus back, click here, go to view, select appearance, select main menu and click show above main toolbar. So both the menus are now visible. Now to run the project, right click and click run demo. Demo was our file name. I'll click and here is the output. So we successfully printed our first Python program. In this video, we will learn about variables in Python. What are variables? How we can easily create it. So Python variables are basically reserved memory locations and they never work like variables in Java, C, C++. Because it is dynamically typed, you don't need to do any extra work of using int, float, char and other types. Okay, so variables are basically containers for storing data values. That means whenever you'll assign a value to a variable, it gets created. Okay, so you don't need to type int a, float a, char or any other type in Python for creating and assigning a value to a variable. Let's see an example. So we'll be showing an example on PyCharm ID. For that, go to PyCharm ID, click on file, click on new project. Here and I'll uncheck this because this is a simple example. Click on create. Before that, you can change the name of the project. Let's say I'll type it to Python variables. Click on create. Okay, so here is our project. Right click, create a new file, create a new Python file. I'll give it a name demo. After pressing enter, it will directly create a new demo.py file. That is the file name, that is the file extension for Python file is .py. Press enter. Now you can see we have created demo.py. Now let us quickly create an example for variables. So herein you can see we have declared three variables. This is an integer variable with an int value. This is a string variable. And the third one is also an integer variable. So this is different from C, C++. In C, C++ we used to write int a is equal to 10. Okay, like float b is equal to 5.5 like this. But in Python this is not required. So it is dynamically typed, right? Easy to use. Now I'll just right click here and click on run demo. But before that, let us print. I'll just print the variables. Okay. I'll right click and click on run demo. Here you can see we have printed it. So now guys, this is fine, right? Fine to write. A is of int type, B is of string type and C is of int type again. Okay, so this is how we create variables in Python. So guys, in this video we saw what are variables in Python, why it is important, how we can easily create it in Python, why it is easy to create a variable in Python than in Java, C, C++. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will see what are scope of variables, why it is important, what are the different scopes available. Okay, so scope, as the name suggests, is the existence of a variable in a region. Okay, or you can say you have defined the variable in the beginning of your program or inside a function. So how those variables can be accessed basically defines its scope. Okay, so while accessing variables and its values, this scope is really important. So there are two scopes, basically scope of variables in Python, local scope and global scope. So we'll understand this concept using examples. So let's first go around local scope, then we'll focus on global scope. So local scope, you can say, as the name suggests, when we define a variable in a function, its value can only be used inside its function. Why? Because since we define that variable inside that function, the scope remains inside only. Okay, the value of that variable we can only access from inside the function, not from outside the function. So the name local scope. Let us see an example quickly. So we'll be running our program on PyCharm ID. For that, let us create a new project. Go to file, click on new project. Herein you can see name the project. I'll name it Python scope of variables. Okay, so project will get saved here. Python scope of variables. I'll click on create. Okay, so here is our project. I'll right click and directly create a new Python file. Let us name it demo. I'll press enter and a Python file will get created with dummy.py extension. Press enter. Here it is. We have created a program. Let us now first focus around local scope in Python. Okay, so hash is used to add a comment. Let us now write a code. I'll directly create a, so we haven't covered Python functions till now, but it's easy. For the example, I'll explain. So to create a function in Python, we use def keyword. So within the demo function, I have created a variable. Now I'll just call the function, that is the function name is demo. So I have called the function here. Okay. And this is our function definition. We just created a function and we added a variable value to it, so we can access this value inside the function only. Okay, let me right click and run the demo, run a function. Here it is. The output is 100. So this is what I have shown you, local scope in Python. You cannot access this value a outside the function. Okay, so to see this, what we can do, I can just add. So now I am printing it outside, okay, not inside the scope of demo function. Now when I'll call the demo function, it will show an error. Okay, it is already showing an error. Right click and run demo. Okay, name a is not defined. Okay, name error. This is name error. Why? Because we have assigned the value of the variable inside the function, but we are accessing it outside. So this will throw an error. Okay, now I'll just comment it. Okay, I'll just again print it here again to show you that there won't be any error now. Right click run demo and there won't be any error 100. Okay, so this is how we can work around local scope in Python. Now let us focus on global scope in Python. Here it is. A variable has global scope if it's created outside the function and accessible from anywhere. So this is different from local scope. Herein we will create the variable and assign the value to it outside the function so that we can access it anywhere in the entire program. Let's see an example. Okay, so now I'll create a new program. Right click new Python file. I'll give it a name demo2, let's say. Press enter and demo2 file got created. Now we will work around global scope in Python. Global scope in Python. Okay. So herein we have created a variable and added value 100 to it. With that we have created a function. So we have printed this variable inside the function. But we are focusing on global scope. So I can print this value anywhere because I have declared it outside the function. Okay, that is global scope. Now I'll just print it again here. Okay, now let me call the function again. Okay, again I can print it here. So we are accessing it 3 times. It's a global scope, it won't show any error. Right click and run the demo, run demo2. Demo2 is our file name. Now you can see 3 times 100, that means there is no error. Okay, why? Because we have used the same variable name inside and outside the function. The value gets assigned twice, that is from outside the function and inside the function. Now guys, let us see how we can change the value of a global variable. So we saw that we have declared a variable and accessed it anywhere because it was a global variable, but we can also change the value of a global variable using the global keyword. Okay, so the following is the syntax. You just need to write the global keyword, then the name of the variable you want to change the value of. That's it. Let us see another example. Okay, Let us create another example. Click on right click new Python file. I'll mention the name demo3, press enter. Okay, now change the value. Okay, so now we'll change the value of a global variable. For that, let us create a program. So we have mentioned a variable and assigned a value. This is having global scope. Okay, now I'll create a function demo name. Now I'll use the global keyword, okay, and assign a new value to the global variable. Let us print it A. Now let us call the function. And again print it. Okay. Now I'll right click and click on run demo. Okay, so missed the colon. Here it is. Both the values are having 10 because we updated the global value from a is equal to 5 to a is equal to 10 using this keyword. If you want to understand it in a better way, we can mention this, like inner, like outer. Okay, this is our outer value and the following is our inner value. The following is an inner value because it is inside the function, and we are printing the outer value again, but the outer value changed, but the outer value, which should be 5, change it to 10. Why? Because we updated the entire global scope from 5 to 10. Okay, so when we ran it, we are only shown 10 two times, even inside and outside. We changed the entire global scope using the global keyword. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work with scope of variables. We saw local scope, global scope, as well as we also saw how we can change the value of a global variable using the global keyword. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn about tokens in Python with examples. Let's start. Python tokens are mainly individual units in the program. It includes your keywords, identifiers and literals. Let's see them one by one. Firstly, keywords. Keywords are basically reserved words in programming languages, and the same goes for Python. Okay, the compiler or the interpreter knows these names already. Examples include while, if, else, break, continue. In this way there are some other keywords. So you cannot use these keywords as variable names because they are reserved words. Okay, so here are some examples. Now you'll understand what I just said. All these are keywords, reserved words, and we cannot use them as variables. Obviously we can use variable names except all these. Okay, like I can create variable name with the name var, with the name val, a, b, i, j, k, okay, x, y, but I cannot use a variable name with for, if, from, break, import, global, because these are reserved keywords. In the upcoming lessons we'll be learning about all the concepts of Python and we'll be using all these keywords. Let's move further. Here are the identifiers. These are basically used for naming variables, functions, or functions and arrays. Okay, so we cannot use keyword as identifier. That means we cannot use the following: def, finally, del, except, for, if, while, try as identifiers. Okay, these identifiers are basically named by users, just like creating a variable. Okay, so variable name I just said we can use var, we can use val, val, a, b, c, i, j, k. Okay, in this way identifiers have some rules. It should begin with a letter. Letter means from a to z, any letter, whether it's small caps or large caps. It can also begin with an underscore, which is followed by 0 or more letters. Okay, for example, you can easily relate this. These are the valid identifiers, so you can use all these as variable names as well as function names, like marks, underscore marks. It can begin with an underscore. It can use letters as well as digits, like here study 987, here it is. And it can also begin with underscore, or it can also include numbers, digits, and these are invalid identifiers. Okay, that means an identifier cannot have a special character. Like I have used the following special character and hash here. With that I have also started this with a digit, which is wrong. So these are invalid identifiers. Python literals, you can define literal as data in a variable or constant. Python is having the following literal, string, numeric and boolean. String, you can create string using single or double quotes. If you want to create a multi-line string, you can use triple quotes. With that, we have numeric literals like integer, float and complex. With that, we have boolean literals. Boolean always includes two values, that is true or false, and the same goes for here. Let us see some examples one by one for literals. Here is a PyCharm ID. Let us go to file, create a new project. I'll name it Python literals. Click on create. Here is our project. I'll create first program, Python file, demo, press enter, and here it is, demo.py. Okay, let us see how we can create strings in Python quickly. Let's say I created str is equal to Amit. This is our single line string, just print it. Now let us move to str2. This is also single line string, but I'll be using single quotes in it. Now let us create multi-line string. I'll use triple quotes. Here it is. Okay, here I created it. Now I'll print it. Okay, now let us run it. Right click, run, and herein you can see string 1, string 2 and string 3, multi-line string. In this way you can work around strings in Python, that is string literals. Let's move further. Let us quickly see an example of integer of numeric literals in Python. Let's say I have created val1 is equal to 10. This is our integer int. I printed it. Now we have another value. Let's say I'll go for float. Okay, I printed it, float literal. Then I have this, let's say, complex. I printed it again. Okay, int literal, float literal and complex literal. Now within that we can also add let's say your hexadecimal literal. Okay, print it. Within that I can add octal also. Okay, let's say 010. Let's say 010. I'll print it. Okay, you can see the error. Python version 3.10 does not support this syntax, so I need to just prefix it. Okay, this looks fine now. Now I'll just run it and let's see. Here and you can see at first we printed okay, val1, run. Here and you can see we printed val110, then we printed float, then we printed our complex, third one val3. After that we went for our hexadecimal, then we went for octal. Okay, in this way you can work around numeric literals in Python. Let's move further. Now we have boolean literals. Boolean literals can only have two values, true or false. We can take a variable val1. We can check for this true and false. Okay, this is for true, and let's check it for false also. Okay, now let us check for false also. We have checked it. Print the value and let's see what will happen. Run. You can see the first value is true because 1 is equal to true, and the second one is false. Why? Because 1 is not equal to false. Let us see, let us add another variable. Val3 is equal to val1 plus 5. val4 is equal to val2 plus 5, val5 is equal to true plus 5, val6 is equal to false plus 5. Now let us print all of them, and we will now understand the output. Right click, run. Here is the output. Okay, at first what we did, 1 is equal to true, yes, so it printed true. Val2 1 is equal to false, no, it will print false. Now val3 is equal to val1 plus 5, that means val1 was true, true means 1, therefore 1 plus 5 6. Val4 is equal to val2 plus 5, that means val2 was 0. Why? Because this is a negative condition, false condition, so val2 is false. False means 0, that means 0 plus 5, or val4 is 5, printed 5. Val5 comes here, true means 1, therefore val5 is 6, here it is. And val6 false is 0, that means 5 plus 0 5. That means you need to remember, in Boolean literals true is 1 and false is 0. Okay, in this way you can work around Boolean literals in Python. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work with the tokens in Python. We worked around keywords, identifiers, and also worked around literals in Python. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn about operators in Python. What are operators? What are the types of operators? We will work around with examples. Python operators are used to perform operations on variables and values. For example, if you want to add two variable values, if you want to assign a variable value to another variable, if you want to compare variable values, or if you want to find a greater value from two variable values or a value lesser than another value, we use operators. Okay, with that we also use the bitwise operators. We will see all these operators one by one. Let's begin with the arithmetic operators. So arithmetic operators are basic, as the name suggests, used to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, divisions, modulus, and other operations on variable values. So let us see an example quickly. So herein let us create a new project on PyCharm. File, new project. I'll name it Python operators. Click on create. Now our project will get created. Let us now create a new file. Right click, new Python file. I'll name it demo. Press enter. On pressing enter, it will create a demo.py file. So here it is. So herein let us create a variable a, then I'll create b. Okay, let us now print their values. Let's say I'm printing the addition. Okay, so I'll just run demo, and you can see addition is visible, 15. Now let me print subtraction, then I'll print multiplication, then I'll print division. I just change it. Here is subtraction, here is your multiplication, here is your division. Okay, so this is our arithmetic operator. So here are the results. Okay, you can also add modulus operator. Okay, so I'll just right click and run it. Herein it's 0. I'll just change it to 6, let's say. Now we will find the modulus. Here it is, it's 4. These are the basic arithmetic operators in Python. Let us move further. Now we have reached the assignment operators in Python. Assignment operators are used to basically assign values to a variable. Okay, let's see how. Herein you can see the operators are visible: assignment, assignment operator, add assignment, subtract assignment operator. Okay, so let us see them with some examples. Herein let us create another project, Python file, demo2. Within that we will work around assignment operators. First is the assignment operator. Let's say it's a is equal to 10. I just printed the value of a. This is our assignment operator. Okay, here it is. We have printed a value. Now let us move further to AND assignment operator. Let's say a plus is equal to, I'll just print add 5 to it. Now I'll print a again. So what will be the answer? This is equivalent to a is equal to a plus 5. So this is what we call a plus 5. So a is equal to a plus 5. So this is what we call AND assignment operator. Now the a value of a will be 15. Right click and run it. Here it is 15. In the same way we can work around the subtract also, subtract assignment and multiply assignment, divide assignment in the same way. So herein you can see I have shown examples for AND assignment, subtract assignment and multiply assignment. This will subtract 3 from the entire A value and this will multiply 2. Right click and run demo. Herein you can see initially it was 10 when you printed it, we added 5 to it, it's 15. For the total 15, what we did, we subtracted 3 here, that is 12. Then the 12 value is multiplied by 2, here it is, and the result is 24. So this is what we call the basic assignment operators in Python. Now let us move towards logical operators. So logical operators basically combine conditional statements. So AND or NOT operators, you must have heard that if both the statements are true, the AND operator returns true. We will see this later in the examples. In OR, if only one of the statement is true, it returns true, and in NOT, it's a reverse. It will return false if the result is true. Let us see some examples. Create a new file, demo3, press enter, demo3.py is visible. A is equal to 10. So herein you can see we are checking for is A greater than 5? Yes. And is A less than 20? Yes. So when I'll print the res value, the result, it will show me true. Right click and run demo. True. Why? Because both the conditions are true. Therefore using the AND operator it will return true. Okay. Now let us check for our now I'll check for OR operator in the same way. So herein you can see we are checking for OR operator. Herein the value of A is less than 5. No, this is false. But the value of A is greater than 8. That is the value of A is 10. That means greater than 8. Therefore OR operator will implement true, because under OR we only want a single true statement. Let me set it to OR. Okay, right click and demo. Now you can see it will return true because one of the conditions, the following condition is true. A is greater than 8. That's it. A is 10, that is greater than 8. Okay. In the same way we can work around the NOT operator. How? Let's see. So herein I have printed the same statement again. When I'll right click, it will show me true. Okay. But we are using NOT, so I'll just add NOT here. Okay. Now when I'll print it, it will show me false. That means NOT means negation. It will show false here. Okay. I'll just right click demo. Herein you can see false is visible because we use the NOT operator. Reverse, that is negate. Reverse. Now let us move towards identity operators. Identity operators are basically used to check whether the objects are with the same memory location. Okay. Identity operators include is and is not operator. If both the variable points to the same object, it will return true, else it will return false. For is not operator, if both the variable points to different object, it will return true. Let's see an example. Right click new, demo 4. So this is our identity operator. Let's say I'm printing A here, variable here with the three names. Let's say John, Amit, Tom. Okay. Now I'll again print another variable with the same values and I'll just assign it to a new value, that is C. That is, let's say I'll declare C and will assign A to it. Okay, now we will work around the Python identity operators. How? Go to print. We will check with the is operator first. Since we have assigned A to C, we will check for A is C and I'll just print it. Right click and print demo 4. You can see true is visible. Now let us check for is not operator, is not operator. Okay, I'll right click and run demo 4 and you can see false is visible here. Why? Because C is the same object as A because we have assigned here. Okay, so when we'll go for is not operator, it will return false. Now let us check for A with B and let's see what will happen. It will show true. Why? Because A is not having the same object as B. Herein you can see they have the same content but both are different objects. That's why it is showing true for is not. Okay, now let us move further. Herein we have reached the membership operator. The membership operator is used to basically check for membership in a data structure. Okay, that is to test if a sequence is presented in an object. The membership in a data structure like data structures, tuples, strings, dictionary. The membership operators include in and not in. In if variable is in the list as the name suggests, and true will return for not in operator if the variable is not in the list. Let's see an example. Right click new demo 5 for our Python membership operator. Let me create a variable a is equal to, let's add values Amit, John, Tim. Okay, now we will check this sequence using we will test this sequence using our in operator in A. Okay, this should return true. Why? Because Amit is in this list, in this sequence. It returns true. Okay, so this is our in operator. Now let us check the same for not in operator. Okay, I'll just mention any other name, Smith. Okay, now it will show true because Smith is actually not in A. It is showing true. Okay, when I'll try to add the same value here, let's say John. John is already in the list, but we are using not in, so it will show false. Why? Because John is in the list. Okay, and we are checking for not in. Now we will move further. Now comes the bitwise operator. Basically to compare binary numbers, we use bitwise operators. That is binary numbers, each and every bit is checked. So we have basically 4 types of bitwise operators: binary, AND, OR, XOR and NOT. And we just saw, you can compare what we just saw before for AND. Okay, both the bits are 1, the result is 1. That is, if both the bits are true, the result is true. For all, if any of them is 1, any of them is true, then the result is true, that is 1. For binary XOR, the binary XOR sets each bit to 1 if only one of the 2 operands are 1. And for binary NOT, NOT means negate, so it will negate, that is 0 to 1 and 1 to 0. Here is binary left shift and binary right shift. The binary left shift operator shifts the left operand value to the left, and in right it shifts the left operand value to the right by the number of bits in the right operand. Okay, so we will see all this using examples. Let us create a new project. Right click new Python file demo 6. Okay, so this is for bitwise operators. Okay, we'll first focus on bitwise AND. Now let's say I have a value A with 18, B with 11, and I'll also create a new variable for result. So I'll just use res result is equal to A and B. This will allow me to work around bitwise AND. AND operator is used for bitwise AND. Okay, now I'll print the result res, that's it. Okay, here in what we did, 18 we will convert it to binary. So 18 is equal to your 0001 0010. Okay, and 11 is for 00001011. When we will bitwise AND both, it will shows the result. Right click demo 6, result is 2. Okay, now let us, okay, I should write here, this is fine. bitwise AND. Now I'll focus on bitwise OR for the same. OR includes operator change, that is OR include this pipe sign. Now it will check for OR for the same values 18 and 1. These binary values. Let's see what will be the result. Right click, demo 6. 27 is the result. Okay, for bitwise OR. Now let us focus on bitwise XOR. Bitwise XOR operator sets each bit to 1 if only one of them is 1. That is, if only one of the two operands are 1. So the operator here is the following. Okay, this is for bitwise XOR. Right click and run it. The output is 25 here. Okay, for A and B value XOR. Now let us focus on bitwise NOT, binary not bitwise operator. Okay, for that we just only need any single value, that is, let's say I have A here. I'll just use the negate operator to just find the negation using the bitwise NOT. Now I'll run it. Right click and run. Now our value of A, which was 18 before, will change to -19. Okay, now I'll go further and check for left shift bitwise operator. So herein what we'll do, res is equal to A. Let's say I'm shifting 3 times. Okay, after that I'll print the value here. Left shift bitwise operator, it will shift our operand value to the left by the number of bits in the right operand. Okay, that is, it will shift the A to the left by the number of bits in the right operand, that is by 3. It will shift 3 times, and the leftmost bits will fall off while shifting. Let's see, right click. Okay, now the value is 144. Okay, let us see. Here it is. This is what we saw. You can see the value was 18. We have also shown it in binary form. When we shifted it 3 times, we use 3 here, right? We use the number of bits in the right operand is 3. When we shifted it 3 times, the first shift will move the value, all the values to the left. So the 1 was here, now it is here. In the next shift the 1 is here, and in the next shift the 1 is here. 0 fill on the right. That means the values are shifted on the left, and on the right zeros will get filled for empty spaces. Now after shifting, the result is 144. That is, the result is following. You can check, this is binary 144. So this is how left shift operator works. Okay, so I told you it was 144 the result. From 18 to 144 using the bitwise left shift. Now for the right shift, it goes the opposite. Okay, now I'll shift it to the right. Okay, so now our 18 value will be shifted on the right side. The rightmost bits, right click. Okay, let's say now we'll shift it 2 times. Now the value is 4 here, you can calculate. Okay, so we shifted this 2 times on the right, resultant would be 4. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work with operators in Python. We saw all the operators including arithmetic, assignment, membership, identity, binary operators. Thank you for watching. In this video we will see how we can create comments in Python. Okay, just like any other language, we can create single line as well as multi-line comments. So let's see. What are comments basically? Comments are basically used to provide extra details about a program. So let's say you want to create a program for someone and you want them to understand your program properly. You can add comments to it after every statement or line. Just like you have created a variable now, you have printed the variable, you have created a function now. This program is related to what? So in this way you can easily add a comment in the starting of the program basically to indicate the purpose of the program, the author of the program, and on which date it was written. This is basically used to provide clarification and description about the statements in the program or the complete program. To create a single line comment, you need to use hash, that's it. Okay. For multi-line also you can use hash, but basically triple quoted strings are used to create multi-line comments. So let us see both the comments with an example. So this is our PyCharm ID. Let us create a new project, file, new project. Click on create.
So we have created a new project, right click new and create a new file. So we have created demo.py file. So I told you hash sign is used to create a comment. Let's say this is my hash sign I have created, understanding Python variables. Okay, so this is my comment, won't be included when I'll run the code. Now herein I'll just create a variable. Okay, so I created a variable val and I entered 6, then I printed it. Okay, so I printed the value using val. So I added a comment, understanding Python variables, create a variable. This is how we can create a variable, and herein I can write printing the variable value. Okay, so these are comments. Right click run. You can see we printed 6. You can see we printed 6. In this way you can easily create variables, but our purpose was to see how to create a single line comment. Okay, now you can also create multi-line comments like this. How? Like this, I can add a comment displaying the value. So this is how you can create a single line comment again. With that, if you want to add multi-line comment, you can add like this, create a variable. We are creating a variable with the integer value. So we have added multi-line comments with integer value. So we have added multi-line comments. Okay, in this way you can add more stuff here and more stuff here. Okay, now you can also create a comment using multi-line comment using triple quoted string. How? Let's see. So let's say I want to explain something about variables here. So I'll just write a triple string. Here it is. When I'll press enter, it will automatically create the ending part. So herein you can add multi-line strings. Let's say herein I'll explain about variables in Python for the users. Variables in Python are reserved. I'll go to next line, memory locations. Okay, so in this way you can easily create single line and multi-line comments in Python. When I'll run, only the following will run, rest is hidden because those are comments. So guys, in this video we saw how we can easily create single line and multi-line comments in Python. We can also create multi-line comments using the triple quoted string we saw here. So guys, thank you for watching the video.
In this video we will learn about type conversion in Python. So using type conversion you can convert any type to another, that is any data type to another. Let's say you want to convert into float into complex type, you can easily do it. Let's see how. Through type conversion in Python you can easily convert one type to another. Let's say you want to convert into float or into complex, you can easily do it. So the following are the methods through which you can easily convert a number from one type to another. If you want to convert into float, use the float method. If you want to convert a value to int type, you can use the int method. In the same way others go on. So we will learn about this using an example. Here's our PyCharm ID. We will create a new project, file new project. Let us name it Python type conversion. Click on create. After clicking create, you can see the project got created. Let us create a new file. Right click, new Python file. I'll add the name demo and press enter. Here is our file. Now let us first see how we can convert into float. For that, at first I'll be creating a variable. I added the int type. Okay, now I'll print it. Now I'll also print the type so that we can check it later. Now guys, we need to convert. So guys, how we will do that? I'll be using the float method. Take a variable result and I'll be using the float method, and I'll just add the val, that is the int val, integer value, and I'll print it, and after that I'll also print the type. So here it is. So I have printed the converted type, converted value as well as type. So let's run it. Right click, run demo. Now let us see. We had 5 int, now we have 5.0 float. So we have successfully converted into float. In the same way guys, we can also do the opposite, that is converting float to int. How? Let us see. Right click, new Python file. I'll type demo2.py, press enter. Now guys, convert float to int, that is convert from float to int in Python. In the same way, create a new
float value, I'll print it, and I'll also print the type. After that, guys, let us convert it back to int using the int method. Okay, now do the same. Print the result and the type of result. So we have converted here from float to int. Now I'll just run it. While running, it will automatically get saved. It was in float, now it is in int. Okay, so we have successfully converted int to float and float to int. Now last example, we can see converting into complex. Let us do that. Let me set it demo3 and press enter. Convert into complex. How we can do that? For that, we'll be using the complex method. But first, let us type a variable int we have taken. I'll just print it. Also print the type using the type method. That's it. Now we need to convert it to complex. I told you I'll be using the complex method. So I'll just directly use the complex using a new variable. Herein I'll type val. That's it. Print. So this will be our converted value. That is in complex. Now print the type of it. That's it. Right click and run it. Now you can see it was in int initially, now it is in complex. So guys, in this video we saw how we can easily convert one type to another in Python. We saw examples of converting into float, float to int, as well as into complex. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn how we can easily get user input in Python instead of hard coding the values. Okay, just like Java, C, C++ and C, Python also supports the concept of user input. Okay, so let's see. For getting user input, we have a built-in method, that is the input method. That is the input method is used to get input from the user. Let's see an example. Herein we have our PyCharm ID. Let us create a new project. Go to file, new project. Herein let us add a name, Python user input, and click on create. After clicking create, you can see the following is visible. Now let us right click and create a new program, new Python file. Let me name it demo and I'll press enter. It will convert to demo.py. Now we will see a simple example to display student records, and we'll be getting these student records through user input. How? Let's see. So we have printed this. Now at first I'll be printing the student name. For that I have taken a demo variable sname and I'll directly use the input method. So this text will be visible to the user. Enter student name. Okay, so this will be directly visible to the user. Now I'll just print sname. That's it. Herein we can easily write student name. Okay. This is fine. Now directly we will add address. Okay, I'll just change it to address and change the name to, let's say, SADDR. We could have also added like this, sname, s underscore name. Let's keep this for an example. Okay, SADDR is our student address. Okay, for a demo records. So we have added this also. Now let us add student grades. Let us change it to S grade and I'll show it here. Grade. That's it. Now we have 3 records. You can see we'll be adding records from user: student name, student address, and student grade. Let's see what will happen. Right click and run demo on PyCharm ID. Here it is. It is asking for student name. I'll add Amit. I'll press enter and it will display student name Amit. After that, it directly asked me student address. So let's say I'll add Delhi. After that, it is asking me grade. I'll type A and I'll press enter. Here it is. Grade is now visible. In this way, you can easily get user input. So guys, in this video we saw how we can easily get user input using the input method. Thank you for watching the video. In this video, we will learn about decision making statements in Python. So with the decision making statement, you can easily take the decisions based on different conditions. So let's see. In Python, we have if else, and if else, so that you can easily take decision based on different conditions. That is the decision making statements. So here we will learn about all these with examples. Let's begin with the first one, that is the if statement. The if statement is used to execute the code only if the condition is true. So we have the syntax here. The condition, we will set the condition. Let's say if age is greater than 18, then the below line will get executed. That means if the age is greater than 18, the candidate can vote. So this was merely if statement. Then comes the if else statement. So in if else statement, if the condition is true, the first line will get executed, but if the condition is false, we have else here, the following line will get executed. Let's say if age is greater than 18, candidate can vote. If the age is less than 18, so it will go here under else and the following will get printed. That means the candidate cannot vote because the age is less than 18. Then we have the if elif else statement. Under if elif else statement, the code is executed for different conditions. If more than two conditions are true, herein, if let's say more than two conditions are true, we need to use the else to display the false part. Okay, let's say we have marks here. If the user got marks more than 90 out of 100, the following line will get executed. So it will be, let's say, grade A plus. If the condition is true, that means marks from 75 to 90, grade will be A. 60 to 75, the grade will be C. It will go to condition 3. And the last one will be for rest of them. That is for the candidates getting marks less than 60. In this way, we can use the if elif else statement. Now we will see all the three examples. Let's begin with the if statement. So herein we have our PyCharm ID. Let us create a project, file, new project. I'll give it a name, Python decision making. Python decision making statements, create. Our project got created. Now right click on the project, create a new Python file. I'll name it demo. I'll press enter and it got created. Herein we will first see if statement. So I'll take a variable age and I'll set it to 20. Okay, now we will execute the if statement. If age is greater than 18, I'll print here the candidate can vote. Okay, now I'll right click and execute. Here you can see candidate can vote. That means only the true condition we have added and the following got executed. Okay, so this is our if statement. Now moving further with if else, I'll create a new file. Okay, let us copy this code and I'll explain you in similar way. We have our if else statement. Okay, so we were having if statement for only true condition. What about the else condition? That means what will happen if age is less than 18. Okay, if let's say the age of the candidate is 10, what will be displayed as in else condition? So we have else for this. You just need to print that candidate cannot vote. Why? Because the age is less than 18. It's 10 now. So it will check under loop. Is 10 greater than 18? No. So the false condition will go here and the following will get printed. That is candidate cannot vote. Now we will go to the third example, that is if elif else statement, wherein we will work around more than two conditions. Okay, so I'll create a new example, new Python file demo3.py. Okay, now we will work around. Okay, so I'll take the same example. Let's say her age is 18. Now I'll add elif for the second condition. If age is less than 18, okay, then candidate cannot vote. Okay, I told you before. Okay, what about other conditions? Let's say the age is 18. Herein, what should be the result? Okay, we haven't mentioned it. For that, we have else here. Since we have provided multiple conditions here, we can add the false condition in else. That means candidate's age is 18, therefore voting is legal. That means he or she can vote. Let's run it using if. So we missed the colon part here, no problem. Right click and run again. Herein you can see candidate's age is 18, therefore voting is legal. So we worked around all the two conditions and the false condition went to the following. So this is how you can work around if else. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work with Python decision making statements. We worked around if else and if else. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will see how we can work with the break and continue statement in Python. We will also see live running examples. So herein you can see at first we have the break statement. If you want to immediately terminate the execution and get out of the loop, you can use the break statement. Okay. After the program gets terminated, the loop gets terminated, the control will reach the next line after the loop. Let's say you have a string value Studiopedia. After getting the letter P, you want to terminate the loop so that you can print only the values before P in the word Studiopedia. So you can easily do it using the break statement. Let's see an example. At first you can see its syntax, it's easy. You can see you just need to write the break. Let's see an example. So herein you can see we have our PyCharm ID. I'll create a new project. Click on create. Here is a project. I'll create a new file, right click new, demo, I'll press enter and it will create a new project. At first we will see how to work with the break statement. Let's say we have a string, okay, with the name Studiopedia, okay. So what I'll do, I'll first print it. I printed it. I'll use a for loop. Okay, now I'll add a condition in it. I told you, let's say after reaching the word P, it should terminate. Okay, so I'll just write if I is equal to, I'll mention the particular word, let's say P. What should happen? A break statement will terminate the loop. Okay, after terminating the loop, the next statement in the line will get printed. That means print I, that's it. Okay, now when I'll run it, let's see what will happen. Run demo. Okay, I forgot the colon. Right click, run. Herein you can see I just printed the Studiopedia word. After that, when the value of I is P in the loop, so it will print studyo. After that, when it will get the value P, the loop will break and it will go outside, it will come outside. The current execution of the loop will terminate. So it will print studyo, studio. After the P, it terminated. So this is one of the simplest examples of a break statement in Python. Now let's move further. So guys, now we have the continue statement in Python, which is used to transfer control to the conditional expression and jumps to the next iteration of the loop. Okay, that means the control gets transferred to the beginning of the loop. This is completely different from break. Break stops the execution and goes out and goes to the next line. But what does Python continue statement do? It will return the control to the beginning of the loop. Okay, so the syntax is the following, just like break. You just need to write continue. Let's see an example. Okay, now we'll see continue statement in Python. Okay, for continue statement, what I'll do, I'll again create a new variable with the Studiopedia. Now let us print it. So we printed a string. Now I'll use the for loop for I in our string mystr colon. Within that I'll check for if I is equal to, I told you if it's equal to P, what will happen? Previously what we did, we added a break statement here and it terminated. But now what I'll do, I'll add continue statement here. Okay, after that I'll print it. That's it. Now what will happen? The entire string will get printed. So when I'll run, you can see it printed a Studiopedia. Okay, you can see the P is missing, rest everything is visible. Why? because when we use the continue statement, when the value of I was p, then continue statement occurred and it returned the execution to the beginning of the loop. Okay, so it missed the value p. After that it went to e and it printed it here again. After that it printed rest of the values, that means e, d, I, a. So it missed the p, that's it. So this is the purpose of continue statement. It will transfer the execution to the beginning of the loop. Okay, so guys, in this video we saw how we can work with the Python continue and break statement. We also saw live examples. So guys, thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn about loops in Python. So loops execute a block of code and this code executes while the condition is true. So loops works in the same way like in C, C++, Java. Okay, so here in Python we'll be discussing about while loop and for loop. So in while loop, the block of code executes only when the condition is true. Okay, so here in the syntax, till the condition is true, this while will execute. After that the execution will stop. Okay, and for loop is used when you want to set how many times a statement is to be executed. That means herein we have our for loop. Okay, this decides that how many times a statement will execute. So here in the sequence can be a list, tuple, dictionary, a set or a string. So the for loop is used for iterating over this sequence. Okay, so the where basically is a variable that takes the value of the item inside the sequence on each iteration. So we will learn about this using examples. Let's see. So here is our PyCharm ID. Let us create a new project, file, new project. Let me give it a name, Python loops. I'll click on create. Okay, now let us create a new project. Right click, Python file. Let me give it a name demo. It's on Python file. When I'll press enter, it will convert to demo.py. So at first I'll work around while loop in Python. Let's see. So I'll take a variable and will initialize it to 0. I'll use while loop. So within that I have added a condition. Till the condition is true, this loop will execute. Okay, and whatever will be inside it, whatever statement will get printed. Okay, so let me print it. So it will print the value of a on each iteration, and this will increment the value of a after every looping iteration. Okay, so right click and run it. Let's see what is visible. The following is visible. Okay, initially the value of a was 0. So this loop will execute till the condition, that is at first 0 is less than 3, it will go inside it and it will print 0. After that 0 will get incremented to 1. Now a is 1. After increment it will check again, 1 is less than 3, so it will go inside here again. It will print the value of 1. Then it will increment and now the value of a will be 2. It will go again here, 2 is less than 3, yes. So it will print the value of a, that is 2. Okay, after that it will increment it again. Now the value of a is 3. It will execute again. 3 less than 3, no. So it will exit the loop. Therefore these values are visible. So through this you can easily work in a while loop. Now let us see a for loop. For that I'll just create a new file, new Python demo2. Okay, press enter. Now let us work around for loop in Python. So for loop in Python is used when you can set how many times a statement is to be executed. Okay, let me print something using for loop. Let's say I want to print each and every word of a name. So here it is for W in Amit. Okay, I'll use the for loop and I'll directly print it. Let me look into this. Okay, W, that's it. I'll right click and run it. Now you can see it has printed each word in my name. How? Because we use the for loop. This was our sequence. This sequence can be a list, dictionary, string. Okay, and this is our var, which we have shown before in syntax. Okay, this var is a variable that takes the value of each item inside the sequence in every iteration. So using W, we printed each and every word. In this way we can also work around for loop in Python. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work around looping in Python. Mainly while and for loops are used in Python. Thank you for watching the video. In this video, we will learn about Python numbers, which type it includes in Python. With that, we will also see some live examples. Let's begin. So Python built-in data types basically includes your Boolean types, numeric types. Since we are talking about Python numbers, it includes the numeric types. That is the numeric data types. To store number types like integer, float, hexadecimal, octal, and others. Okay. So now you would be wondering, what is a data type? So variables in Python basically stores data of different type. It can be int, float, string. Okay. And the operations that can be performed on that data is represented by the data type. Okay. So at first we will first see some examples. Then we will move towards the numeric data types, that what all it includes. Before that, we will see a simple example. So guys, here is our PyCharm. Let us create a new project, file, new project. Let me give it a name, Python numbers, and I'll click on create to create it. So I clicked on create to create it. Now let us create a new file. Right click, new Python file, demo. On pressing enter, it will convert to demo.py. So herein we are discussing about Python numbers. So herein we will first discuss about, let's say, two variables we have created, value val1, val2. Okay. So I'll just assign some int value to it. So this is our int type. So I printed it. This is our int data type under numeric data types. I'll right click and run the demo. Now we have our two values which are integer. Now let us print float. Let's say I'll give a float value. I hope you know what is float, 5.9. Okay, now I'll print them. Let's say I'll give it a name. So these are our float type. We have created two variables with float type. Now I'll right click and print. Okay, so we have printed it. Now let us move further and create complex types. So herein we have created complex types, two variables, val5 and val6. Now I'll right click and print them using the print command. Herein we have created 6 values, okay, for 3 different types. So this is, you can relate with numeric data types. So we could have also created our hexadecimal number and octal number types. Let's do it. So guys, this is our hexadecimal number and this is our demo octal number. I'll right click and print it. Here we have printed it. Okay, so in this way we can display number type. So we have seen a sample example. Now comes the first type, that is integer type. It is a positive or negative whole number without a fractional part. Okay, so examples we just saw, it also includes octal and hexadecimal numbers. Okay, with that we can also print the type using the type method. Here and you can see the types are visible for all of them, complex, int and float. So we have long type also. The long data types are int types with unlimited size. You must have seen some numbers with the suffix like capital L and small l. Here are the examples. Okay, and use uppercase L to avoid any confusion, since lowercase l will look like this, so it will be difficult to differentiate. In Python 3 you can see only one type int works. That means long isn't supported in Python 3.10, I should say. Let us move further. Float type we just saw. Float is a floating point negative or positive number.
The fractional part is the notation that is capital E or small e. Okay, let us see an example. I'll take another example. Val8 is equal to, let's say 10.30, val9 is equal to 3.256 e2. I told you we can use small e or capital E. Okay, now I'll just print them. Here it is, we printed both of them, the float. I should say I have explained the float data type above here, but we are using some other examples also. Okay, I'll just run it. Now let's see. Herein you can see we have printed it 10.3, 325.6. Okay, let's move further. So we also discussed complex data type before. Under complex data type, numbers are a combination of real or imaginary parts. So we saw an example wherein we use the combination of I and j. I is for real and j is for imaginary part. J is for imaginary part. Let's see. Here in our example, we use the complex data type and we have shown the real and imaginary part here. Let us run it again, and we can see here it is our complex type visible here, 2j, and here it is the complex type. So in this video we saw how we can work with Python numbers, what all data types, numeric data types are included in Python numbers, like int, float, complex, hexadecimal, octal. With that, long was supported in Python 2.7, but Python 3.10 doesn't support long type. Thank you for watching. In this video we will learn about Python strings with examples. We'll be covering what is a string, how we can easily create it in Python. With that, we'll also focus on what are string literals, how we can slice, concatenate strings, how we can work around negative indexing. With that, we'll also focus on built-in functions in string. Let's begin. So what is a string? String is basically a sequence of characters. Okay, in Python, creating a string is really easy. It's not like Java. In Java, you need to use the character array or you need to use the string class, but in Python, you just need to write like this and assign it to a variable. This will create your string in Python. Okay, we have added double quotes to it, but remember that in Python single quotes are similar to double quotes. We also use triple quotes, but in case we need to create a multi-line string. We will see all these with an example. Let's first learn how to create a string. Okay, herein you can see we can easily create a string like this. Let us see an example. So here is our PyCharm ID. Let us create a new project. File, new project. I'll name it to Python strings, and when I'll click on create, it will create our project. Here it is. Let us create a new file, demo. I'll press enter and it will create demo.py. Here it is. Now we will directly create a string. Okay, I'll use str. I'll add double quotes and I'll just add my name is Amit. That's it. String. This is how we create a string. I'll just print str. That's it. Right click and run demo. Here and you can see we printed our first string easily. Okay. Now we will work around other string topics like string literals, slicing, negative indexing, accessing a character in Python strings, and then how to concatenate strings. Let's begin. At first we will again create new file, demo2, press enter, and we have created it. In the same way I'll create more files also because we'll be considering more than 20 examples now. I'll quickly create it. Here it is. Let us create string literals. So now I'll focus on string literals. Literals are enclosed in single, double quotes, and even triple quotes. We will see the example now. Let me create string 1. So I added single quotes. Now I'll create string 2. I'll add double quotes. Both are same, no error will come. And the last, I'll add multi-line string. How? By adding 3 quotes. My name is Amit. And I live in Delhi. Okay.
I'll press enter for multi-line. Here it is. Okay, so there shouldn't be any error now. I'll just print it. That's it. Now when I'll right click, it will also save and run it. When I'll right click and click on run demo, it will also save it and run it. Let's see. Here you can see single quotes it printed, for double quotes it printed, and for multi-line string it printed on the next line. Okay, so now let us focus on how we can access substrings using slicing. My name is Amit. I printed in similar way. Now I'll just get the values. Okay, now I'll only fetch my name from here. Okay, that means slicing to access substring. We will just use the square brackets, that's it. Now from 11 to 15 it will print, that is my name. Now let's see, I'll right click and run it. Here and you can see it printed my name. In this way you can also use slicing to access substrings. You just need to use the colon and add the start index. This is the start index and this is the end index. Now let us focus on negative indexing to access substrings. Here it is, demo 4. So negative indexing means if you want to begin slicing from the end of the string, this will help you. Let us create a string. Okay, so let's say you need to get the last substring. For that I'll just use negative indexing. I hope you know, we saw in the previous example. So herein I'll just use negative indexing. You can see -4 to -2. This is the start index and this is the end index. So from the backwards it will check, that is -4 will begin from here and -2 will end here. That means it will display TE. Right click and run it. It displayed TE. In the same way, if I'll just use another example, -6 I'll add, it will start from -5 -6. Okay, from here till here. Right click and run it. Look, OTE, I told you from here till here. Okay, in the same way you can also work around negative indexing. Now we will see how we can access a character in Python strings. Let us write a string again. My name is Amit. Now I just need to fetch a character from it. Okay, I just need to mention the index in square bracket, that's it. So let's say I'll just print str index 5 and let's see what will get printed. M, it printed M only. Okay, now I'll just mention 12 and what it will print, the 12th index. You can check. Okay, it printed the 12th index, that is M from here, only M. In this way you can easily access a character in Python strings. Now we will focus on how to concatenate a string in Python. To concatenate we use the plus operator, that's it, nothing else. So here we have two strings, money and heist. We will concatenate them. A new variable for the result. Use the plus operator I told you. RES. So the result will be money heist. Here it is. We concatenated it simply. Now guys, we are done with these topics. Okay, concatenate strings, that is string literal, slicing, indexing and concatenation. Now let us work around the built-in string methods. These are around 40 methods. We will see them quickly. Let's begin. So the capitalize method is used to capitalize, that is uppercase, the first letter of a sentence. Okay, how? We will see an example. Okay, I added this. Now I'll just capitalize using string.capitalize method. That's it. Right click and run demo. I missed the parenthesis. Okay, right click and run demo. Here it is. My name is Amit. the first character is in uppercase now, the first letter of sentence. Okay, so this is how we can work with the capitalize method. Now moving further, case fold method. If you want to convert a string into lowercase, you can use the case fold method. Okay, so let's begin. I'll use the same example. So here in some of the letters are in capital. I'll just let's say, yeah, this is a mix of what we want. So just print the lowercase form of all these characters in a string using the case fold method. That's it. Right click and what should be visible? On running, my name is Amit. That means we have converted each and every character of a string to lowercase. Now let's move further to the center method. Center method in Python. This is basically used to align a string centrally. With that, under this method we need to add the length, that is the width of the entire string, as well as the character we need to insert on the left and right to fill. We will see an example now. Okay, so let's say we have a string here, demo. That's it. Now I'll set the center method. Okay, what will I do? Firstly, I'll add the width, that is the length of the string. It's only having 4 characters. Let's say I'll add 10 here. Okay, and when it will have 10 characters, there will be some space left on the left and on the right. That is 3 on the left and 3 on the right. Okay, so what will get filled there? I'll add any character there. Let's say I added hash there. Now what will be the result? Right click, run demo. Here it is. Our character was only 4, but we added 10 here. So on the left, for the remaining part, hash will get printed. Let's say I went for 20. Right click and run. You can see the total width is now, the total length of the string is 20. But since we were having only 4 characters, okay, rest of them got filled with the following hash. We can also convert it to $. Right click and run demo. You can see. So in this way you can work around the center method in Python. Let's move further. The count method, as the name suggests, it is used to search for a specific value and its count of appearance in the string. Okay. Let's say we have the following string. Okay, so here in demo is repeating twice. So we'll count it. How? Using the count method. I'll just use the count method. What I want to search, I'll just add here. I want to search the appearance of this in the entire string. We can also search demo because it is also appearing twice. I'll first search this, right click and run demo. Now let's see what will happen. 2 times it is appearing. Now let's say we had demo here twice. I'll just add demo again and I'll search demo, and what will happen? It should be 3, right? It appeared 3 times. You can also set the start and beginning position, that is the position to start the search and end. Okay, for that just use the parenthesis here, and let's say I want to search from index 7 to index 25. I'll just run it and let's see what is the output. Only one demo is appearing from 7 to 25 indexes. Okay, if I'll remove this, it will search the entire string. So guys, in this way you can work around the count method. Now let us focus on the find method. The find method is used to search for the occurrence of a specific letter in a string. So we'll see an example. Let's add a string here. This is first text. Okay, now I'll search for text in the entire string, and it will give me the result that at what position we found this text. str.find and just mention the text, that is in this case it is a text only, the word. Right click and run demo and it will display 14. That means on the 14th index we found the text word here. You can also set the beginning and end, that is where to start the search and where to end the search. Okay, for that I'll add the start of search to 20 and end of search to 40. The 20 is the start of search and 40 is the end, but we just need to update this as well. Here it is. I'll right click and run. Now let's see what will happen. 35. So between 20 to 40 index, it has shown that our text begins at 35 index. Okay, so it returned the position. Now let us focus on another example for ends with. So the ends with method is used to check for a string. If the string ends with a specific value, true is returned, else false is returned. Let's see. I'll first create a string. Okay, so this is the string. Now I'll search for a string text2, that this entire string ends with the word text2 or not. Yes, it ends, so true will be returned. True is returned. In the same way, you can also add the start and end position where the search starts and where the search ends. So let's begin. Here and I'll add the same. Let's say I added 7, I added 15 here. Now it will check whether the string ends with a specific value from position 7 to 15 or not. Right click and run it. False. Why? Because our text2 is after the 15 position. So under 7 to 15, it failed in finding the text2 word. Therefore, it returned false. Let's say I added 40. Within 7 to 40, we are able to find text2 in the end. Therefore, it returned true. Now we will move further to work around the expand tabs method. Okay, the expand tabs method is used to set the tab size as the name suggests. The default tab size is 8. If you want to set a different tab size, we use the expand tabs method. Let's see. So herein I'll create a string with some tabs. Okay, so I added demo here. Within that I'll add some tabs, let's say after every word. Okay, now this looks fine. There won't be any error. Just print it. I'll just print it str, that's it. Let's see. Demo. Okay, now I'll use expand tabs here. Now we will see the difference. Right click and demo 13. Herein you can see. Now we have this 8 tab size after every word because we added /t, that is tab. Now we need to, let's say, set the tab size to 2 from 8. How we can do that? I'll just set 2 here, nothing else. Right click and demo. You can see the size is now 2. What if I want to set 4 here? I'll do the same, 4, and right click. Okay, now we will focus on Python index method. So the index method is used to find the index of the first occurrence of a specific value. Let's say we have a string. Within this, we will find the character I, that's it. So a lot of times I is appearing. We just want to know the index of the first occurrence of a specific value I. Okay, so I'll just mention it here and I'll right click and run demo. You can see 2, 0, 1, 2, that is under second index we were able to find I. We can also add the beginning as well as the end index, that means where the search begins and where it ends. How we can do that? Let me use it again. Okay, so I added I here, but I want to search from a specific location. So I'll add the parameters. Let's say I added 3 and then I added 10. That means 3, it will begin the search from the third index and till the 10th index. Right click and run. And herein you can see at 5th position it was able to find the first occurrence of a specific value, that is I. So in this way we can work around the Python index method. Now let us move further with our 15th example. Here we have the isNum method in Python, which returns true if all the characters in the string are alphanumeric, else false is returned. So let me take a string. I'll keep it the name James Bond and I'll just check whether it's alphanumeric or not using the isNum method. Here it is, and I'll just run it. True. So it is alphanumeric, that means it includes your alphabets as well as numbers. Okay, so in this way you can work around the isLnum method. Now let's work around isAlpha. The isAlpha method returns true if all the characters in the string are alphabet. Okay, so let me add a name. So herein I'll add a name. Okay, now I'll check whether the entire string is, if all the characters in the string are alphabet or not. For that I'll just use str.isAlpha, that's it, and right click. True should be returned. Here it is, true. Why? Because Tom Cruise, it is only having alphabet, that's it. Moving further, the next one we are focusing on is decimal. Okay, the decimal method returns true if all the characters in the string are decimal. I'll add a string with decimal values. Okay, let's say 37. Now I'll just print it using the isDecimal method to check whether this is decimal or not. Right click, true. You can see it is a decimal, so true is returned. Now I'll check for isDigit method. Okay, let me take a string. I'll create a string. Okay, now I'll just check whether it's digit or not. It's digit, so true is returned. So true will be returned. str.isDigit. Okay, I'll run it and it should show true. Here it is, true. Now let us focus on isIdentifier method. The isIdentifier method returns true if the string is an identifier, else false is returned. Now what is an identifier? A valid identifier includes A to Z, 0 to 9 or underscore. And remember, it won't begin with a number. It won't even include spaces. So let's see an example. Firstly, I'll create a string. Let's say I added this, so it is not beginning with a number. It's fine. Now let us check it for identifier. Here it is, whether it's an identifier or not. Right click and run it. True, it is an identifier. Now we will focus on isLower method. As the name suggests, it returns true if all the characters in the string are lowercase. Okay, so str is equal to my name is Amit. All are lowercase. We will just check it. Okay, I right click and run it, and you can see true is returned. That means all these characters are in lowercase only. Let's move further. Now we will focus on isNumeric. As the name suggests, isNumeric method returns true if all the characters in the string are numeric. Okay, so I'll take a string with numbers. I'll just check it using str.isNumeric method. That's it. It should show true. Why? Because we have numbers in it. Now isPrintable method in Python. Okay, this method returns true if all the characters in the string are alphabet. str is equal to, let's say, Sylvester. I'll just check it again and print it directly using isPrintable method. Now on right click, it should return true. True is returned. That means all the characters in the string are alphabets. Moving further, now comes isSpace. Let me create a string with a space. That means this method returns true if all the characters in the string are white spaces. Okay, now I'll just print it and display, and we'll check for whether it will return true or not using the isSpace method. It should return true because we have spaces in it, nothing else, white space. Now we'll work around isTitle method. The isTitle method returns true if all the string considers the rules of a title, that is an uppercase title, else false is returned. So the title should be in uppercase. That means the title means the first letter of the word should be in uppercase. Okay, so here it is, the name is Amit, the first letter, the title is uppercase, that means it should return true. So I'll directly print it. Okay, now right click, should return true. Here it is, we returned true successfully. If it will be like this, it will return false. Right click and run. False. So I'll just change it to again. The title is in caps, so no error. Moving further, is upper. So the is upper method, as the name suggests, returns true if all the characters in the string are uppercase. Okay, so let me add a string. I added it. Okay, now I'll just check it using the string.isUpper method. It returned true because all the characters are in uppercase. If I'll change one of them to lower, it will show false. Okay, so let me keep it as it is, and it returned true. Moving further, okay, now we'll focus on the join method in Python. So the join method in Python is used to join the iterable elements to the end of the string. Containers such as tuple, string, dictionary, etc. are iterables in Python. Okay, so herein we will create a string iterable with Python join for our example. Let me add some values. We have also used separator here. That means all these four will be joined using the join method, but under separator $$ will get added. Let's see, I'll just print it now, but I'll use the join method. Herein we have used the separator dot join method, and within that we have added the string. Okay, we forgot the quotes. Right click and run. You can see we have joined them. Okay, but the separator here is $$. So we have joined the iterable elements to the end of the string. Now let's focus on lower method. The lower method in Python is used to convert the uppercase letters in the string to lowercase. So let's say we have the following string. So we will convert all these uppercase letters to lowercase using the lower method. Right click and run it. You can see we have converted it to lowercase completely using the lower method. Now let us focus on the else strip method. The else strip method is used to remove characters from the left of the string. The default is white space. So let's see an example to understand. We have a string. Okay, on the left it is having some characters, let's say. Okay, now we need to remove these characters from the left of the string. We will use the else strip method. str.elstrip, that's it, and add the character you want to remove. Right click and run it. You can see we have removed the hash from the string successfully using the else strip method. Now let us focus on the replace method. Okay, the replace method is used to replace a value with another. We just need to add the old value to be searched in the replace method with the value to be replaced, and we can also set the count to count how many occurrences of the old value is to be replaced. Let us see an example. We have a string, let's say. So herein we will search for the value demo, so the first parameter. Then we will replace it with text, and how many times? 2 occurrences of demo is to be replaced with text. So we added 2. Right click and run. Here is our output. This is demo, this is another demo. Demo replaced with text. Okay, in this way you can work with the replace method. If let's say we have another string,
Let's say we had this and we need to convert this example to demo. We could have easily done it using this demo. Since only one time it is occurring, we don't need to add the third parameter. So it will change it to, it will replace to this is our demo. This is fine now. This will replace to this is our demo for the second example. Okay. Now we will focus on the rfind method. We will focus on the rfind method in Python. Okay, the rfind method is used to find the last occurrence of a value from a string. Okay, so let's understand this using an example. We have a string here. This is demo. This is another demo. Okay, now we will use the rfind method. Okay, to find the last occurrence of a value from a string. So we'll be finding the last occurrence of demo. How? Just add the parameter here. Demo, we want to search for demo, the last occurrence, so we will add it. You can see it returned the position wherein we can find the last occurrence of a specific word which is repeating, that is demo here. Let us see another example. Okay, so we will find the same demo, but we will just increase the occurrence and we will see it to understand the concept in a better way, clear way. Run and you can see str2, this is fine now. It was returning the previous one, right click demo. Okay, so 48 position, the demo, the last demo is placed. Okay, this is how you can work around rfind method. Now let us focus on the rindex method. The rindex method is used to get the index of the last occurrence of a specific value. Rindex is similar to rfind. So let's say we have a string here. This is test. This is another test. Mention rindex. So we want to get the index of the last occurrence of a specific value. Test is repeating twice, so we'll check for test only. Mention test. It will check the occurrence of test, the last occurrence of test, the index of it. Okay, right click and run. Here it is 30. Now we can also work around some other example. Let's say we have more occurrences of this. Let's say I'll add another test. With that I'll again add yet another test. Okay, so now I'll right click and let's see what will happen. 44. Okay, it is test. I'll right click and run. You can see 63rd. The position is 63 for the occurrence of the last test, that is we added test here, so we search for test, the last occurrence of test. Moving further, rjust. The rjust method is used to right align the string and fill characters to the left. Okay, so let's say we have a string method. Okay, now I'll use the rjust method to place characters on the left. So let's say I placed a, okay, but we need to also set the total length of the string. Let's say I will set it to 25. Since the string is only for 16 characters, the rest of the space will get filled with a. Right click and run. Here and you can see on the left the rest of the space got filled. In this way you can work around the rjust method. Now let us focus on the rsplit method. The rsplit method is used to split a string beginning from the right. So through this a list is returned. Let's say we have a string here. This is the string. Now we will use the rsplit method to split our string. Okay, at first we need to set the separator wherein the split will occur. So this separator is used while splitting, and then we will use a split. Split will be the number of splits to be performed. Here in a split is comma. Okay, then we are splitting into 2, that is the number of splits are 2. Okay, I'll run it and let's see what will happen. Okay, so this is the result. This was our string and the following is our list returned. So this list is now having 2 elements. The first one is the following. Okay, we have split it into 2. The first is the following and the second is the following. So we have 2 elements now in the list. Okay, because we have used 2 here for split.
and comma is our separator. In the same way you can work around the R split method. Now let us work around the R strip method. The R strip method is used to remove characters from the right of a string. Okay, so let's say we have a string and we have some characters here and we need to remove it. We can easily do it using the R strip method. Okay, here and just add the character you want to remove. Hash we want to remove so many. Right click and run. Okay, so we mistyped it. It's fine now. Right click, change the things. Okay, now we can use another example to remove the white spaces using the same method. How? Let's say in this place we have added white spaces, and for white spaces leave this blank because the defaulted white space. Right click, run. Here and you can see we use the rstrip method and we have removed the white space as well. Here is the output without the white space. Okay, now let's move further and we will work around the split method. So let's say we have the following string. Okay, we need to use a split method. We will return two elements after the split because we are splitting one time, since we will set it to 1 here. Okay, so herein we have added the separator $$. The split will be performed here. Okay, the number of splits we have set here as the second parameter is 1. So only one split will be performed. That means the result will be 2. Now let us run it. Herein you can see one split is performed and the entire string is converted to list. Okay, we have 2 now. That is, the split method is used to split a string into a list. We have set a separator also as well as the number of splits also here. So we split it only one time. This is how you can use the split method. Now let us focus on split lines method. The split lines method is used to split a string into a list. Okay, we can also set option to allow line breaks. It's up to us, we want to allow it or not. Let us create a string. We have added values to the string, but we will add line breaks here after every word in a string /n. Okay, now we will use the split lines method and we will set it to true. That means we are allowing line breaks. True means we have allowed it. I'll right click and run. You can see we allowed it, so therefore following is visible. If I'll set it to false, okay, now the line break is not visible. In this way we can split a string. Now a list is visible. We will now focus on the starts with method. The starts with method returns true if string begins with a particular value, else false is returned. So let us understand this with an example. So this is our string. Let us search the string other. Okay, we can also set the begin and end value, that is the position where the search begins and end where the search ends. Okay, so we can set it here. Let's say search begins from 15 and ends at 20. When I'll right click and run, it will show false because the word other is not visible here. Okay, in the same way we can see another example. The same string we will search for Anne. Anne is here. Okay, so let's say it will take it or not. We will add the positions from 22 to 30. We are searching. Right click and run. Okay, string 2, we have created a new string. Right click and run, and herein you can see we are able to find Anne between 22 to 30 position. Okay, in this way you can work around the starts with method. Let us now focus on the swap case method. We will now focus on the swap case method. The swap case method, as the name suggests, is used to swap the case. That is, convert lowercase to uppercase or uppercase to lowercase. The cases will get swapped. Let's see an example. We have the following string. Now let us switch the case. How? Using the swap case method. That's it. We need to work around. We need to just run it. You can see we have swapped the case. The lower case will convert to upper. The upper case will convert to lower. Now let us focus on the title method. Okay, it is used to convert the first letter of every word in uppercase. That means letter case. That is like a title or heading. So we'll see an example. Here it is. Let's run. Herein you can see the first letter of every word is converted to uppercase. That means like a title, a heading. We'll focus on the upper method now. Here is our example. Okay, so we'll use the upper method and let's see what will happen. It will convert the lowercase letters in the string to uppercase. So the following are the lower cases. Okay, so it will convert it to uppercase, the complete string. Here it is. You can see we have converted it to uppercase. Now we have the zfill method. What will happen in this? The zfill method is used to fill zeros in the beginning of the string. We can also set a parameter length in this. That will be the total length of the string including the zero fill. Let us understand this with an example. Let's say we have the following string, and within the print method we will be displaying the usage of our zfill method. Here it is. Under parameter we will set the length. What is this length? This length is the total length of the string including the zero fill. The string is of 4 characters, but we have mentioned the length as 7. The remaining 3 characters will include 0 in the beginning. This is the usage of zfill. Right click and run, and you can see we have 3 zeros here because the total length of the string is now 7 since we added 7 as a parameter. So through this you can easily work with the zfill method. We can also add decimal. Let's see, I have another example. Okay, herein I'll add something else. Decimal value. Now zfill, let's say I'll set it to 15. Now let's see what will happen. Herein you can see on the left, for the remaining length it has added zeros here, that is zero fill. Okay, now let us focus on the following, that is strip method. Strip method in Python. Strip method is used to remove spaces from the beginning and end of a string. Okay, let us understand this with an example. Let's say we have a string with so many spaces in the beginning and at the end. We need to strip it. For that, use the strip method. Let us print it. Okay, str.strip. Now let's see what will happen. It will strip the white spaces. That's it. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work with strings in Python. We saw a lot of examples to understand how to create a string, how to access values, how to slice a string. With that, we also worked around 40 built-in string methods. So guys, thank you for watching the video. In this video, we will learn about functions in Python with examples. We will see how we can create a function. We will also work around different function arguments in Python. That includes required keyword, arbitrary keyword, default, and others. With that, we will also work around what is recursion and the return statement in Python. Let's begin. A function in Python is basically an organized block of reusable code. That means if you want to reuse a code in your program, you can just create a function and call it. For example, let's say you want area of a rectangle. So to find the area of a rectangle, what you just need length and breadth. Let's say you have multiple values for length and breadth. Instead of writing the code again and again, you can easily calculate it once in a function and call it again and again. This will actually reduce your task. This will also reduce your code. Okay, that is the LOC, the line of codes will also get reduced. Function in Python should begin with the keyword def. Here it is. Then it is followed by the name of the function and parentheses. So at first we will see how we can create a function. Then we will see how to call a function. With that we will also see how to add parameters to a function. Okay, let's begin.
let us create a new project on PyCharm ID. Herein I'll name it Python functions. Click on create. After clicking create, here is our project. Right click and create your first program. Right click, new Python file. I'll name it demo and press enter. Here is our first program. Let us see how to create a function in Python. So let us first define a function using the def keyword I told you before. Let's say our function name is demo. You need to add a colon here. This is the syntax. Here and now we can add anything. Let's say I'm giving a simple example. I'm writing a demo text. Okay, so I added this. Now I'll just call this function. So this is call. This is define a function. Now when I'll run it, run demo, right click, you can see we just called this function and the function went here and it printed whatever it was having here, which we added while defining. So this was a basic function in Python. Now we'll work around another example that will show you how to work with function parameters. The names entered in the function at a time of defining it are function parameters. So adding parameters to a function is optional. Okay, let's see how we can learn about it using an example. Here I'll create another file. Press enter. So to understand, we will create another example. So I'll create a demo function again. Let's say I'm printing device name. Okay, so herein I added device and herein I added the value which we have added as a parameter now. Okay, so this is our parameter. I told you function parameters. So under function we created a parameter and we are printing it here. But you would be wondering, where are the values? We'll be passing the values while calling the function. Okay, so I am calling this function just like I did in the previous program. Herein I'll just pass the values. Okay, that will get printed here since it is a function parameter. For device, let's say laptop is a device. I'll just write laptop, and when the function call will occur, it will take this value here. So string will be having laptop and it will get printed here. That's it. Herein you can see device laptop printed. You can add multiple values here. Now let's say I added desktop, then I added mobile. Mobile is also a device. Right click and run it. Now 3 values will get printed. Okay, laptop, desktop, mobile. So we learned about function parameters in this example. So we passed along the values here and printed it using the str variable. Now guys, we will work around function arguments. These are the types of arguments which we can add to a function: required keyword, arbitrary keyword, default, and variable length. So let's see the examples one by one. I'll add demo 3, press enter. So the required arguments, as the name suggests, are the required number of arguments to be passed on a function call. So we just saw passing parameters. In the same way, whenever you will call a function, the arguments in the call should match with the function definition for the program. Okay, if the position of the argument will get changed, there will be an error. So let us see an example to understand this further. Let's say we created an area method. Within that, we need length and breadth. So we added them as a parameter. Okay, so we want to calculate the area of rectangle. Okay, so I'll just write area of rectangle, and how we calculate it, I'll mention it here. Length into breadth. Okay, so in the same way like we did in the previous program call, we will call the area function, but while calling we will pass the values. Let's say here I'll pass 20 and 30 to calculate the area. So 20 and 30 will reach here. So length will be 20 and breadth will be 30. Okay, so right click and print, run. You can see we calculated area of rectangle. So required argument suggests that the arguments in the call will match with the function definition. Okay, so we had 2 values here and it went here. If I'll remove one, let's say I'll run it now, there is an error. Area missing one required positional argument. This is what I was telling you, required argument. Okay, you need to add two arguments. You need to add two arguments, and the position of the arguments should remain the same. Okay, so this is what we discussed on the required arguments in Python. Now let us move further. Now we will discuss about keyword arguments, how it is different from required, with an example. So using keyword argument, you can skip arguments or even pass them in any order while calling a function. It is completely different from what we saw before. That is different from required arguments. Herein you can skip arguments and change the order while calling simply. So let's see another example. We have created details function here, and we have two parameters, name and rank. So herein what we did, we passed two parameters and printed them. Now we will perform function call. While calling the function, herein you can see I have written details. Since we are working on keyword arguments, we can pass in any order. Why? How? Since we have mentioned the arguments here, you can see I am passing in any other order. The rank is coming first and name is coming after that. Okay. So we have changed the order while calling. Right click and run demo. Here you can see student name Jack and student rank 5. Since we have used keyword arguments, it automatically took the correct values and printed. So in this way you can pass the arguments in random order easily. If you want, you can also add more arguments to it. Let's say name, rank. Let's say I added one more argument, points, and herein I printed the same. Now I'll set points here. Let's say 110.50. Now I'll run it. We have three arguments now. I ran it. Okay, now let's say I'll call it again using random values. Let's say the points will come at first and rest will come after that. Points, let's say 150.50, rank is 3, name is Amit. Now I'll run it and there won't be any error because we are working on keyword arguments. Okay, here you can see there are no errors now. Run it. Okay, here you can see no error now. Rank perfectly placed, points perfectly, and name also perfectly placed using keyword arguments. Now let us see another example. Herein we'll work around default arguments in Python. Okay, as the name suggests, when you'll call a function, if you won't pass a value, a default value will get assumed for the argument. Okay, so there won't be any error. Like in required, we removed one of the parameters and there was an error. There won't be any error here because it will get set as default. Let us see an example. So I have set two parameters, name and rank, under details method, under details function, and printed them. Now I'll call it. So this is the same. When I'll call it, Jack and 5 will get printed. It got printed. Now let's say I just added name as, let's say Tim. Okay, but we missed the rank parameter here. How we can avoid the error? I'll just add a default value here. Okay, so when I miss the rank, when I'll run it, for Tim the rank will come as 10 because we have already set it as default. Right click, run. Now the rank of Tim will be 10. Check here. Herein we have the rank of Tim as 10. With that we can also add more variables. We can add more parameters. Let's say I added for score. I printed score here as let's say 50.50, and also I'll student score, I'll just mention score here. Okay,
Now what will happen? At first the following will get printed completely. Here it is, we printed it completely. Now what about the second one? Since we missed both the rank and score here, the default will get printed for Tim. In the same way, right click and run, you can see now Tim will have rank 10 and score 60.50. Okay, now what if I'll just add rank for this 7 and the name I'll change it Will. Now let's see, for the last one the score will be the default, now 60.50. Here it is. Okay, so in this way you can work around default arguments in Python. Now let us move further. Herein we'll work around arbitrary arguments in Python. It is also called variable length arguments. Okay, arbitrary arguments work when you have no idea about the number of arguments to be passed. Okay, when you don't know how many arguments you will pass to the function. So you can pass any number of arguments defined as asterisk star sign. Okay, this means include a star and asterisk before the parameter name while defining the function. Okay, let's see an example to understand it completely. I'll now create a demo function. Okay, within that let's say I added a parameter sports and printed values for sports 1 at first. Okay, now I'll print 3 values with different indexes. So how can I avoid any error in this? I'll just add arbitrary argument. We'll add a star here. Now this will be an arbitrary argument because we have no idea about the number of arguments to be passed. Now I'll call when I'll run it, it will display me the value for sports 1, 2 and 3. Okay, now let's say we will use now a for loop to display all the variable length argument values. This will give you a better picture about the example. Let us create a new example for the same. Okay, now I've created example 2 for the same concept, variable length arbitrary arguments. Now let us see, we will again add the sports parameter arbitrary argument. Okay, but we won't show the values here, but we won't print the exact value by index number. We will just write displaying passed arguments. Okay, I'll just use the for loop in sports. Okay, sports is our argument here. Okay, arbitrary argument, and I'll print the value. That's it. So this will allow us to print. This will allow us to print all the values, but we haven't passed any value now. Okay, for that what I'll do, I'll just call. I'll add the values while calling. Football, hockey. When there will be a call, all these values will go here and it will get printed using for loop. So this is the usage of arbitrary arguments. That is, you have no idea till here, okay, that how many number of arguments you have. Okay, now you can see, okay, we have an error, the colon, we missed the colon, no problem. When I'll run it again, you can see we printed all the arguments. So this is the usage of our arbitrary arguments in Python. We saw 2 examples. Now let's move further. We'll work around arbitrary keyword arguments in Python. Arbitrary keyword argument means you need to add 2 asterisks, that is 2 stars, unlike what we saw before. So add 2 asterisks before the parameter name in a function definition if you have no idea about how many keyword arguments will be passed to a function. Herein we have no idea about how many keyword arguments will be passed. So arbitrary keyword arguments. Let us see an example. Herein I'll create a function demo. Within that I'll use star twice, that is asterisk twice, I told you. Okay, I'll just print the values for student name and section. Okay, so we printed the values. What are these? Student and section, we'll see here. These are the keyword arguments. So when I'll call, I'll use them. Student is equal to Jack, section is equal to, let's say, AD. So we have defined a function with multiple keyword arguments here. Okay, using double star, double asterisk, and we have printed the values. So when we'll call the function, we have these keyword arguments and this will be passed here, and the same arguments will get printed one by one. Okay, here student and section. So in this way we worked around keyword arguments when we had no idea in advance how many keyword arguments will be passed. Okay, so here we had no idea about this. That's why we used 2 star. Okay, so we are done with it. We have completed all these with examples, types of function arguments. Okay, so herein we saw the first one, required arguments. It is the required number of arguments to be passed on function call. If you'll miss any of the arguments, there will be an error. We saw that. Then we worked around keyword arguments. Okay, through keyword argument we can easily pass the arguments in any order while calling a function. We saw the same. So this is completely different from required arguments. In required arguments you cannot skip any argument and you cannot even change the order. If you'll do that, there will be an error. We saw the same. Default arguments we saw, as the name suggests, if you won't pass a value, a default value is assumed for that argument, which will pass while defining a function. Then we saw arbitrary arguments. It works when we have no idea about the number of arguments to be passed. So we use the single asterisk here. In the same way we had these arbitrary keyword arguments. In this way the concept is same, but you don't know in advance how many keyword arguments will be passed. Okay, so we saw all these examples. Now let's move further towards recursion. Recursion means when a function calls itself, it is called recursion. Okay, so this allows you to reduce the line of code in your code. Because the function it called itself, that means we have reduced the LOC by our coding logic, and that also makes your code efficient. So herein we can easily work around, we can easily understand recursion using the factorial example, okay, which we'll just see. Recursion in Python. So let us create a function to calculate recursion. We have passed the parameter num, that is a number. If number is equal to 0, return 1, else return num into, now we'll call the function again, that means recursion. So we have called the function again, but with num minus 1 value. So we are working on recursion here. So let's say you just call the function. Let's say we are finding 0 factorial initially. Okay, so I'll just pass 0 here. In the same way I'll work around different approaches. Let's say 1 factorial, I passed 1. Let's say 7 factorial, I passed 7, and let's say 10 factorial. 4 examples, 4 values we passed one by one through call. Okay, the function name is cal. Now it's fine. Now I'll just run it. You can see we have found the values for factorial. How? At first we pass 0 factorial, so cal function pass 0 here. Number will have 0. If number is equal to 0, that means condition is true. It returned 1. The output is 1 here. That means 0 factorial is 1. Okay. Now what about 1 factorial? It has passed 1 factorial. When is number is equal to 0? No, because number is having 1 now here. Okay, so it will go to the else condition and it will return number into the recursion value, that is calling the function again with a value less than the number. This will pass 1 into calc 0. So here in 1 into cal c 0, if you remember cal 0 was 1, so 1 into 1 will be 1, that is 1 factorial is also 1. In the same way, let's say I worked around 7 factorial. 7 factorial, 7 is passed here. It won't go under if condition because it's not equal to 0. It will go to else. Now we have 7 here, 7 into cal 6. 7 minus 1 is 6, that means 7 into cal 6. Now recursion, cal c will again go here and will find values, then it will go to cal 5 minus 1. Then it will again go cal 4, cal 3, cal 2, cal 1, and it will calculate the result of the number with the cal function, that is recursion, and it will display the output. In the same way it works for 10 factorial. Let us see. The figure suggests the same way we found the function name is cal c here, there it was cal, okay, but the concept is same. So first call went with 7 factorial, then it was num into cal c num minus 1, that is num was 7, 7 into cal c 7 minus 1 6. Then it will again go under next recursion call, the third call, okay. Now the value of num is 6 here, okay, so it will go inside 6 minus 1 5. In the next call it will go 5 minus 1 4, 4 minus 1 3, 3 minus 2 1, 2 minus 1 1. In the same way it will calculate the multiplication again and again, and it will display the result of recursion. So this is how recursion works. Now let us focus on the return statement in Python. It is basically used to terminate or exit the function and is basically placed at the end. So the return statement with an expression will get evaluated first. Okay, so a return statement with an expression will get evaluated first and then it will return to the function called. So let us see an example. Let's say I'll create a function demo. Okay, now I have used the return statement with an expression. So this will be 10 plus num. 10 plus this value will get returned. Now what is the value of num? We will pass using the demo function. Okay, we have passed here. Let's say we passed demo 2. So 2 value will get passed here. Num is equal to 2. It will go here. 12 will get returned and get printed. Here and you can see 12 got printed. In the same way you can add other values. Let's say I added this. I'll right click. What will happen? I'll run. What will happen? 10 will go here. 10 plus 10 is 20. The 20 will get returned after 12. So this is how the return statement works in Python. Now let us see another example. This for example 1. Now this is example 2. Let's say we created a function demo, 3 parameters ABC. Now I have added those values and displayed the result. Add this here. Now I'll add values for sum. Let's say I added 5, 7, 15. Now when I'll run it, it will pass all these 3 values here and it will go to the res variable for the output for the result, and the result will get printed using return statement. I'll run it. Here and you can see 27 is the output, 5 plus 7 plus 15. Now what about adding different values? 50, 500 and let's say 1000. I'll right click and run. What will be the output? 1550 will get returned here using the return statement. Here it is. Okay, so this is how we can work around the return statement. So guys, in this video we saw what are functions in Python. We also worked around function arguments, including the default, required, keyword, arbitrary arguments. With that, we also worked around recursion and the return statement. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn what are Lambda functions in Python. With that, we will also see some live examples. So basically Lambda functions are functions without a name, that is an anonymous function. Okay, to create a Lambda function, the keyword Lambda is used. Okay, through this you can also define a Lambda function. Here and you can see the syntax. Okay, Lambda arguments colon expressions. The Lambda function can have any number of arguments, but remember only a single expression. Now to understand the concept, let us see some examples. Herein we will see 5 examples. So at first we will see how to multiply a number to an argument with lambda functions. Let's begin. Here on PyCharm, create a project, file, new project. Let me name it Python lambda functions. Click on create. Now our project got created. Let us create a new file. Right click, Python file, type a name. I'll type demo. So we have our first file, demo.py. So herein we will multiply a number to an argument. So at first take a variable. We will use the lambda. We have used the lambda keyword. Then we will be adding some expressions. So we are multiplying the argument with a particular number, that is we are multiplying with 2 here. Now when I'll print it, I'll print val25. The result is val25. That means this is the lambda function val, and within that we are passing 25 value. So 25 will get multiplied to 2 and the result will be 50. Let's run, right click, run. Here you can see the result is 50. So this is how you can multiply a number to an argument in lambda functions. Let us create a new example. Right click, new, Python file, demo2, press enter. So herein we are displaying a string. Let's say we have a string. Now we will display it. How? Using the lambda functions. Use the lambda keyword, then the name of the string. After that we will print it like this. Okay, so when I'll right click and run, it will show me the output hello world. So this is how we can display a string using the lambda keyword, that is the lambda function. Let's see another example, demo3. Now we will multiply three arguments with lambda functions. Let us create a variable and within that use the lambda keyword. So we will set three variables I, j, k, and we will here multiply them using the lambda. Okay, so here you can see we have not created a function. That means you cannot see a function. It is a function without a name, an anonymous function. That's it. Just print it. How? I'll just print val, and within that the arguments for lambda function I'll add the three arguments. So I have added three arguments, 10, 20, 30. Right click and run. So herein I have added the values 10, 20, 30. It has been multiplied by the lambda function. So the result is 6000, that is 10 multiplied by 20 multiplied by 30. So we have multiplied the three arguments using lambda functions. Now let's see another example. Demo 4. Herein we will find the maximum of two numbers. Herein we will find the maximum of two numbers with lambda functions. How? Let us create a variable. Within that we have used the lambda keyword. So herein we are printing I. If I is greater than j, that means if the maximum of I and j is I, it will print I, else it will print j. So we have set the conditions using lambda. Okay, now I'll print. I'll add two values here. Both of them will get compared here. So it will display 100. Why? Because I is 50 and j is 100. It won't satisfy the first condition because I is greater than j we want, but in actual I is less than j. So the condition will go here and j will get printed, that is j is the maximum value. When I'll run it, it will print j, that is 100. So in this way we can easily find the maximum of two numbers with lambda function. Now next example. Okay, so we will find the square of a number with lambda functions. Okay, so herein we have taken a variable. So herein we have val. We have used the lambda keyword and we have just multiplied the variable I twice. Why? Because we wanted the square of a number. Okay, so I'll just display the result. How? Just by using the val and just mentioning the argument. It will go here and multiply 9 into 9, that is the result should be 81. Right click and the result is 81. In this way guys, we found the square of a number. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work around lambda functions, what is the usage. With that we also saw some live examples. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn about classes and objects in Python. With that we will see some examples also. Let's begin. At first, what is a class? As you know, Python is an interpreted high-level structural and object-oriented programming language. So since it is object-oriented, classes and objects are also part of it. Okay. Class is a template for an object, whereas an object is an instance of a class. We will see an example. You can see class is a blueprint for objects in Python. So if you want to create a class in Python, you can use the following syntax. Class is a keyword. Name of class is the name of the class which you can add here, like say demo, studiopedia, calculate, you can add any name. Within that you need to add statements. That's it. So let's see an example to understand this. Okay, you can see the class keyword is used to create a class in Python. It is a reserved word. Let's see how to create a class and how to define it. So herein we are having our PyCharm. Go to file, new project. Name it Python classes objects. Okay, so now let us right click and create our first file, demo, and press enter. We'll be defining a class now. So as I told you that we use the class keyword, so we'll be writing class keyword. With that you can add the name of the class, you can add any name. Let's say my class name is studiopedia. That's it. Okay, this is how you can create a class. Within that you can add statements. So I'm just showing a sample example. Let's say the following, and let's see what will happen if I'll print the class name now. Okay, remember to add a colon here. Now I'll right click and run demo. Herein you can see we printed the name of the class. Okay, so this is how you can easily create a class in Python. So let us work around objects in Python. With that we'll also see a complete example of classes and objects. So what is an object? An object is an instance of a class. Okay, so you can relate an object with real life examples, real life applications like a bike, a motorbike. In the same way, an object is having state, behavior and identity. Now you would be wondering how a bike is having a state, behavior and identity. So the identity of a bike is the name of the bike. Okay, the state you can say are attributes like you can see the color, model, the weight of the bike. With that, the behavior, what is the behavior of an object? That is, what is the behavior of a bike? It is used to drive, to accelerate, to brake. Okay, so we have given this example. We have a bike object, so it can be represented like identity, state and behavior, which I told you. Name of the bike, state of the bike and behavior of the bike. So this is how you can represent objects in Python. With our example, we have shown bike. Now let us see two examples how to create an object in Python and example displaying Python classes and objects. Create an object in Python. Okay, so at first I'll create a class. I have shown you how to create one class, studiopedia. Okay, so I just printed this. Now we will create a sample object with the name OB. Okay, so this is how we can create it. OB, then the name of the class. Like this you can create an object. Okay, now we'll be accessing a value. Okay, to access a value of a class you can use object dot notation, but we are not having any value here. So let's say I am adding a value here. Value is equal to 100. So I just printed this. Okay, now when I'll right click and run it. Okay, so yes, when I'll right click, here you can see we printed the value. We created an object OB, first object, and using that we access the value VAL inner class. Okay, So this is the simplest example of creating an object. Now we will understand the example of Python classes and object that will give you an idea about both classes and object in a better way. Let's see an example. Let's say we created a class who will be taking the real life example bike. Okay, within that let us add the attributes of a bike. Okay, now what are the attributes? It is the state of the bike. Okay, that means the color of a bike, the model of a bike, okay, the name, engine. You can add any attribute. I'm adding name. Let's say the name is Hayabusa. Body, let's say I just added for a sample generation 3. Now what is the engine? Let's say 1340cc, so I'll just add 1340. Okay, so now we have these three attributes with us for our bike class. Now let us create a custom function in Python. Okay, let's say the name of a function is demo func. You can add any name. So we have used the self parameter here. Now what is self? The class methods in Python have the first parameter as self to access the class variables. Okay, a method which is having no argument should also have an argument self. Okay, you can give it any name instead of self, but I have added self only. Let us print. At first I'll print the bike name. Okay, for that I am using self dot name. Then in the same way body and engine. Now let us create objects. We have created two objects, B1 and B2. Now we will be accessing the value using the first object, that is B1. How? Let's see. Get the name using B1 and okay, this is how you can get the name. We can print something here, let's say bike name, and in the same way we can also access the bike engine like this, b1.engine. That's it. Okay, now we will call using the second object to show you that we can also access variables and call using objects. Let's say the second one and calling the demo function. That's it, we have completed it. Right click and run, and let's see what is the output. Here you can see at first we printed the bike name and engine. After that, using the second object, we printed all three. Okay, like this. I can remove this so that it's easier for us to understand. Here it is. We printed bike name and engine using the first object, and we printed the entire function, that is all these three, using the object to B2. Okay, so here it is. This is how you can work around classes and objects in Python. Now let us work around init function. Just like constructors in Java, this function, the init function, executes when the object gets created. Okay, you can easily assign values to object properties using the init function. So we will see an example now of Python classes and object with init. Let's see. Okay, at first let us create a class again, class students. Within that, let us use the init __ init. Here it is. It automatically added self. I told you what is self before. The class method in Python have the first parameter as self to access the class variable. A method with no argument should also have an argument self. You can add any name, but self is fine. It by default took it. Okay, now within that you can add the parameters. Let's say the first is always self, so I'll be adding next one as, let's say, subject name, s name, then s subject, then s grade. Okay, we have the student subject, student name, student subject, and student grade. Now using the self, we will just assign the values. Now let us create a custom function, a demo function. Okay, so I'll be creating def demo func. Within that it took self again. Here we are accessing the values for name, student name as well as student subject. Now we will create objects. So we are creating three objects, st1, st2, st3. Okay, now let us add values for the parameter. So the first one was name, then it was subject, and here it is grade. Okay, we created three objects. Now we will call the custom function using the same objects. Okay, so st1.demo func, st2.demo func, and st3.demo func. Okay, right click and run demo 4. Now let's see. At first herein you can see it created three objects. Okay, then it used the first object to call the function. It called using st1, that is using the following values: Amit programming in A+, and the same got printed here. Okay, I am Amit, I am interested in the subject, it should be. Okay, in the same way it worked for all the three functions. Okay, okay, so now I guess this would be fine. So we printed one by one for first object, for second object, and for third object. In this way you can work around init function. In this video we saw what are classes and objects in Python. We also worked around the init function and also saw what is a cell parameter. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn about tuples in Python with examples. Let's begin with what is a tuple. So tuple is basically collection of objects and it is immutable. That means you cannot update a tuple or any of its elements once you have created it. So we often compare tuples with lists. Let us see the difference. Tuples, as I said, it is immutable, you cannot change it, but you can change list after creating. Tuple uses parentheses for comma separated values. List uses square brackets for comma separated values. Okay, so these square brackets are mandatory. However, tuples, these parentheses are optional in tuples. We cannot modify tuples. I told before, it is immutable and list is mutable, that is we can modify them. It is faster in comparison with list. So this is how you can easily create a tuple and this is how you can easily create a list. I told you before that parentheses we can use or we can also keep it optional, and in list we need to compulsory use square brackets. Okay, let us now work around tuples. At first we will create a tuple, okay, with and without using parentheses. With that we will see all these examples, live examples, to understand the complete concept of tuples in Python. Let's begin. At first we will create a new project in PyCharm. Let me name it Python tuples and click on create. So here is a project. Let us right click new Python file and we will create a tuple. Okay, so let's say a tuple name is my tuple and within that we will create tuples. First we will use parentheses. So this is how you can create tuples.
Now to print it, just mention the name, that's it, and I'll right click and I'll run it. Here it is. Okay, so we created a tuple. Now we added string values. You can also add numbers. How? Not so difficult. We added number, that's it, and we printed it. You can also add a mix of numbers and string. How? This is how we can create. We added float value also. I'll just print it, right click and run, and herein you can see we created, first we created a string tuple, then int tuple with integers, then we created a mix of them. Okay, so I also told you that we can also create tuples without parentheses, so let's create it. Okay, here it is. Now I'll run it. Let's see what is the output. Here it is. Okay, so we created tuple with and without using parentheses easily. Now let us see we can create an empty tuple or not. In the same way, I'll create a tuple, empty tuple. I'll just add the parentheses and I'll print it. Let's say we can create it or not. How we can create it? So this is how we can create it. So nothing will be visible. Why? Because it is empty. Okay. Now we will see how we can access values in a tuple. Access values in a tuple. Okay, you just need to set the index for which you want the values, for which you want the value in square brackets. That's it. So let us create a tuple. So we are creating string tuple. Let me print it. So I have printed it. Okay, this is our tuple. Now we need to access the values. How we can do that? Let us access the first item. How? By just typing the name of the tuple and adding the square bracket with the index. So 0 will be the following. It will display Ronaldo. In the same way you can access other items also. Okay, 1 index, 2, 1 will be 2. The following 2 will be this, 3 will be this. So it is based on index. You can see Ronaldo, Messi, Neymar, Ronaldo, Messi, Neymar. Okay, so now we will see how we can check existence of an item in a Python tuple. Let us create a new program. For that, at first let us create a tuple. Okay. So this is our string tuple. We want to check the existence of an item. How we can check it? The in keyword is used to check the existence of an item in a tuple. Simply just use if. Let me search for Anthony in, write a tuple name, that is my tuple. That's it. We use the in keyword. If I'm able to find it, I'll print found. Okay, right click and run it. Since the my tuple is having the Anthony item, it will display found. No, it is showing an error. Okay, we use the following colon, right click, run. Here it is found. Okay, so in this way you can easily check the existence of an item. Now let us work around indexing in Python tuples. Okay, so the indexing in Python tuples begins from 0. Okay, the last item is length minus 1. Okay, you just need to set the index in square brackets, and to fetch a specific element, just add the index of that element in the square bracket, just like arrays. With that, if you want to count from the right, use the negative indexing. Okay, so we can also use the slice operator to fetch a specific set of sub elements. Okay, let's see an example first. fetch a specific element with indexing in tuples. So let's say we have the following tuple, string tuple. Okay, so I'll just print the tuple. So let's say I want to fetch a specific tuple at index 0. So I'll just mention the name of the tuple, then in square brackets I'll just mention the index. That's it. So right click and run, and Ronaldo will be visible. Here it is. In the same way for index 1, 2, 3, the same concept works. Let's say I'll go for the first index, that is second position, and on the second position we have Messi here. In this way you can easily fetch a specific element with indexing. Now let us work around negative indexing. Negative indexing means if you want left to right traversal of tuple elements, that is, for example, index -1 is the last item. Okay, that is counting from the last, from the right. Let's create a tuple first. Here is a tuple with string elements, string items, 4 items, 4 string items. I'll just print the tuple. After that, guys, what we want to work on negative indexing. So let's see what will be visible when we'll add -1 in the square brackets. Okay, so my tuple and -1. This will fetch the last element. Okay, using negative indexing. Let's print it. It should show Maradona. Here it is visible. Okay, now want the second last element. Just mention -2. That's it. So this is how negative indexing works. Now visible second last Neymar. In this way the third last element -3. That's it. So Messi will be visible. Right click run. In this way your negative indexing works, counting from the right. Now let us work around slicing in tuples. So the slice operator can be used to fetch a specific set of sub-elements. That is what we call slicing. We can achieve this with the colon operator that allows us to fetch multiple items also. Let us see an example. First we will create a tuple. So we created a tuple with 4 elements, 4 items, and we printed it. That's it. Now what we want, guys, we want to work around the slicing operator. Let us see what will be visible when we will be adding 1 colon to it. Let's see what will be visible. So by printing 1 colon, it displayed the rest of the elements except the first element. So we performed slicing. Now let's see what will be visible when we will be using the following -1. So through this the elements are displayed in reverse order since we used -1. Okay, so at first Maradona is visible, then Neymar, then Messi, then Ronaldo. So completely opposite from the initial order. Now let us move further and let's use a range. I used 1 to 2 with a colon. Let's say what will be visible between 1 to 2. The following is visible. When we'll go for 1 to 3, let's see what will be visible. It displayed the following 2, and when we'll go for 1 to 4, it will display all these 3. So guys, this is what we did in the 1 2. This is the start index and this is the end index in the range. We are slicing. So 0 first index is the following and second is the following. So it will include the search index and will exclude the last index. So only Messi will be visible here. Here it is. The same goes for the last one. 1 2 3. 1 index, 2 index, third index. It will include the 1 2 3, that is only 1 and 2, and the right one it will exclude. The ending index it will exclude. That means it won't display the item under third index. So only Messi and Neymar is visible. This is how we can work around slicing in tuples. Now let us see complete example for range of indexes.
So for range of indexes, we just saw we can specify the start and end range to fetch items in a range. Okay, let us create a tuple first. So we created a tuple with 4 string items and we displayed it. Now let us work around range of indexes. Okay. So we have used the square brackets, and this is the starting index and this is the ending index. It will only include the starting index, not the ending. So it will only display Craig here. Right click and run. You can see Craig is visible. Now let us move further and add some stuff to it. Let's say 1 to 4. So what will happen? 0, 1, 2, 4. That means it will include between range 1 to 4. 1. I'll add one more. Okay, so it will include range 1 to 4, indexes 0, index 0, index 1, 1, 2, 4. That means complete all these. But I told you for the ending index it won't include the ending index. That means the result will include only Craig, Ronaldo and Messi. Right click and run. Here and you can see it displayed only Craig, Ronaldo and Messi. In this way the range of indexing works. Okay, now let us focus on range of negative indexes. Okay, so let us first create a tuple. So we have created a tuple with six string elements. Now let us work around the negative indexing. Okay, so if you want to begin the search from the end, set them using negative indexes. Let's print. Okay, my tuple. Let's say I want to start from -3 till -1. Let's see what will be displayed. So it displayed Messi and Tom. How? Okay, so it works in the opposite way. So -3 will be 0, 1, 2, 3. That means from Ronaldo to -1. That is Ronaldo to Tom. All this should be visible. But we can see only Messi and Tom is visible because it ignored the first one. That is excluding the first index and including the second index. Okay, so it works in the opposite way. In the opposite way because it is negative indexing. Searching from the end. Okay, let's see another example. We have 5 and -2. So what will be the result? Craig, Ronaldo and Messi. How? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be from Amit to 0, 1, 2, Amit to Messi. All these should be visible. But since it is negative indexing, it will ignore the first index, that is -5. So the rest will be visible. Okay, so all these are visible. Craig, Ronaldo, Messi. In this way we can work around negative indexes. Let's focus on the next example. So can we update tuple values? No, we cannot, since tuples are immutable. We have told you in the beginning when we were comparing tuples with list. But we can convert it to list, update and then convert the list to tuple. This will allow us to update the tuple values. Let's see how. At first we will create a tuple. So we created a tuple with 6 string items and we displayed it. Now what I'll do, I'll just convert it to a list. How? By using list and adding the tuple under list. This will convert it to list. Okay, so we can change the values now. Immutable, that is, we can change the values now because we have converted them to list. Let us change. So let's say we only changed 2 of them, 0th and first index. Now we will add this to the tuple so that we can convert it again to tuple after updating. So what we did, we just created a list from our original tuple. Then after doing the changes in the list, we converted this list into tuple. That's it. Okay, through this we can easily update a tuple. Let's see the output. Here it is. Initially it was the following. We converted the tuple into list. Then we converted list into a tuple. So through these ways we can update tuple values. Let us see another program. How we can get the total length of the tuple. Let us create a tuple first. Print the tuple, we want the length. Okay, so just type the tuple name, okay, and set it inside the len, that is the length method. Right click, run. Okay, so here it is. We were having 5 integer elements, integer items in the tuple, and the same is visible here. Now let us see how we can concatenate two Python tuples. To concatenate, we'll be using the plus operator, that's it. So we created tuple 1. Let us create another tuple. Okay, let me add numbers to it. Okay, now we have two tuples. We will now concatenate and we'll directly print it. Okay, let's see what will happen. Here and you can see we added tuple 1, tuple 2, and we concatenated both of them, and the result is visible. Okay, in this way we can concatenate tuples. How you can get the maximum value from a tuple? Let's see. To get the maximum values, use the max method in tuple. So let us create a tuple. Okay, let's see the maximum value, how we can find it. Let's first print it. Now I'll just print the maximum value. I'll just print the maximum value. How? By adding it under max method, that's it. Now right click and run. What should be the maximum value? 170. Here it is, maximum value. So in this way you can find the maximum value from a tuple. Now let us see how we can find the minimum value from a tuple. So we will see how we can find the minimum value from a tuple. Let us create a tuple. We created a tuple. Now let us find the minimum. How? Let us use the min method and within that mention my tuple. Right click and run. You can see we found the minimum value, which was 100 from the list of integer tuples. Okay, now let us see how we can convert a list into tuple. So to convert a list into tuple, use the tuple method and set the list as the parameter which you want to convert. Let's see. Let us create a list first. So we created a list. Now we will convert, let's say we'll create my tuple and we will convert this list to tuple using the tuple method, that's it. So we have converted it. Now let us print the tuple which we have just converted, means the result, that is my tuple we are printing. Look, we were having the list, the following list, we converted into tuple, and the same is visible here after converting. Okay, we can also write list here. Okay, now looks fine. We were having list, we converted into tuple. This is what we wanted. Now let us see how we can delete items from a tuple. Since tuple is immutable, we cannot modify, update or delete items from a tuple. However, we can delete items using the del keyword. So let's see. At first, let us create a tuple. Okay, so I'll delete my tuple. Okay, after that, when I'll try to print the tuple, it will show an error. Why? Because we have deleted it. You can see name tuple is not defined, name my tuple, because we deleted it. Okay, if I'll comment it and run it, you can see there won't be any error because the tuple is live. So I'll just delete it. Now when I'll print it, there will be an error. Okay, here is the error. So we deleted items, so we deleted the complete tuple. Okay, if you'll try to delete specific items, let's say, it will show you an error. Tuple object doesn't support item deletion. Okay, so let it as it is, and it will still show an error that my tuple is not defined because we deleted all the items from the tuple. Okay, now we will see how we can join two or more Python tuples. We will see how to join two or more Python tuples. For that, let us create a tuple first. Okay, we created it. Now let us create another tuple, then the third tuple, and we will join all three of them. So these are our three tuples. We can join all of them. Let's join and print. We'll be using the plus operator to join two or more tuples. Okay, here it is. Right click and run, and you can see we have joined all the tuples: tuple 1, tuple 2 and tuple 3. We have joined all three tuples. So guys, in this video we saw what are tuples in Python, how tuples are different from lists. We also saw how we can work around tuples with more than 15 examples we saw. So guys, thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn about dictionaries in Python with examples. We will learn how to create a dictionary. With that we will also learn about all the concepts related to dictionaries in Python. Let's begin. Dictionary represents the key value pair in Python enclosed in curly braces. So you can relate dictionary with the real world example of dictionaries, wherein you find words so that you can get their meaning. So words and meaning pair are like key value pair. Okay, so this is how dictionary in Python works. Keys are unique and a colon separates it from value. That means key colon value. Okay, the keys are immutable. Okay, and it can be in the form of strings, numbers, whereas the value can be any Python object. The keys in dictionary are case sensitive. You need to remember that. Okay, so let us see how we can create a dictionary in Python. Dictionaries in Python are separated by comma. So herein you can see my stock, we have created a dictionary object. Within that we have key value pairs. Okay, the product, price and quantity here are keys, and earphone 850 are values. Okay, you can see key and value are separated by colon, whereas each key value pair is separated by a comma. So this is a three key value pair under dictionaries: one pair, second pair and third pair. Let us see an example. So this is the illustration. I told you my stock is a dictionary object and you have three key value pairs here. Product colon earphone, product is your key, here in price is your key, and here in quantity is your key. With that, the values, individual values are here. Earphone 850. That means on the left of the colon we have keys and in the right of the colon we have values. Okay, let us see another example with four key value pairs. After that we will run all these live examples with all possible concepts in dictionaries. Here is a dictionary object again. We have four key value pairs here. Okay, our keys are product, price, quantity and in stock. Our values are earphone 850 and yes here, and the same is mentioned by us. Okay, Python dictionary with four key value pairs. After that we will also see an example related to creating a dictionary using a built-in method DICT. After that we will also run all these examples to complete the concept of dictionaries in Python. Okay, let's see. Here is a PyCharm ID. Let us create a new project, file, new project. Let us name it Python dictionaries and click on create. We have created our project. Let us create our first program. Right click, new Python file, name it demo and press enter. It will create a demo.py file. Okay, so at first we will see an example to create a dictionary. So let us create a dictionary first. At first we will create an object. So I told you before, let's say our object is my stock, and now we will create the key value pairs. So I added a parenthesis. Let us now add the following is our key because it is on the left of colon. On the right we have the values. So product is our key and earphone is our value. For the next key value pair we will add a comma. Then we have price on the left of colon, that is a key, and then we have a value. So this is the price 800, let's say. Then comes the quantity part, guys. Quantity, let's say, is 50 here, which is our other key value pair, and the last will be in stock. In stock is our key and value is our yes. Okay, so this is our dictionary. Now let us print the dictionary easily. Just add the name of the object, that's it. Right click and run, and herein you can see we successfully printed a 4 key value pair, 1 2 3 and 4. Okay, so let me change it, yeah, quantity, and run it again. So we created a 4 key value pair. Here it is. The first is this, the second is the price one, third is the quantity key value pair, and the fourth is in stock key value pair. So this was our first example to create dictionary in Python with keys, that is 4 key value pairs. In this way you can also create 2 key value pairs or 3 key value pairs, whatever you wish to. Okay, now let us move further and see how we can create a dictionary in Python using the dict method. I told you, dict method. Let's create a new file, name it demo2 and press enter. So we will create a dictionary now using the dict method. Okay, at first create a dictionary in the same way. So our dictionary object is my stock. Within that I'll create dict, and under that I'll add parentheses, that's it. Now add your key value pairs inside it. This is the only difference. Okay, so I'll add it again, the 4 key value pairs we created before. So we added here, okay, product, price, quantity, in stock, that is whatever you have on the left of the colon is your key, and on the right we have values. Okay, now let us print it using the same my stock, print the dictionary, right click and run, and here you can see we successfully printed our key value pair using the dict method. Okay, so we have our 4 key value pair ready for our dictionary. Now let us move further. Now we will see how we can create an empty dictionary in Python. For that, guys, create a new dictionary object, okay, and just assign empty parentheses to it. Print it, and we have printed it successfully. Right click and run, and after running, now we will see it only printed the empty one because we just entered an empty dictionary without any value. Now let us see another example wherein we will learn how to access values in a Python dictionary. Now we will see how to access values in a Python dictionary. To access value, use the key name. Okay, refer the key under square brackets and fetch any corresponding value. Okay, so for that, let us first create a dictionary. So I have created a dictionary object, my stock. Okay, within that I have printed a dictionary. So we have 4 key value pairs here. On the left of the column we have our keys, product, price, quantity, and in stock, and on the right we have earphone, 850, and yes. This is our value. Okay, so let us access values. We will print side by side. Okay, so at first mention the product name, then I told you to access values we need a square bracket, and we need to just set the key here for value. Let's say I want the value earphone, so I'll just mention the key of it, that is product. Okay, but do not forget the quotes. Okay, so in this way we can print the value earphone. We will fetch the value earphone using the key. So when I'll right click and run it, you can see the output. We got the earphone here. Okay, In the same way, we can go for, let's say I want the value 800, so I'll just print the key. That's it, so simple. Okay, in the same way this works for the next one. Let's say I want 50 value, so just enter the key. That's it. Right click and run. So using the keys we can access the values in a Python dictionary. Now let's move further. We can also access values in Python dictionary using the get method. Let's see how. So we will fetch the values in a Python dictionary again, but using the get method now. Create a dictionary again, create a dictionary again, add key value pairs in it. So we have added 4 key value pairs. On the left of the column we have keys, on the right of the column we have values. That's it. Let's print it first again. Let's print it first. Okay, this is fine. Now guys, what I'll do, I'll just fetch the values using the key. Okay, so we have used the get method, and inside we added the key for the value we want to fetch. I wanted earphone value, so I added product key here. In the same way, let's say I want this in stock value, so I'll just add the key name on the get method. Here it is, I added the key name. Okay, now right click and run. On running, you can see we successfully printed earphone and yes value. That means the corresponding value for the key product and the corresponding value yes for the key in stock. Okay, in this way we can easily access the dictionary values using the get method. Now let us see how we can print all the keys of a dictionary. To print all the keys of a dictionary in Python, we only need the keys method. So at first, let us create a dictionary, add the key value pairs in it. So we successfully added the key value pairs in it. Okay, on the left we have our keys, on the right we have our values. Product, price, quantity and in stock are our keys, and this is what we want to fetch. Let us print the dictionary. After that, I just need to get the keys, so use the keys method. That's it. That will fetch all the keys only. Okay, right click and run. After running, you can see dict underscore keys is returned. Within that we have all the keys: product, price, quantity and in stock. Here it is. We just fetch the keys. That's it. In this way you can print all the keys of a dictionary. Now let us see another example. Using that we can print all the values of the Python dictionary. For that guys, we will use the values method. For keys, to fetch all the keys, we use the keys method. For values, we will print the values method. That's it. At first create a Python dictionary. So we added values, so we added key value pairs to the Python dictionary. Here it is. Here in values are whatever you can see after the colon. That means earphone, 800, 50 and yes are the values. We will fetch them using the values method. At first print the dictionary like this. Now let us fetch the values using the values method. Here it is. Right click and run. Now it will display earphone, 850 and yes. That's it. Here it is, dict underscore value returned, and it is showing all the values we wanted for a dictionary keys. Okay, now let's move further. Now we will see how we can update values in a dictionary. To update values, just refer the key name for which you want to update the values. That's it. And enter the new value. Let us first create a dictionary. 4 key value pairs. Okay, 4 key value pairs. Okay, now let us print it. So now we have 4 key value pairs with the keys on the left of the column and values on the right of the column. We need to update the values, so we'll be using the key. That's it. So let's say at first I'll update the corresponding value for the price key. For that, I'll just use the square brackets and mention the key in it, and I'll just mention the new value for the price key. It's 800. Let's say I'll just mention it 4000. I have updated it. In the same way, I'll update for the quantity key. So just mention quantity here and just mention the updated value. So I'll add 70 here. That's it. Now we have updated values in a dictionary. Let us print the updated dictionary. Okay, so we have updated the dictionary. So we have printed it. Let's run it. Okay, so initially you can see our initial dictionary was the following, and then we updated the price and quantity values. So 800 to 4000, here it is, we did it, and 50 to 70 we updated it. So through this we successfully updated values in a dictionary. Now we will see how we can add items to an already created dictionary. Okay, to add items, create a new index key and assign value to it. That's it. Let us add the key value pairs. Okay, so herein we have the 4 key value pairs. Let us print it. Okay, after that we will add items to the already created dictionary, that is the following. So let's say I need to add a new key value pair, that is rating, a new key. So to add it, just use my stock dictionary object name, and within the square brackets add the new key, that's it, and mention the value here. So this is our key value pair now. Now let us print the updated dictionary. So we printed it here. Now let's see. We ran it. Initially you can see there were 4 key value pairs. Okay, 3 and 4. Now we have an additional one which is 5, rating 5. So we added new items to an already created dictionary. Now let us see another example. How we can delete an element in a dictionary with a specific key. So to delete an element, use the del keyword, del keyword, and in the square bracket set the key of specific element you want to delete. So let's see. Let us first create a dictionary, then print it. Okay, we have printed a dictionary. Now I just want to delete an element, so for that I'll use the del keyword and then mention the dictionary object name, which was our my stock, and within that mention the key you want to delete. Okay, that means the corresponding key for the value. So we want to delete the price, that is the value 800. So we will delete the price key using the following, adding under square bracket. Now let us print the updated dictionary. Here it is. Now when I'll run it, the 4 key values will convert to 3 key values because we deleted the price key. Right click, run. Here you can see initially we had 4 key pair values. Okay, now we have only 3 because we deleted the price one. You cannot see price here because we deleted it. In this way you can easily delete an item in a dictionary with a specific key. Let's see another example. In this example we will see how we can easily delete the dictionary completely. Okay, to delete the dictionary completely, use the del keyword and just mention the dictionary object name, that's it. Let us first create a new dictionary. Let us print the dictionary now. After that, let us delete the dictionary. Del my stock, I told you, del keyword space the dictionary object name, that's it. Now I'll just run it and it will delete. Okay, you can see only the initial one is visible, but we deleted after that. Now guys, when I'll try to print the dictionary again, it will show an error because we deleted it. Here it is. It will show an error. I'll just mention error will occur since we have deleted the dictionary above, that's it. So I'll run it and there will be an error. Here and you can see My stock is not defined. Why? Because we deleted it. So here it will show it is not defined because we ran it and we deleted it before. Okay, so in this way you can delete the dictionary. Let us see another example. Now we'll see how to empty the dictionary. So herein we will not delete the dictionary, but we will empty it. That is, we will delete all its items. That is key value pairs. So at first let us create a my stock dictionary object. Okay, now let us print the dictionary first. Okay, we printed it. Now to empty the dictionary, we use the clear method in Python. Use the dictionary object and mention the clear method. That's it. This will clear your dictionary. When you will print it again, it will show empty dictionary because we use the clear method to clear the dictionary, empty the dictionary. That is all key value pairs deleted. Here it is. Okay, we have empty dictionary now. Now let us delete the keys from the dictionary. Now let us see another example to delete keys from the dictionary. Here is the my stock dictionary object. Here is the dictionary object. So we have created my stock dictionary object. Enter the key value pairs in it. Okay, so to delete the keys from a dictionary, we will use the del keyword. Let us first create a complete dictionary. So we created a dictionary with 4 key value pairs. On the left of the column we have keys and on the right of the column we have values. Print the dictionary. Now we need to delete keys from the dictionary. So let's say I just want to remove the in stock key. For that, use the del keyword, then the dictionary object name, and within square brackets add the name of the key. That's it. So this will delete the in stock key. After that, just print the updated dictionary. So I printed it here. Now let's see, right click and run. At first we have 4 key value pairs. After that, after using delete, we will be having 3 key value pairs because we have deleted one. Herein you can see 4 key value pairs. Now we have 3 key value pairs in the updated dictionary. Why? Because we removed the in stock key value pair using the del method. In this way you can delete any key from the dictionary. Let us see another example now. Now we will delete a key and return the corresponding value, okay, using the pop method. Let us create a dictionary object first. 4 key value pairs. So our dictionary object is my stock and within that we have 4 key value pairs. So now let us print the dictionary. Okay, to delete a key and return the corresponding value, use the pop method. Create a new variable and use the dictionary object my stock, use the pop method, and within that mention the key you want to delete. So we wanted to delete the key quantity, okay, but we wanted to also return the corresponding value. For that, we have just used the result variable wherein we popped it and we added it to the str method for string representation. Okay, now we have the updated dictionary. Let us print it. Right click and run. Okay, so we have our dictionary here. We remove the key quantity, and using the pop method we have displayed the value also, which will get deleted. That is 50 here. Okay, I'll show. Here it is. We removed the quantity key. Using the pop method, it also returned the value, corresponding value. And when we will print the updated dictionary, you cannot see here. You won't be able to see the quantity key value pair because we deleted it. This was the purpose of this pop method, to return the corresponding value also after deleting. Now let us see another example. Now we will see how we can iterate through a dictionary. For that we'll be using the for loop. Okay, let's see. Let us first create our dictionary object, and within that we will add key value pairs for a dictionary. So we printed our key value pairs. Okay, now let us print the dictionary. After that we will iterate now. Use the for loop, p in dictionary name, dictionary object, that is my stock colon, and just print one by one. In square brackets mention the iteration. Right click and run, and you can see it has iterated only the values in the dictionary. Okay, now let us see another example. How we can display a printable string representation of a dictionary. For that we'll be using the str and the format specifier. Let us first create a dictionary, display the dictionary. Okay, now we will just print the string representation using the format specifier s, and after that the following, and mention the dictionary under the str, and right click and run it. Let's see, we have displayed the string representation of our dictionary key value pairs. Now let us move further and get the length of the dictionary. Herein we will create a my stock dictionary object. I'll print it, and now we want to get the length of the dictionary, so use the len method, that is the length method. Okay, within that just mention the dictionary name, and the same will give you the count of the dictionary. So we have 4 key value pairs, so 4 will be returned. Here it is 4 returned, that means the length of the dictionary is 4. Another example, let's say we need to make a copy of the dictionary. How we can do it? To make a copy of the dictionary we use the copy method. So at first we will create a dictionary. Okay, we have created my stock dictionary object. Now we will add key value pairs in a dictionary. Okay, so now print the dictionary. Now let us create another dictionary object, my stock 2, and under that mention the copy method. So now the my stock 2 will have my stock.copy, that is the copy of the my stock dictionary object, that is the entire key value pair. Now when I'll print the second dictionary object, it will be having all the key value pairs of the first dictionary object because we use the copy method. Here it is, you can see this is the first my stock 1, this is my stock, and this is my stock 2. Similar key value pairs because we use the copy method. Now let us see how we can create a multi-dimensional dictionary in Python. Okay, for that at first we'll be creating dictionary objects, and then we'll be creating multi-dictionary. Okay, by setting the dictionaries as their values. So let's see. So herein we will create a multi-dimensional dictionary. For that at first we'll be creating dictionary objects, and then we will create a multi-dimensional dictionary by setting the dictionaries as their value. Okay, let us create 2 dictionaries. So herein I have created 2 dictionaries, dictionary 1 and dictionary 2. Okay, so within that we have my stock 1 and my stock 2 object, dictionary object, and 4 key value pairs. Keys, product, price, quantity in stock for all 4, and values are different for both the object my stock 1 and my stock 2. Now to create a multi-dimensional dictionary, what we need to do, guys, we need to, at first we will just print the first and second dictionary. Okay, we printed it. Now I'll create a multi-dimensional dictionary. For that we have the dictionary object products. Within that we'll be using the following. Here mention the first dictionary object, and here mention the second dictionary object. So this will form a multi-dimensional dictionary. Now to print the entire dictionary, multi-dimensional dictionary, just display these products. Since we have set the two dictionaries as their value here for the key 1 and 2, this is a complete multi-dimensional dictionary. Now when I'll print product, it will display our multi-dimensional dictionary. Here it is. This was our first one, this was our second one, and after that we printed multi-dimensional dictionary, the first one and the first one and the second one here. Okay, so in this way we printed our multi-dimensional dictionary. Okay, now let us create a nested dictionary in Python. A nested dictionary is a dictionary that has many dictionaries in it. Okay, so we will be creating a dictionary here that has 3 dictionaries. Okay, let us first create an object. And within that I'll now add 3 dictionary objects to make it a nested dictionary. Within the products object, I have added 4 dictionaries: mystock1, mystock2, mystock3 and mystock4. All of them are having 4 key value pairs: product, price, quantity and in stock. Okay, now I'll just print the products, which will print all the nested dictionaries. Right click and run. mystock1, mystock2, mystock3 and mystock4. So we have printed our nested dictionary easily. Now let us see how we can access values from a nested dictionary in Python. To access elements from a nested dictionary, okay, we'll be using the product and the square brackets to fetch the specific elements. Let us first create an object, and within that I'll now add dictionary objects to make it a nested dictionary. So we have printed our dictionary, nested dictionary. Now we need to fetch it, right? So directly go to print, and within that mention the dictionary object products, and now under square brackets mention the value which you want from the nested dictionary. So let's say I want from mystock2, and from mystock2 I want the HDD value. Okay, for that I'll be using the product key. That's it. So herein mention the product key. That's it. This will print the following value. That means mystock2 product, it will return HDD. Right click and run. Herein you can see it has written HDD. In the same way you can get other values. Let's say I want mystock4 and a quantity value from the 4th dictionary. Here is mystock4 quantity value. This will return 10. Run it. Here it is. We have printed a dictionary as well as the 2 values. In this way we can work around nested dictionaries in Python and access values. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work around dictionaries in Python. We saw more than 20 examples also. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will work around Python list. We will understand what are lists in Python, and with that we will also work around the difference between list and tuple, and we will see some examples related to Python list. Let's begin. So lists in Python are ordered. You can easily modify it after creating, unlike tuples. Tuple is immutable and list is mutable. That means tuples cannot be modified once it gets created, but Python lists are mutable. That means you can modify it even after it's created. Okay, let's see the difference quickly. I told you tuple is mutable, it cannot be modified, but lists are opposite, they can be modified. Tuples basically use parentheses. It's optional, you can also avoid it, but list includes comma separated value, and it uses and list uses square brackets for comma separated values, and it is mandatory to add square brackets. We cannot modify tuples and we can modify list. I told you tuples are considered faster than list. You can create a tuple like this using parentheses, or you can also avoid it. It is optional, but to create list you need to add these square brackets. Okay, now we will see how we can create a list. So as I told you before, to create a list we need to set the items in square brackets, and each element is separated by comma, that is comma separated values. The offset of list are like arrays, that is the index begins from 0. Let us see our first example wherein we will create an integer with 10 list elements. So here is our PyCharm ID. Let us create a new project, file, new project, Python list, click on create. So we have created our project, right click on the project, new, and create a first Python file, demo. Press enter, it will convert to demo.py. Let us now see how we can create a new Python list. Let us name our list mylist. Let us name our list, this is our list object mylist. Now I told you we use square brackets, so within we will add 10 elements. Okay, we have added 10 elements. I'll just print it like this. Right click and run, and here you can see we printed our first Python list with 10 integer items, 10 integer elements. So in the same way we will work around all these examples. Okay, let's begin. Okay, in the same way we can also create another list with the string items. Okay, so we created a simple example of list with string elements. Right click and run it. Okay, we ran it successfully. With that we can also create a list with the type float. Let's create it. Another list, mylist3, and square brackets, and within that add the float elements. So we created it successfully. Right click and run it. You can see we created it successfully. Okay, now let us see another example. Demo2.py. Herein we will create list with different data types. Okay, so herein let's say I'll create mylist1 is equal to so herein we added string elements, then we added integer element, then we added float elements. And let's say I'll again add a string element. Let's print, right click and run. So we created a list with different data types. Herein you can see we successfully printed it. Let's print another list wherein we will only add float and integer elements. Okay, so I'll just name it. Okay, so we created it quickly and successfully. Here it is, we printed it. So we saw how to create list with different data types. Let us see another example. So now guys, let us see how we can access values from a list. To access values, you need to refer the index number of the specific value you want to access from a list. Okay, that means let's say you want to access the third position, therefore set index 2 under square bracket. Let's see. Let us create a list. So guys, we created a string list with the 5 string items and we printed it. Now we need to access values from a list, from this list. How we can do that? Using square brackets. So let's say I'll directly print it, and I'll just mention the object, the list object name, and I'll use the square brackets. So I'm fetching the item with index 2, that means 0, 1, 2, that means the third position. So I'll add 2 because we need to mention the index name. Okay, I'll run it and it will return Blair. In the same way guys, let's say I want the fifth one. Let's say I want the fourth index, that means fifth position, index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, index 4. So we mention index here, that means it will return Bryce. Here it is, it returned Bryce. So this is how you can access values from a list.
Now let us see another example. Now we will see how we can update list values. As you know, lists are mutable and can be easily updated. We can use the slice and assignment operator to set the element's index on its left and the new value on the right. That means we will update the list values from the old to the newer value. Let us first create a list. So we created a list with 5 string items, and within that, and then we printed it. Okay. Now we need to update list values. So let's say I just want to update my list index second. So for that I'll mention the index in the square bracket. So we are updating 0, 1, 2, that is Blair item. 2, let's say I'll update it to Mark. Now when I'll print the list again, I'll just mention updated list because we updated it. Right click and run it. So now you can see we have updated the Blair to Mark. That means 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, the second index from Blair to Mark. Okay, here. Okay, the second index. In this way you can also update list values easily. Next example. Now we will see how we can remove elements from a list. At first let us create a new list. We created a list with 5 string items and we printed it. Now guys, what we want, we need to remove elements from the list. For that we'll be using the del keyword. Okay, then using the list object we'll be deleting an element using the index number. Okay, let's see. So I have used the del keyword, then the object my list, and within that let's say I want to remove the third index. That means 0, 1, 2, 3. I want to remove Stacy value. Okay, so this will remove the Stacy value. When I'll print the updated list, our list will only have 4 items because Stacy will get deleted. So we have printed the updated list. Let's run it. You can see now we were having 5 elements. Now we have only 4 items because we have removed Stacy using the del keyword. In this way you can remove any element from a list. Now let's see another example. Now we will see how we can remove element from a specific position in the list. To remove an element from a specific position in list, use the del keyword which we saw before. Let us create a new list. So we created a new list with 5 string items. Now let us remove element from a specific position. For that use the del keyword, then the object name. After that under square brackets mention the index name. Okay, so let's say I want to remove Darren. So Darren is at index 1, 0th index, 1, index 0, index 1. This will get deleted, and this is also known as second position, first position and second position. Okay, that is index 1 is position second. So we have deleted it here. Now we will print the updated list. Here it is, we printed it. Right click and run. Now you can see we have printed it successfully. We have removed Darren here. As you can see in the updated list, we have removed Darren. Okay, in this way you can remove element from a specific position in the list. Now guys, let us see how we can remove a specific element. We will see how we can remove a specific element from a Python list using the remove method. Let's see how. At first create a list. So we have created a list and printed it. Now to delete an element using the remove method, use the object name, use the list object name dot the remove method. That's it, and mention the name of the element. That's it. Let's say I want to remove hockey. I'll mention it here. Let's say I want to again remove. Let's say I want to remove squash also. Now I'll print the updated list after removing. Right click and run. So you can see we deleted squash and hockey. After deleting, only football, cricket and archery remains. Here it is. So we have successfully removed elements using the remove method. Okay, now let's move further. Now we will see how to remove all elements from the list, that is to delete the entire list. To remove all the elements from the list, use the del keyword. Okay, let us see an example. At first we will create a list. So we created a list with 5 string items. Now we will print it. Okay, so right click and run. Now you can see we successfully printed our list. But we need to remove it, remove all the elements. It's very easy, use the del keyword. That's it, del and the list object name. Now when I'll right click, it will only print the list, and after that it has deleted her entire list. Now when I'll print the list, what will happen? It will show an error. Why? Because we already deleted it above. Okay, so I'll just mention here error since the list is now deleted. It will show list is not defined. Here you can see my name error, name my list is not defined. Why? Because we deleted my list here. In this way you can delete the entire list. Now we will see how we can remove multiple elements from a list. To remove multiple elements, we will use the del keyword, and within that we will set the range of elements to be deleted because we want to remove multiple elements. Let us create a list first. So we created a list with the 5 string items and printed it. Okay, so let us delete multiple elements in a range. How? Using the del keyword I told you. Mention the object name, within the square brackets mention the range from 2 to 4. Okay, so remember that from 2 to 4 means index, that means 0, 1, 2. From 2 to 4, so you would be wondering all these 3 will get deleted. No, because the right hand side of the index is exclusive, so 4 won't get deleted. So out of all these 2, 3, 4, 2 to 4, only 2 and 3 will get deleted. That means the right one is exclusive. This is exclusive. These 2 will get deleted. Hockey and cricket. Right click, and when I'll right click and run, it will show us. But we need to print the updated list also. So herein we printed the updated list. Right click. I told you hockey and cricket will get deleted. Let's see. Herein you can see rest all is visible except hockey and cricket because we deleted in a range. Herein the right index is exclusive. That means 4 won't get deleted. 2 to 4 means second and third index will get deleted. Now let us work around indexing in list. Now let us work around indexing in list. For indexing we use the index operator. Okay, the indexing in list begins from 0 just like arrays. The last item in the tuple is -1. To fetch a specific element at the same index, you need to set the index in square brackets. This is similar to what we just saw. So we will also work around negative indexing and the slice operator to fetch a specific set of sub elements. We will also see what is negative indexing and how it counts from the right. Let's begin. Now let us first see how to fetch specific elements using index number. For that, guys, let us first create a list. We created a list with the 5 string items and we printed it. Now guys, what we'll do, let's say I'll be fetching the first element. For that I told you I'll be using index, so just use the print. Within that mention the object name, the list object name, and under that mention the index. That means to fetch the first element use the 0th index. Okay, so we got the squash here. Let's say I want to fetch the second index, that means 0, 1, 2. I'll be fetching hockey by just mentioning the second index. Okay, that means 2. Now the result will be hockey. Here it is, it's hockey. So this is how you can fetch elements using the index number. Okay, now we will see another example. negative indexing in list. Okay, so negative indexing basically includes left to right traversal of list elements. That means example index -1 is the last item. Okay, so we will see an example to understand it in a better way. Let us create a list. So we created a list with 5 string items and we printed it also easily. Now we will work around negative indexing. Okay, so let's say we want to fetch the last element. For that, mention print under that my list, and under square bracket mention -1. Okay, so -1 will fetch the last element. That means archery, we printed it. Okay, now if you want to fetch the second last element, what you will do, since the last element is -1, the second last element will be -2. Okay, so this will print cricket here. This will print cricket. Let's see here, and you can see it printed cricket. In this way you can easily work around negative indexing in Python list. Now we will see how we can slice list. To slice list in Python, we use the slice operator, that is the colon operator, the colon. Okay, this will allow us to fetch a specific set of sub elements, that is slicing. Let us first create a list. So we created a list with 5 string items and printed it. Now what we will do, we will slice. How? Using range. So I'll just mention the list object, and within that I'll use the angle brackets. So let's say I'll just mention 2:4. How it is slicing? Okay, so we are fetching specific set of elements from 2 to 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, here. But just like before, 2 to 4 means 4 is exclusive. That means only 2 to 3, that is second and third index values will get printed. So herein, out of 2 to 4 index, only 2 to 3 will get printed. Hockey and cricket. Right click and run. Herein you can see only 2 to 3 got printed because the right index is exclusive, won't come under the output. Let's see another example. How we can fetch elements beginning from second to the end of the list. For that we will use 2 colon. Okay, this means from second to the end. Herein you can see 0, 1, 2 from second to the end using the colon operator. Okay, from second 0, 1, 2 from second to the end using the colon operator, like this. In this way we can perform slicing. Now let us move further and work around range of indexes. So by specifying the start and end range, we can specify the range of indexes in Python. Let us create a new list. So we created a new list with 5 string names, string elements, items, and we printed it. Now let us work around range of indexes. So herein we went for my list object, and we printed 1:2. That means from first index to second index, but second index is exclusive. Therefore 0, 1 to 2, that means 0, 1:2. That means these two should have got printed, but this is exclusive. The right index is exclusive. That means second index won't get printed, only the first will get printed. That means Darren will get printed. You can see Darren got printed. In this way, let us see another example. Okay, print my list 3:5, let's say. In that case, what we'll do, I'll first add a name, Eva. Okay, now 3 to 5, 0, 1, 2, 3. That means 3 to 5, 3:5. But I told you the right one is exclusive. So out of this 3 to 5, fifth is exclusive. Okay, so Stacy and Bryce will get printed only. We fetched it. Here it is. Stacy and Bryce got printed. In this way we worked around range of indexes. Now let us move further. Now let us see how to iterate through the list. To iterate we use the for loop. So let us first create a list and print it. Herein we created a list with the 5 string elements, string items, and printed it. Now guys, we will use the for loop to iterate through the list. For we in the list object, mention it, colon, and just print it. Okay, now when I'll right click and run, let's see it will print or not. So it printed all the items one by one. So we iterated through the list successfully. So how we can add elements to an already created list? So now we will see how we can add elements to an already created list. It will get appended. Okay, let us first create a list. We created a list with 5 string elements. Now we need to add elements to the list. How we can do that? Just use the object name, the list object dot append. Within that mention the new item you want to add to the list. So here it is, we added Sam. Let us again add a new one. Let's say Mark. Now I'll just print the list again. Okay, updated list. Here it is, updated list. Let's see, right click, run. Here you can see first initially we had 5 elements. Then we updated the list, that is we added new items in the list which got appended. Okay, Bryce, after that we added Sam, and after that we added Mark. Here it is, using append. So in this way you can easily add elements to an already created list. Now let us create a new program. Now guys, we will add element at a specific index in list. We will use the insert method to add element at a specific index in a list. Okay, so we created a list with 5 string elements and printed it. Okay, now we will add element at a specific index. Let's say I'll just mention the list object, my list dot insert method. I told you we'll be using the insert method, and we'll be adding the new element. Now you would be wondering where we will add it. So the first parameter is the index, so we will add Brandon at the 4th index. Okay, right click and run. Before that we will print the updated list. Okay, so we added a single element. I'll just print it. You can see we had 5 elements. Now we have 6 elements, but wherein Brandon got printed at the 4th index. That means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4th index Brandon got printed because he mentioned here, and the last index got shifted on the right. Okay, this is how you can add element at a specific index in a list. Now we will check if a specific item exists in a list. We will use the in keyword for this. Let us create a list first. So we created a list, then we printed the list. Now we will check whether an element exists in the list or not. So use the if. Let's say I'll check for Blair. So mention Blair in the list name, that is list object my list colon, and print found. If it is found, the found text will get printed. Definitely Blair is in the list, so it will print it. You can see we found successfully, so we use the in keyword under if to check if a specific item exists in a list. Now we will extend the list by adding another list to the end. For that we'll be using the extend method. Let's create a new list. We created a list with the 4 elements. I'll just print it. Now let us move further and create another list. We created another list and we printed it. We printed the second list. Now what we will do? We will extend the list. How? Using the extend method. My list dot extend. Within that mention my list 2. Okay, so both the lists got extended. And then we'll print the updated list, that is my list. Since we appended my list 2 in my list, we will print my list. Let's see. Here you can see list 1, list 2 and the result of the amalgamation, that is extending. So 10, 20, 30, 40 was the initial list. It got extended with 50, 60, 70. So the result is the following. In this way we can extend list in Python. Now we'll see how to get the length of the list. Now get the length of the list in Python. We'll be using the len method for that. Let us first create a list. We created a list with 5 string elements and we printed it. Now what we want, guys, we just want the length of the list. For that, under print only, I'll just mention the list object and mention it inside the len method. That's it, and run it. Now the result will be 5, right? Here and you can see 5, the length is 5. In this way we can get the length of the list. Now let us move further. Now let us get the maximum value from the list. Okay. For that, guys, use the max method. Okay, so we created a list with the 6 integer elements and here is the my list. And here we printed the list. Now guys, let us get the maximum from the list using the max method. So we use the max method and within that added my list. Right click and run and the output will be 150. Here it is. Okay. Now let us get the minimum value from the list. Okay, we will get the minimum value from the list. To get the minimum value, use the min method. So we created an integer list with 6 elements. Now we will print it. Now to get the minimum value from the list, use the min method. Okay, within the min method, mention the list object. That's it, and run it. Here it is. We got the minimum value, which was 10. Okay, in this way you can get the minimum value from the list. Now let us see how we can make a copy of the list. To make a complete copy of an already created list, use the copy method. So at first we will just create a list. So we created it and we printed it. Now I just want to get the copy of the list. So create a new object, list object, and within that use the initial list and just mention the copy method. This will copy the entire list into mylist2. Now we just need to print mylist2, which is the exact copy of mylist here. Right click and run. Okay, so mylist1 was here and mylist2 is here. So this is the list we copied and this is mylist2 which copied mylist1. Okay, so we can mention mylist1 here. We can mention mylist1 here. Okay, yes, this is now fine. Run, and we ran it successfully. Next program. Now we will see how we can sort a list in Python. To sort a list, use the sort method. Okay, at first create a list. So we created a list, we printed it. Now we need to sort it, so just mention the name of the list, that is the list object, and mention the sort method. That's it. Now when you will print the list again, it will be sorted list. Right click and run. So here it is, our initial list and our sorted list. You can see archery comes first because A comes first when we sort, then comes C, then comes F, then H, then S. That means we have sorted the list. Now we will see how to reverse the order of a list. Reverse the order of a list using the reverse method. So at first let us create a list. So we created a list, let us print it. This is our integer list, a list with integer elements. Use the mylist.reverse method. Okay, this will reverse the list. Now just print the reverse list. Okay, Right click and run, and let's see what will happen. Herein you can see the exact list and the reverse list. 110 comes at the end and 10 comes 110 from the end comes in the first place and 10 comes to the last place. In this way you can also reverse the order of a list. Okay, now let's move further. So guys, we completed all these examples. Now let us see how we can join two lists in Python. To join two lists we use the plus operator, okay, easily. So herein we have two lists, you can see, and we will join it. Let us see the example. Let us create list 1. Print it. Now let us create list 2. Print list 2, and now we will join it using the plus operator. So I'll create a new list and within that I'll add it. That's it. Okay, now print the list 3. Right click, run. Okay, herein we have list 1, list 2, and when we join them the following is visible. So in this way we successfully joined two lists. In the same way we can also concatenate lists using the plus operator. Now let us move further. Now we have the multi-dimensional Python list. Okay, lists within lists are known as multi-dimensional list. Okay, so to create a multi-dimensional list, the concept of multi-dimensional list works like this. So lists work like arrays only. That means in multi-dimensional arrays also, when we use two square brackets, the first one is the row and the second one depicts the column. So if you have created a matrix like structure like this, so the following will be 0th index for column and row. The following will be 0th index for row and first index for column, and the same goes on. The vertical part is your column and the horizontal part is your rows. Okay, so in this way multi-dimensional Python list work. Left index is the row number and right index is the column number, I told you before. Now let us see these three examples to work around multi-dimensional Python list. Now let us create a multi-dimensional Python list. Okay, so here it is. We added the square brackets. Within that we will add multi-dimensional list. We will add list within list. Okay, so let's say the following. Okay, so let us print the multi-dimensional list. So here it is, we printed it. Okay, we can also print it using the for loop to get a better structure. For in my list print res. Okay, this will print in a proper way. Here it is. So this is our multi-dimensional list. Okay, here it is. So this is our multi-dimensional list. Okay, now let us create another example. Access elements in a multi-dimensional list, Python list. In a multi-dimensional, so let us first create a list, multi-dimensional list. We created it. Now we will print it using for loop. Print it. We use the for loop. Now just mention print and print each element one by one. Right click and run. So this is our multi-dimensional list. Okay, to access elements in a multi-dimensional list, use the number of rows and number of columns. Let's say want to get the first element of the first row. For that, just mention the row and column as 0 0. Okay, so remember the first one is row and the second one is column index. Right click and run. This displayed 10. Okay, here it is. First to worst column is 10. In the same way, we can work around others. For that, we have mentioned second row, that is index 1, and first column, that is index 0 for column. Okay, right click and run, and this will display 50. Here it is. First row, first column was following. Second row and first column is 50. Second row and second column is 60. Okay, let us run it. Second row and second column, that means 1 1 is our 60. Okay, it should print 60. Here it is 60. In this way you can access values in a multi-dimensional Python list. Let's see last example. Add elements to the end of the multi-dimensional list. We use the append method for it. We created a multi-dimensional list. Let us print it using for loop. Let us print it. So we use the for loop and printed the multi-dimensional list. Now let us append. Add elements to the end. For that, use my list, your list name, list object dot append, and just mention the elements you want to add. Let's say I'll mention 250, 275 and 300. Now I'll just print the list again. Let me mention updated. Okay, now let us run it. So this was our list and we updated our list with 3 more elements using the append method. Okay, in this way we can work around multi-dimensional list. So guys, in this video we saw what are lists in Python. We saw the difference between list and tuples. With that, we worked around different operations like adding, deleting, extending, appending in Python list. We also worked around multi-dimensional list in Python. Thank you for watching the video. In this video, we will learn about what is a set in Python, how we can create. We will work around its operations using its built-in methods. Python set basically part of collections in Python. Okay, that means list, tuples, dictionary and set are the 4 built-in data types in Python which are used to store collections of data. Okay, whenever you create a set, the items are placed inside curly braces and they are separated by comma. Python set, unordered and unchangeable. Okay, unchangeable, but you can add a new item to an already created set. With that, you can also remove an item from a set. Okay, and remember that duplicate values aren't allowed in a set. If you will add duplicate values and print it, only a single value will get printed. Let's see. At first, we will create a set in Python. I told you to create a set. The elements are placed inside curly brackets which are separated by comma. Okay, so let's see how to create a set. Here's PyCharm. Let us create a new project. File, new project. Click on create. We have created a set. Right click and create a new file, Python file. Demo, press enter, it will convert to demo.py. That is our Python file. Our first example is how we can create a set in Python. Okay, at first take a set object. You can add any name for this. Curly braces I told you, and just add values in it. So herein we added 5 items in our set separated by comma and enclosed by curly brackets. I told you I'll print it easily using this print method. That's it. You have created your first set in Python. Right click and run. Here it is. We have printed it. Okay, so I told you that Python set are unordered. That means the items will appear in a random order. Okay.
So with that guys, we will work around all these examples that will complete your Python set concept from scratch to the end. Let's begin. So we saw how we can create a set in Python. Let's see the second example. Now we will see how to create a set with different data types. Okay, let me create a set again. So I have created this set again and printed it. Now let me create a second set. Within that I'll add integer values. Okay, I'll print this. Now let me create another set with the boolean values. True, true, false, true, false. Okay, print it, right click, run. Here you can see we created first, second and third. I told you it is unordered, that is the result will be in random order. Now create a new set. We will now create a single set with different data types. Okay, so for that let me first add a string, then let me add a boolean, a number again, let's say, then I'll add string again, and let's say string again. So now we have our set with different data types. I'll just print it, and that's it. Right click and run. Let's see what will happen. It will display in random order, right? It displayed in random order. So in this way you can create a set with different data types. Okay, now moving further. Now let us see how we can loop through a set. Loop through the set and print all the values. Loop through the set and print all the values. For this we'll be using a for loop. Let us create a set first. We created it and normally printed it, and now we will print it using loop. We will loop through the set. Let's say for I in the set name, set object, my set, and just print the value of I here. That's it. Add a colon here and right click and run it. Now here you can see we printed, we iterated and we printed one by one. We printed all the values one by one. In this way you can also loop through the set and print all the values. Now let us see another example. Herein what we will do, we will get the length of a set. To get the length of a set, we will use the len method. Let's see, at first we will create a set. So we created a set with the string values. We printed it. Now let us print the length. I told you we'll be using the len method. And within that enter the set object name. That's it. Right click and run. The output should be 5. There are 5 string values. Here it is. The output is 5. In this way you can get the length of a set. Next example. Now we will see how we can access items in Python set. To access items, so in Python set you cannot use an index to access items, but with that you can use a loop to loop through the set and print the values. With that you can also check if a value is present in the set or not. So let's see, at first we will create a set. We created a set. Now let us print it. So we used a for loop to print the set. Now let's say we want to check for a specific value. For that just use print, and within that we will check using the in operator. Let's say I want to check for Amit. So I'll just write Amit in the set name. That's it. If true is returned, that means the value is in the set, else false will get returned. I ran it. You can see it printed the set first one by one using the for loop. Then it has given us true. Why? Because Amit text is in the set. Now let me add some other word which is not in the set. Let's say Jacob. I'll right click and run and it will display false. Here it is. It displayed false. That means Jacob is not in my set. Let's move further. Now we will see how we can add an item to a Python set. I told you it is unchangeable, but you can still add an item. The items can be added using the add method. Create a set. We created a set, then we printed it. To add item, use the add method. So write the set name, the set object dot add, and within that enter the value you want to add. Let's say I want to add Jacob. If you want to add multiple values, add like this, Katie. Okay, now you can print updated set and right click run. Let's see what will happen. Here you can see we had 5 values, now we have 7 values. In random order, I told you set is unordered, so the output will be in random order. Okay, in this way you can also add an item to a Python set. Let's move further. Now we will see how we can add items from another set into the current set, that is updating a set. For that, use the update method simply. Let us create 2 sets. I'll be creating the first set. I created first set and printed it. Now I'll create a second set. Okay, then I'll update the first set. Okay, I have created the second set. Now what I'll do, I'll update the first set. For that, write the first set dot update, and within that mention the set 2. That's it. After that, print the set 1 because we have updated the set 1. You can write here updated set 1. Okay, I've written updated set 1 and printed it. Right click run. Let's see what will happen. At first we have printed set 1, then set 2, then the updated set 1. Now the set 1 was having 5 elements, this is having 3, so the updated set 1 will have 8 elements. Okay, in this way you can easily add items from another set into the current set to update the current set. Now let us move further and see how we can remove an item from the set using the remove method. To remove an item, as I have written here, I'll be using the remove method. Let's create a set first. So I have created a set and printed it. Now I'll remove it using the remove method. It's easy. Let's mention the same my set object dot remove, and within that just mention the name, the element you want to remove. Let's say I want to remove Kane, and that's it. Now when you will print the updated set, it will show you all the elements except Kane. So here it is. I have printed the updated set. Right click and run. So initially we were having 5 elements, then we deleted Kane using remove method, and that's it. Now we have 4 elements in it. Okay, now if you'll try to, let's say I'll try to remove an element which is not in the list, not in the set. Okay, so I'll remove Jacob, but Jacob is not available here. Then what will happen? Right click and run. It will show an error that Jacob doesn't exist. Okay, so if you'll try to remove an element which is not in the set, it will create an error. So I'll just comment it. Let's move further. Now I'll remove an item from the set using the discard method. Okay, let us create a set first. We have created a set and printed it. Now use the discard method, mySet.discard, and within that mention the name you want to remove. Let's say I want to remove Warner. I'll add Warner in it, and I'll just print the updated set because we've removed one of them. Here it is, updated set. Right click and run. Here it is. We were having 5 elements. Now we have 4 elements because we have removed one of them. Now let's say I'll remove an item which is not in the list. Let's say I'll remove Jacob, and on removing it, what should happen? An error should occur because Jacob is not in the set. Right click and run. You can see there is no error. Okay, in the remove method we saw that if you'll try to remove an item which is not in the set, it will throw an error, but this is not the case with discard method. Okay, so this is the difference between discard and remove method. Let's move further. Now we will empty the set. To empty the set, the clear method is used. Create a set. We have created a set and printed it. Now let us clear it, remove it completely. My set dot clear method. My set dot clear method. That's it. Now when I'll try to print the set, let's see what will happen. Right click and run. You can see it is showing us the following. That means our set is empty. Okay, in this way you can empty the set using the clear method. Now let us see how we can delete the complete set. To delete the complete set, use the del keyword. Create a set. We created a set with the 5 elements, string elements. Now I'll delete it using del space my set. Press enter. Now when I'll try to print the set, let's see what will happen. Right click, run. Here you can see name my set is not defined. That means we deleted it, so we won't be able to print it for obvious reasons, because the set does not exist now. Okay, let us move further. Join two sets in Python. To join two sets, we can use a union method as well as a update method. Okay, so let's see the update method. Create two sets and print them. So I have created set 1. Now let us create another set. I have created second set also. Let us right click and run it. So here we are with two sets. Now let us join two sets by using the update method. So just write my set 1 dot update, and within that mention my set 2. That's it. Print the set 1. Since we have updated set 1, we have joined set 1 with set 2. Now our set 1 will have the complete join of both the sets. Right click and run. Here you can see set 1, set 2 and the joining of both the sets. Okay, in this way you can join two sets in Python. Let us move further. Now let us see how to return the difference between two or more sets. To return the difference between two or more sets, use the difference method. Let's create two sets. Here is our set 1. Let us now create the second set. Okay, we have printed both of them. Now let us take a new variable. Let's say res, and within that we will find a difference by using my set 1 dot difference bracket my set 2. Okay, now we will print the result, which will be the difference. Right click and run. Here you can see set 1, set 2 and the result of the difference. Okay, so res returned a set that contains the items which are in first set but not in second set. Okay, so this is the difference. Now we will see how we can keep pulling the duplicate items in two sets. Okay, for that we'll be using the intersection underscore update method. Okay, let us create two sets. The following is set 1 and here is set 2. Now we will use the intersection underscore update method to keep only the items that are present in both sets. Okay, that means duplicate items. For that, use my set 1 dot intersection underscore update, my set 2, the second set, that's it. And now I'll print the my set 1. Why? Because the changes were done in my set 1 and it will keep only duplicate items in two sets. Okay, so now John should get printed and Steve should get printed. Let's say right click and run. Now you can see set 1, set 2, and using intersection underscore update we are able to find the duplicate items only. That are the items in both the set, John and Steve. Here it is, John is here and John is here, Steve is here and Steve is here. Okay, now we will keep all items in the two set except the duplicates. Okay, that is the opposite. Now we will keep all items in the two set except the duplicates. Okay, to achieve this we'll be using symmetric underscore difference underscore update method. Let us create two sets. Here is the first set. Let us create the second set. This is the second set. Now what we want, we just want to keep the elements that are not present in both sets. For that, use my set 1, the first set, dot symmetric underscore difference underscore update method and mention the set 2 inside it as a parameter. That's it. Now we will print the first set. Okay, so this will return all the items in the two sets except the duplicates. So except John and Steve, it will print all other 6 elements. Right click, run. Here it is, first set, second set, and the following are all the items in the two sets except the matching values in both the set. Okay, now we will see how we can make the copy of a set. To make a copy, we'll be using the copy method. Okay, let us create a set. We created a set and printed it. Now we will create a copy. Let's say under res new variable, write the first set, write the set dot copy. That's it. Now res will have a copy of our following set. Let us print res. Right click and run. Now the first one is our set. Here it is. And the second is the copy. That is res is the copy of the set using the copy method. Now last method, how we can get the union of set. So the union method is used to return a set that will contain all the items from both the set excluding the duplicates. That is union. Let us create two sets. Here is set 1 and here is set 2. Okay, to get the union, let us create a new variable. Let us add a new variable. Okay, let us create a new set and within that use my set 1 dot union and in bracket set the second set. That's it. Now print the new set, that is our res, and right click and run it. Okay, so now it will print the union, that is all the items from both the sets excluding the duplicates. Here it is. We have printed set 1, set 2 and all the items from both the sets, okay, excluding the duplicates. Okay, so herein John was a duplicate. Okay, I'll show it here. John was a duplicate and Steve was a duplicate. Okay, so it has printed all, but it has printed the duplicates only once. That means excluding the duplicates. In this way you can get union of set in Python. So guys, in this video we saw what are Python sets, how we can work around it, what are the methods available, how we can create a set. We also worked around more than 15 examples so that we can cover the entire concept of set in Python. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn about Python modules with examples. What are modules and how we can load a module in a program. Let's see. So basically modules in Python are used to organize code. Okay, so when we group related codes into a module, it makes the code easier to understand. So you can consider module as a file which is consisting of a Python code, This module can also define functions, your classes and variables. So now we'll see how we can load modules in a Python program. To load modules, we can straight away use the import statement, or we can use the from import statement, means from import statement. So we will understand them one by one. At first comes how to import a module. So let's say there are different modules in Python. For mathematical operations, we have the math module. For statistical operations like mean, median, mode, we have the statistics module. With that, we also have the random module, a CMath module. So if you want to directly import a complete module, you just need to write the name of the module after the import statement. As in, you can see I have imported the math module using the import math syntax. Okay, after importing this, I can use any of the functions related to math. Okay, another, you can see we have the from import statement. If you want to only import specific attributes of a module, you can use this from import statement. Okay, so let's say we have OS module. Okay, within that we only want to work around the path attribute, so we can directly use the from import statement and import the path. That means from module name here is from module name, that is OS is the module name, and import path means importing only the specific attribute, that is path here. Okay, in this way you can work around import and from import statements. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work around modules and what are modules in Python, how we can easily load it in a Python code. We can load it using the import statement as well as the from module import statement. So guys, thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn about the math module in Python. What is the math module and how we can use it. We will also learn with some examples. With that, we will also work around the function under the math module. Let's begin. So the math module in Python is basically used to perform mathematical functions that includes trigonometry, logarithmic. Okay, now let us see how we can import the math module. To import the math module, you need to write import math in the beginning of your program. That's it. After that, you can use all the methods of the math module. Now guys, let us see some examples of the function under math module. You can see I told you it includes the trigonometry as well as the logarithmic functions, as well as it also defines mathematical constants. Let's begin with the examples. This is the PyCharm ID. Let us create a new project, file, new project. Click on create. Now we have created our project. Let us go for the first program. Press enter. Here it is. SQRT function. The SQRT function is basically used to return the square root of any number. Let us see how we can find it. So it's a part of math module. Let us first import math module. We can add an alias also using the as m. So now if you want to use the math, you can straight away write m directly. So I'll just directly print the square root of, let's say 64, and right click and run. Here you can see 8. In the same way we can add a square root of other values. Let's say I'll run it, and here we are with the square root of the number added under the SQRT method. In this way you can work around the SQRT function. Now let us go for the ceil function. So here it is, a ceil function in Python. Okay, it is basically used to round a number up to the next largest integer. Okay, let's see an example. So we will first import our math function, import math, and we will use an alias to add m here so that you don't need to use the word math again and again. You can directly use m. So I just want to find the ceil. Okay, so for that I'll directly use m.ceil, and within that I'll add a value. Let's say I added 5.35. Now I'll run it. Minus 5.35. So it printed minus 5. Let me do for plus 5.35. Let's see what is visible. 6 is visible. That means rounding a number up to the next largest integer. Okay, so let us add more examples. Let's say I'll add 96.95 and let's see what will be visible. Right click, run. 97. Okay, so it is returning the next largest integer. So in this way you can work around the ceil function in Python. Let's move further. We'll go to floor function. Here it is, floor function. At first I'll import and add an alias using as. Now what does floor function do? So it will return the value of a number rounded to the nearest integer. So it will return the integer less than or equal to the given number. Okay, now we will see an example. Okay, so I'll directly print and use the m dot floor. Within that I'll add a value. Let's say I added the value minus 25.98 and I'll right click and run it. Here it is, 26 is visible. In the same way, let me add for 25.98. Let's see what is visible. 25 is visible. Another example, let's say I went for 70.15. Now let's see what is visible. Right click, run. 70. So it returned the largest integer less than or equal to the given number. Okay, that means 70.15. the output is 70. In this way the floor function works. Let us move to the next function, that is POW function in Python. So it is basically used to return the value of x to the power of y. Okay, so let's see an example. At first import math and add an alias. I added m for math. Okay, after that I'll be using the m.pow, that is math module.pow function, to find 2 raised to the power 7. Right click and run. Here you can see 2 raised to the power is 128. Let's say I'll find 4 raised to the power 3. It's 64. In this way you can work around the POW function to return the value of x raised to the power y. Okay. Now I'll move towards FABS function. It is basically used to return the absolute value of a number. Okay, so import the math module again and add an alias. After that, guys, what I'll do, I'll directly return the absolute value. Okay, so why we have FABS here? Because it will return the absolute value of a number as a float. Okay, so herein I'll add, let's say, minus 45.89. Right click, run. It returned the absolute value. Now let us add minus 98. It will print 98 and the resultant value is a float. So we used FABS, that is getting the absolute value of a number as a float, using the FABS function. Now let us work around another example. So herein what we'll do, we will be working around factorial function in Python. It is basically used to return the factorial of a number. So I'll just import the math library with an alias m. I'll print the factorial, m.factorial, and let's say I want factorial for 7. Right click and run. Here it is, 5040. Now let's say I'll run factorial for 0 is 1, the factorial of 1 is 1, and factorial of 3 is 6. So right click and run. Easily you can see factorial of 7 is 5040, 0 is 1, factorial of 1 is 1, and factorial of 3 is 6. In this way you can get the factorial of any number. Now let us work around some trigonometric examples. So herein we have the first one we have here is sine. It is used to return the sine of a number. So for that I'll import the math module and an alias. Now I'll print the sine. How? Using module.math.sine. So let's say I want in the bracket add the value for which you want the sine. Right click and run, and here it is. Okay, so let's say you want the sine of degrees. For that you need to first convert it into radians using the radians method. So let's see that example also. So I just copied this. Now I told you we'll be using m dot, because I use an alias, m dot radians, and within that I'll add values. So this will give you sine 30 degree. Right click run, because we converted it. At first we converted it. Okay, so this is sine 30, which is 0.499. That is sine value of 30 degrees. In this way you can work around the sine function. Now let us work around the cos function in Python, which is used to return the cos of a number. At first import the math module, and we have also set an alias m. Use the module dot cos to get the value. Let's say cos 10. Here is the value. You can also find the cos of degrees by just converting to math.radians. Let's see. Within that you can add the degrees. Okay, this is how you can find cos 30 degree, because we use the radians method. We have converted. Okay, right click and run. This will display the cos value of 30 degrees. Okay, here it is. In this way you can work around the cos function in Python. Now work around the tan. Now we can work around the tan function. At first import math module and set an alias. The tan method is used to return the tangent of a number. Okay, so I'll just print use the math module and the tan method, and I'll just print a value. Let's say tan 45. Okay, so here we have found for tan 45. Okay, the following is here it is. If you want to find for 45 degrees, let's say, so what I'll do, I'll show another way. For that I'll be using math.radians and I'll add 45 in it. Right click run. Here you can see the value for tan 45 degree is the following. Okay, that is 1. In this way you can work around the tan function. Now I also told you that we can also work with logarithmic functions with the math module. So here it is, log function in Python. I'll first import and add an alias. The log function is used to return the natural log of a number. Okay, so I'll just directly print let's say m dot log value of, let's say, log 2. Right click and run. Okay, let us print log 1 value also. Right click and run. This way you can get the natural logarithmic of a number using the log function in Python. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work around the math module, what is its usage, how we can easily work around its functions, how we can easily import it. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn about a built-in module, statistics module by Python. This module is basically used to calculate mathematical statistics of numeric data. Let's see. It is used to perform statistical tasks such as finding mean, median, mode, standard deviation. So the statistics module provide us with these statistical functions. Now we will see how we can import the statistics module in Python To import, you just need to write the import statement, then statistics in the beginning of your program. This will allow you to import the module so that you can work around its functions. So let's see the functions. These are the primary main functions of statistics module. Let us see the examples. So here is a PyCharm ID. Let us create a new project, file, new project. Click on create. So we have created our PyCharm project. Let us create a new file, right click, new file, demo, press enter. Now we have our demo.py file. Let us work around our first example, that is mean. Okay, the mean method is used to calculate the mean of the given data. I'll first import the statistics module. Now I'll be finding the mean. Statistics dot mean. Okay, this is our data. We are entering the data to find mean. So st I should write. This is fine. This is fine. Now right click and run. This will find the mean of all these 6 values. Okay, let us see another example. Okay, let me add a mix value, okay, of int, float and negative values. Run, and here you can see we have found the mean. In this way you can use the statistics.mean function to find the mean of the given data. Let's move further, and now we will find the median. Now we'll find the median. Okay, the median function is used to calculate the median of the given data. So I'm importing the module as st. St is our alias now, so we need to use only st now, not statistics, not the complete word. So let me find the median using statistics dot median, and within that I'll add the data. Okay, okay, right click, run, and here is the median of our data. Let me see another example. Right click and run, and herein you can see we have the median value. In this way you can work around the median function to find the median. Let's see another example. The mode function is used to calculate the mode of the given data. So I'll just import the statistics module and add an alias. Okay, now we will add the values so that we can find the mode of those values. Right click and run. So here we are with our mode. Okay, let us see another example. Right click, run. So we have our mode here. Now let us see our last example. To find the standard deviation. Okay, using the stdef function. This function is used to calculate the standard deviation from a sample of data. Import the statistics module, add the alias st. Now use the st to work around the standard deviation function. Add the values, the given sample data. Here it is. Now I'll right click and find the standard deviation. Here it is. Now let us see another example, the mix of values. right click and run. Here it is. We have found the standard deviation of the following. So guys, in this way you can work around the standard deviation stdef function. So guys, in this video we saw how we can work with the statistics module, how we can import it and work around its functions to find the mean, median, mode and standard deviation. Thank you for watching the video. In this video we will learn how to work with the random module in Python, how we can import it in a Python program, and how we can work around its functions. Let's begin. So if you want to generate or form random numbers, you can use the built-in module random, okay, which is provided by Python. Through this you can also generate random numbers between a range. So to import random module in Python, you can write import space random in the beginning of your Python program. Therefore, after importing random like this, after importing random, you will be able to access all the functions provided by the random module. Here you can see some primary functions of random module: random, randint, choice and randrange. Let's see how we can work with them. Here is our PyCharm ID. Create a new project, file, new project, name the project, click on create. We have created our project. Let us create our first program. Demo, press enter. First we will see how to work with the random function in Python. The random function is used to return a random float number between 0 and 1. Okay, it's very easy. At first import random module. Let me create an alias for it. Let's say RD. So now I need to just use RD instead of the complete text random. So I'll just print the random number between 0 and 1, 0.0 and 1.0, RD dot random. That's it, and run it. And here you can see we generated a random number. When you will run it again, it will generate another number random. Here it is. So in this way you can work around the random function to return a random floating number between 0 and 1. Okay, now let us see our second program. Our second program will be randint function. The randint function is used to return a random number between the given range. Let's say we need to generate a random number between 5 and 10. We can do it using the randint function. Okay, let's see. First we will import random as. We have used as to create an alias RD. Now we need to use only RD text instead of random. So I'll just print using the, so I'll just display random numbers in a range using the randint function, RD dot randint, and within that add both the values. Let's say I told you 5 and 10. Right click and run. It generated 6. Remember that both these values are inclusive, so the output can be 5 or 10. Let me add more. Let's say I'll just add 7 and 20. Let's see what will be the random number. You can see it's 20 now. And for first it's 10. So I told you both are inclusive. So it can be 5 or 10, 7 or 20 also. We ran again and here are the random numbers. The choice method in Python random module is used to return a random element from the given sequence. Okay, so here in the sequence can be a string, a tuple, a list, a range. Okay, I'll be using a list. Let me import random dot as let's say I created RDS alias. Now I've created a list. This is the string list. Let me add values. So I added 5 string elements. I'll print the list first. Now what I need to do, I need to work around the choice method to return a randomly selected element from the specified sequence. Here is our sequence. So a random value will get generated. Let's say how. I'll just use RD, that means random dot choice method. and within that I'll add the sequence. You can see the syntax also. Okay, so I'll add the sequence, which is list in this case. Right click and run. Now you can see it generated Amit randomly. When I'll right click again, it will generate Mark. So in this way we generated random element from a given sequence. In this case it was a list. You can work around this method on string and even tuples. Let's see a last example. Rand range method. Let me import random module as rd, which is our alias. The rand range method is used to return a random number between the given range. So herein I'll use the rd dot rand range, and within that I'll be adding the elements between which we want a random number to be generated. With that, you can also add a step here. Step is a parameter, is an integer specifying the incrementation. Okay, let me run it like this only. So between 5 and 10 a random number will get generated. This is inclusive, so the output can be 5 or 10 for random numbers. Let me add a step for it. Okay, so default is 1, I'll add 2. Okay, so right click and run. Now the output is 9. Again, run again, it's 5. So this is the step, that is an integer specifying the incrementation. Between 5 and 10 we have added increment 2, that means the output can be 5, 7 and 9. 5, 7 or 9, nothing else, because we added a step. Here you can see 7 again. So through this you can work with the rand range method and add a step also. In this video we saw how we can work with the random module in Python, how we can import it, and we also saw how to work with some of its primary methods. Thank you for watching the video.
In this lesson we will understand what are decorators in Python. With that we will also see its use cases with examples. Let us start. So you can consider a decorator as a special function that will allow you to extend the behavior of another function without even changing the actual code. So you can set more additional behavior to your function with decorators. Consider a decorator as a function only. So it will take another function as input and it will return a new function with added functionality. Here are the use cases of decorators. Decorators are widely used to check user credentials. Okay. It is also used to validate inputs. With that, it is used to validate tokens or API keys. You can also restrict access based on roles or permissions, like if admin logged in, then he'll get every access, then he or she will get every access. But if the editor or even a member or even a subscriber logs in, then the access controls are lesser. So you can easily restrict access using Python decorators. Now let us see the first example, okay, in which we will create a decorator to convert case, and we will call it convert case. It will return the value of the decorated function demo function. So let us see. So here is our PyCharm. We already created the Python decorators project. Within that we have our first file. In this we are creating decorators. Okay, so here the program begins execution from the very first line of code in the file. First definitions are processed, then decorators are applied at definition time, and actual runtime execution happens when you hit print demo function. By placing convert case directly above the function definition, the function demo function is being decorated with the convert case function. That is the following. Okay, the function convert case is the decorator. The function demo function is the function that gets decorated. Let us see the flow of execution. Okay, first convert case is defined and stored. Next, the demo function is defined, but because of convert case, Python immediately applies the decorator, that is the following. So at this stage of definition, demo function is equal to convert case, and we have demo function within the convert case, that is the decorator. So demo function now points to inner function, okay, due to the decorator. Finally, Python reaches the print demo function. Okay, that triggers the call chain we discussed earlier. That is, demo function is actually the inner function. Inner function calls the original demo function, that is hello world here. Dot lower will convert the hello world to a lowercase, and this is return and printed. Now let us run it. Okay, so it returns the lowercase of hello world. So this is how we can create decorators in Python. So this was our example. Now let us see example 2, in which we will call the decorator multiple times. That is multiple decorator calls. Okay, this means one decorator is applied to two functions. So we will take the same example, convert case. So here is a multiple decorator calls program. Okay, in the code, convert case is used once on demo function and once on demo2 function. Each function is individually wrapped by the same decorator, that is convert case. So both functions now return their output in lowercase, but they are independent of each other. Let us see the flow of execution. First, the decorator is defined. Convert case func is a decorator function. Inside it, another function inner func is defined. This will call the original function func, so that it returns the value to lowercase using dot lower, and the return is here. Finally, convert case returns inner func. Okay, so the decorator essentially wraps the original function with extra behavior, that is lowercasing the result. Apply the decorator. So when you call the following, okay, it is equivalent to demo1 function. That means demo1 function no longer directly refers to the original function. Instead, it now refers to the inner func function returned by convert case. The same happens with demo2 function. Now call the decorated function. When you call this, demo1 function actually calls inner func, that is this. Inside inner func, the original demo1 function is executed and hello world is returned. Dot lower converts it to a smaller case, and that lowercase string is returned. Similarly goes for demo2 function. Let us now run it. Here it is. First it will print the lowercase value, then my first program, that is this. First demo1, then demo2. So this is how we can work around multiple decorator calls. Now let us see the third example, in which we will apply multiple decorators on one function. So you need to remember that Python applies decorators from bottom to top. That is, decorators are called in the reverse order. The decorator closest to the function gets called first. Okay, so therefore in our example we will use add message decorator. Now we will see two different decorators. The add message decorator will get called first, that is the bottom one will get called first in our example. So the following is our code for multiple decorators on one function. Python applies decorators from bottom to top. So in this code, we have two decorators, convert case and add message. Okay, so both of these are equivalent to the following. That means the bottom one, that is add message, will get called first. So first decorator is add message. When this is called, that is the following is called. Inside add message, it defines inner function, which returns hi plus the func. Here func is the original demo function, which returns John. Okay, so add message demo function, that is the following, returns the function inner func. At this point, demo function is replaced with inner func from add message. The second decorator is, that is from bottom to top, it is convert case. Now convert case add message demo function is called. Inside convert case, it defines another inner func, which returns func.lower. Here func is the function returned by add message, that is the inner one. So convert case returns its own inner function. Now the execution of the print. When demo function is called, it executes the inner function from convert case, that is the following. that calls func.lower, where func is the inner function from add message. Inside add message dot inner func, it executes hi plus function how are you doing. Here func is the original demo function which returns John, that is the following. So it becomes hi John, how are you doing? So right click and run. Okay, it will return this. Also first the case will be this. Here it takes the string and applies dot lower. So the result will be the following in lowercase. Okay, so this is how we can work with multiple decorators on one function. So we saw what are decorators in Python. We saw 3 examples covering the following, that is first decorators, then multiple decorator calls, and then multiple decorators on one function. Thank you for watching. In this lesson we will understand what are generators in Python. We will also understand its benefits with some examples. Let us start. So generators are functions that will allow you to iterate over data, but they will produce values one at a time instead of storing everything in memory. So for this, the yield keyword is used and it allows us to iterate over data lazily. That makes it more memory efficient. Since it won't store everything in memory, it is also useful for large data sets or even streams. I just mentioned the term yield. So the yield keyword is basically used in a function so that we can turn it into a generator. Through this, we can allow values to be returned one at a time instead of preserving the entire function state. So this is different from the return statement. The return ends the function immediately, which we saw in the previous lessons also. But the yield pauses execution and resumes from the same point where the next value is requested. So here are the steps how yield works. First, a generator gets created. Then the values are produced only when needed, that is lazy valuation. The state is preserved. Okay. After that, a single function yields multiple values across iterations. Here are the benefits of Python generators. Generators are useful for huge files. It is memory efficient. You can easily store large datasets in memory. This is quite cleaner than the manual iterator. With that, values are generated only when needed. That is lazy evaluation. Okay, it can also generate endless streams and live streams. You know what are live streams, live matches. So generator concepts are also used here. Okay, so it is frequently used for streaming data, to process large data sets, and also real-time feeds. So let us see 2 examples to implement generators in Python. Here is our PyCharm. We already created the Python generators project and we have 2 examples here. Beginning with the first example, that is how generators work. Here we have created a function myfunc and here we have used a for loop. Within that we have used yield. Okay, so each yield pauses the function and returns a value. The next iteration resumes from the paused point. So let us understand the code. This is a function definition, we all know. Inside, instead of return, we have used yield. This makes myfunc a generator function. Okay. When called, it doesn't run immediately. It returns a generator object. These are the yield statements. Okay. When this gets executed, it pauses the function and outputs hi John. Next time the generator is resumed, it continues from where it left off. So yield 5 will output 5 and after that the same process goes on and yield by will execute. This will output by. And the for loop is here for iteration. Each a in my function automatically calls next on the generator until it's exhausted. Each yield provides one value to a. The loop prints each value in sequence. As I said here, yield pauses execution and remembers the state. Each loop iteration resumes from the last yield. Once all yields are done, the generator ends. When I'll run it, it will execute hi John, 5 and by. Okay. So in this way we can create generators in Python. Let us see the next example. In this we have a reverse countdown. Here we have the countdown function and the loop. The generator only keeps track of the current state, that is start. So the generator only keeps track of the current state and where it left off in the function. When you loop with the for val in countdown 10, Python asks the generator for the next value and it computes it on the fly. This means no big list is stored in memory, just the current number and the function state. So first I'll run it, then I'll explain. Here it is in reverse order. We have defined the generator. Countdown creates a generator since we have used the yield. Inside we use a while loop that returns until start becomes 0. These are the yielding values. Yield start pauses the function and outputs the current value of start. After yielding, the function doesn't end. It remembers where it left off. Start minus is equal to 1 decreases the value by 1. This is the updating state. When the generator resumes, it continues from this updated state. This is the iteration. The for loop calls next on the generator repeatedly. Each time the generator yields the next countdown number until the loop ends. In this call, the generator pauses at each yield and resumes from the same point. It's memory efficient because it doesn't build a list like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Instead, it produces values one at a time. This is perfect for scenarios where you want to generate sequences step by step. So guys, we saw what are generators. In Python, we also saw the yield keyword and its benefits. With that, we saw these two examples. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will understand how to handle files in Python. We will see some examples also. Let us start. We can easily create, read, and operate on files in Python. Just like any other programming language, Python is also having a concept to work with files. With that, we can read a file, read a specific part of a file, read specific characters from a file, specific lines. With that, we can easily write data to an already created file, delete a file, and perform other operations. So to create a file in Python, we use the open method. So let us see the first example. Here we have our PyCharm. We created our Python file handling project, and within that we have our programs. So this is the first program to create a file if it does not already exist. So I have mentioned in the slide that we use the open method. This is the file object, and within that we need to add the path where we need to create a file. X is a mode. So after comma we have a mode. That means here we are creating a file if it does not already exist. So this is the path. Here is the part D drive. So we have no text file here. We will create a text file using our code. This code will just create a file, empty file with no text, with the name demo.txt under D drive. Okay. We have added double slash. If we'll add single slash, there will be an error. So you need to add a double slash. This is the directory under D drive. After creating the file using open, it will print the text here. I'll just right click and you can see now a new file will get created here under D drive, that is demo.txt. Run. It printed this text file created, and here a new file got created. You can check it is an empty file. You can open with Notepad or Notepad++. Here you can see it is an empty file. So we created an empty file using our code, that is the open function. Okay. So we saw the following code to create a file in Python using the open method. Now we have multiple examples, that is to read a file, write contents, and delete a file. So let us see all these examples one by one. Here is our PyCharm. I already told you about this example. Now we have multiple examples. So now we will read the contents of a file in Python. Okay. This will open an already created file, damit.txt. So let us first create this file under D drive. I'll just name it amit.txt, and within that I'll add some text. Let's say I'll add a demo text. Okay, so this is our demo text. Go to file and click save. You can also open it in Notepad. Okay, that's it. Now I'll go here under my code, that is here the path is D drive and we already created a file. Here you need to always remember the mode. It's R, that means read. And here we are using the file pointer object read method to read the contents of a file. So the contents will get printed. I'll right click and run. So here you can see the same contents are visible. That is the contents which we were having under amit.txt under D drive. So we read a file using our code with the read method. Now let us see the next example. In the next example, we are using the same file and we are reading only some contents of a file. So using the read method only, we can read the content of a file. Just mention the number of characters you want to read as a parameter. So here we are reading 10 characters from our file, from this file amit.txt. Okay, I'll just right click and run. So here you can see only the first 10 characters are visible. This was our file, only the first 10 characters are visible. Okay, so in this way we can read the contents of a file, that is the characters. Now the next example, reading one line from a Python file. For that we have a read line function. Rest everything is the same. So when I'll right click and run it, it will take this file and read only a single line. That is only the first line is visible if the parameter is having nothing. Here it is, it printed learning Python from Studiopedia. Okay, so in this way we can use the read line method. Now I'll go to the next code. Here we will read first 10 characters from the first line of a Python file. We will use the same read line method and within that we will add a parameter. If we'll add 10, that means it will read the first 10 characters of the first line. Read line is for reading a line. So it will begin from the top and print the first 10 characters. Here it is, learning P. This was our file and it printed from the first line only and the first 10 characters. I'll go here. So how we can read all the lines from a file? We have this amit.txt and here we need to read all the lines. So for that we have the read lines method. I'll just right click and run and it will print all these 3 lines. Here it is, it printed it. Okay, so it printed it like a list in Python. Why /n is visible? Because it's a new line. So in this way we can print all the lines from a file. Now the next example, to write contents to an already created file, use the open method. So here we are writing to a file, but we are overwriting content to an existing Python file. Because we already have amit.txt with this content, I'll just close it from here. This was our file. Okay, and the following is the content. You can also see in the preview. I just told you. Okay, we will just overwrite this content using the open method with the W mode. Remember this mode? So here we are using the open method with the file object. With the file object we are writing hi how are you in place of the entire file content, that is the following. Okay, using the W mode and the write method. After that we will close this file. This is used to close a file. Okay, the close method. After that we will open the file again and read the same content and print it. Okay, I am mentioning again the file name is amit.txt. So I'll right click and run. So now what will happen? It will overwrite with hi how are you and it will display the content of amit.txt, that is hi how are you. Now if you'll go here and here it is preview, and if you'll open this file, now we have overwritten the content completely. Okay, so we have overwritten our file using the W mode with the write method. Okay, we have the next example now. Here we will append content to an existing Python file. Here is our existing file. Here is our file already created with hi how are you. We will append the content to it using the A mode. So the A mode is used to append content. Okay, this is the same file. Now what will be the output? The output will be hi how are you and after that welcome back, because we are appending a content, that means adding to the end. run. It won't print anything because we did not use print. It will just add content to our file. So this is our file, and now when I'll open it, it will show you, hi, how are you, welcome back. Okay, so in this way we can append content to a file using the A mode. Now the last method, that is to delete a file. So we will delete this file now. Okay, here it's visible. After running the code, it will vanish. I'll just right click and run. Okay, now you can see it vanished from here, amit.txt. So here we have used the OS module. This is a module in Python. What is the purpose of this module? This is a built-in standard library that provides a way of interacting with the OS. So if you want to work with the file and directory management, to access environment variables, execute system commands like deleting a file, renaming a file, you can use the OS module. And here we are using it to remove our file. We successfully removed our file. So guys, we saw how to handle files in Python. We saw various examples including how to create a file, read specific contents, read specific lines, read all the lines, and also how to overwrite and append content to an already created file. With that, we also saw how to delete a file in Python. Thank you for watching. In this lesson, we will learn how to work with dates in Python. Python is having various modules to work with date, time, and calendar. So let us understand them with examples. If you want to work with dates in Python, we have the date, time, and calendar modules. With that, we can easily manipulate date and time. You can format dates easily, get specific values from a date. Like if you want a specific month, a week, or a specific day, you can easily do this with Python. With that, you can also compare dates. So we have three modules here: date, time, and calendar. So let us understand them one by one with examples. The first one is date time. It is used to manipulate date and time, like getting the current date, fetching month, fetching week, etc. So these are the classes available in the date time module. Okay, to get the date time, that is the combination, the difference between two dates, or the time zone. So here are some examples of the date time module. After completing these examples, we will see some examples of the time as well as calendar module. So let us start with the date time module. So here is our PyCharm. We have already created the Python DateTime project, and within that we have added various examples for DateTime, time, and calendar. We will first see the DateTime. So here we are getting the current date and time in Python using the DateTime module. We have already seen in the modules lesson that how we can import a module. So here we are importing the DateTime module for our examples. Okay, this is an alias. That is, we don't need to write DateTime again and again. We can directly write DT now. You can also add D here, but we have added DT. AS is an alias. So here I'll use DT only. So to get the current date and time, we have directly printed it. You only need the now method. Okay. So just write datetime.now and it will give you the current date and time. Here it is, the complete date and time, date and time. Here is the time and here is the date. Similarly, we can also get only the date using the same DateTime module. Okay, and within that we have used the date class of the DateTime module. Here it is, class date. So a module can have various classes obviously. So we have used a specific class date to get today's date. I'll run it. It will only display the today's date. The next example, get today's time with the DateTime module. So similarly, we have used the DateTime class from the DateTime module so that we can use the now. Okay, we will get the datetime.now here. This will include both date and time, which we saw in the first example. After that, using the time method, we will only fetch the time. Here it is, the time is visible, only the time, not the date. Now the next example, we are getting the weekday. Okay, so for that, first we'll use the now method to get the current date and time. After that, a result will get saved under D. We have taken this D and used the strf time with the format %a so that we can get the weekday in short. So what does that mean? Let us run. So weekday in short means today is Sunday. In short it is SUN. So we write the days and month in short form also, like for Monday we use MON, for Tuesday we use TUE, similarly for Sunday we use SUN. So it is showing weekday in short using the %a format code. This is called a format code under the strf time built-in function. The next example, we are getting the weekday complete. The same example, we have the date and time here using the now function. This result is taken here using the strf time, and the %a format code we are printing the weekday incomplete. So today is Sunday, so it will print Sunday complete. Okay. The next example, get the weekday as a number. So here we have taken two objects, date time objects D1 and D2. First we'll include the current date and time, and we will get the weekday as a number using the %w format code. And within that we have also used the second date object to add our own date. Okay. So I have added a random date here. So weekday as a number, same format, and it will print the weekday as a number. So let's see the output to understand. Weekday as a number is 0 and weekday as a number is 3 for the following. That means today is Sunday, so Sunday is for 0, Monday will be for 1, Tuesday will be for 2, and Wednesday will be for 3. So this date is 3. That means the following date is Wednesday. We can check 11th March. 11th March, here it is. 2026 was Wednesday. Okay, that's why it has printed 3. So we got weekday as a number. Now get the day of a month in Python. For that we have used the same DateTime.now and a D1 date object. Within that we have used the strf time, so that using the %d format code we will get the day of a month. Like the previous example, we have added the current date and time, and here we have added a random date. Okay, let us run. Okay, so here it is, day of month 15. Today is 15th of March. Okay, and here the day was 11th, so it is printing 11th. So we got the day of a month in Python. The next example, okay, get the month name in short, the same format. Okay, using the DateTime.now we got the current date, and this is a random date. These are the date objects. This is the strf time method, and %b is the format code for getting the month name in short. So month name in short means March, MAR for March and FEB for Feb. So this is 11th Feb. Okay. Get the month name complete, the same code here, but the format code will be %b in caps. Okay, you can see the same code, the same objects D1, D2. Okay, strf time is used and the format code is %b in capital. So we will get March and February complete name, that is month name incomplete. The next example, display the month as a number. So here we have used %m. The format is same, the same import date time, current date and time, and the random date and time. Two date objects D1 and D2, and the strf time method to get the format code. Format code is %m to display the month name as a number. So the month name in March, that is the current month is March, is 3, and for February it's 02. The same is visible here. Next code, display year in Python, that is short. Okay, the same code, now a function for the current date and time. This is a random date. Two date objects, the same strf time, and the format code changed to %y in small. 26, that is 2026. If I'll go to the next code, it will be display year in Python, that is complete. So what is the difference here? The format code will change to capital Y. Here it is. That is here. It's capital Y. Rest everything is the same. Two date objects, date time module. One is the current date and time. This is the random date, strf time method, and %y. Now it will be completely visible 2026. The next code, display R in 24-hour format. The same code, to get the R we use the strf time and the %h in caps to get the R. That is %s in caps for 24-hour format. Okay, the same date objects D1 and D2, the current date and the random date. So this will display R in 24-hour format. So the current time is 16:02, that is 4 p.m. 2 minutes. So it's showing 16. For this it was 17:20, that means 5:20 p.m. So it was showing 17. So this was in 24-hour format. In the next code we have a 12-hour format, the same code, but here from %h we will add %i to get R in 12-hour format. So the current time was 16, that is 4, so it will show 4 here for the current, and here the time is 17, that means 5 in 12-hour format, so it will show 5 here using the %i format code with the strf time method. Here it is 4 and 5. For 16, that is the time here is 4 p.m. 15 March, so 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is visible 4, and for 17 it's 5, so 5 is visible. So we got R in 12-hour format. The next code, display whether the date is AM or PM in Python. For that we have the same code, two objects D1 and D2. Here we have the current date and time. Here we have a random date, and we have used the strf time with the date object, and the format code here is %p, so that we can get whether the date is in AM or PM. The current time is 16:04, that means it's PM, and here it's 5, so it will be PM only, both PM and PM. Okay. The next code, display the day number of an year. The same two date objects, current date and time and a random date and time. strf time is the method and the %g is the format code. Okay. This format code will allow us to get the day number of year. So for the current date it's 15th March, so 74, and for 11th Feb it was 42 days. We use the %j format code. The next code, get the week number of year in Python. So for that the same code, for week number we have the %u format code, and we have added under strf time for current date here and for a random date here. Now we have the week number of year 11. This is the 11th week, that is 15th March, and this was the 6th week for 11th Feb. Okay, next codes are for time module. First we'll complete the date time. So this is the date time module, last example. Here we are comparing two dates. Okay, first we added a random date using the date time module. Okay, that is the following. So we have used the date time method. So here we have created two dates. We are comparing the dates, which date is greater. So I think the following is greater. This is August and this is July. So here we are just using if loops. If it went to else if, it meant that date 2 is greater, and if both the dates were equal, it would have gone to the else condition. That's it. Right click and run. Here date 1 is greater, as I said, it's August, so it is greater. Now we are done with all these codes for date. Now let us go to the time module. We have to use the time module, that's it, to get the today's time or the number of seconds passed since epoch. So let's see these two examples. So this is the example, get today's time with the time module. We have used the time module. We have imported it, import time as t. You can add anything here for an alias, and as is an alias, as I said before. So now we will use t only with the local time method to get today's time. Within that we have added the time method also, and the result is printed. So only the time should be visible. Here the time is visible in a structure. Okay, showing the date also. Okay, with the number of hours, time, second. The next example, get the number second passed since epoch. Epoch is a Unix timestamp which was created or demonstrated or declared in January 1970. This is the time. So this will calculate the current time with the epoch time, that is January 1970. We have the time module, and we have added this here so that we can output the t dot time. This is the time since epoch. It will calculate the difference. Here it is, the time since epoch. This is the second since epoch. So we saw the time module also, and we saw these two examples. Now let us go to the calendar module, in which we will display the calendar of an year, and we'll also get the calendar of a specific month. Let us see the examples. So here is our example. Display the calendar of a year. Import calendar. We have used the calendar module, and we have added an alias using AS. So we need to only use C now. Within the calendar method, we have added the date so that we can get the calendar. So let us see. Okay, so this is the format of the complete calendar. Now you would be wondering, what is this? So here we have the format for the calendar. First is year. Then you need to add the width. After that you need to add the line and then the column. So this is the width of characters, that is here. Okay. The second one is number of lines. We have added 1. And the 10 here is column separations. Okay. I'll show the difference. If let's say for the first one, if I'll add 5 for the list of characters, you can see the difference here. I'll right click and run. Here you can see the difference is massive. So we can change it to 0 only. Now for the second one is the number of lines. So if I'll add 5, you will see the difference here. 1, it's fine, but let us see to understand. Here you can see 5 lines after each row, which is not right. So I'll add 1 only. The last one is the column separation. It's 10. That is the following 10. But if you want to change, you can add it here. Let's say I'll go for 20 and run, and you can see massive differences. Here is the difference, 20. So I'll keep it 10 only. So in this way we can get the calendar of an year. The next code, get the calendar of a month. For that we have used the same calendar module, and we have added a specific year with a month, and using the month method we have added the year and month so that we can get the March month of 2026, the current month for us. Here it is, the March month. Okay. So we saw the calendar module also. So guys, we saw how to work with dates in Python. We saw the date, time, and the calendar module with various examples. Thank you for watching. In this lesson, we will understand what is inheritance in Python with its types and concepts. We will also see some examples. So let us start. So with Python, we can work on the code reusability concept. So in inheritance, a child class can reuse and extend the functionality of a parent class. So take it like a parent-child relationship. A child inherits the features of its parents. Similarly, inheritance allows a child class to reuse and extend the functionality of a parent class. This will make code more readable and reduce duplication. So there are different concepts of inheritance. Top 2 includes the parents and base class, which is the class on the top you can consider. We also have the child and derived class. So a child class is a class that inherits from the parent class. That is the base class. Here is the syntax. So here let's say we have the parent class and its own attributes and methods. Then we have the child class. This is also a syntax. So you need to add the parent class under the parenthesis of the child class, and your child will also have additional attributes and methods. This is a basic syntax. Now let us see the syntax that will explain you the concept of inheritance. We have the parent class, that is the superclass. Okay. It has its own attributes and methods. Then we have a subclass, that is a child class. In the brackets we have the superclass. So this will have the attributes and methods of not only its own subclass but also the superclass. So here we are inheriting the subclass from superclass. This is the actual inheritance concept. And here is the syntax. So if you have animal superclass and a dog subclass, so it will be class dog and animal in the parenthesis. Why use inheritance? I already told you that it helps in code reusability. Okay, you can easily add new features in the child class. With that, the hierarchy of a class is also clear. Now we know which is a parent class, which is a child class. So here are the types of inheritance. First we have the single inheritance, which we just saw. A child class inherits from one parent class. Then we have multiple inheritance, like a child class inherits from more than one parent class. Here we have multi-level, that is more than one level. For example, grandparent, then parent, then child. After that we have the hierarchical, in which multiple child classes inherit from the same parent class. So we will see these examples one by one. Let us start. So here is our PyCharm. We already created the inheritance project, and within that we have 4 examples of inheritance. First one is single inheritance, in which a child class inherits from one parent class. So here we will see single inheritance with init in parent and child. So here we are using init. This is like in Java we have constructors. So we have init in Python. And this is our parent class and this is our dog class. I have already explained you the syntax before. Okay. Then below we are calling and working on it. So let's see. Here we are also using the super concept, which is also used in inheritance. Now let's start the flow of execution to understand this code, which is quite easy. So this is the parent class definition. On the top we have the parent class animal. Within that we have a constructor init that initializes the attribute name with self. The method info prints the animal name here using self.name because we have assigned it here, initialized. Then we have the child class definition. In that we have the dog class that inherits from animal. In its constructor super.init is used. This will call the parent constructor init first. Self.breed is added as an attribute specific to dog. This is child specific attribute that is only for dog. Here sound defines behavior unique to dogs, that is this is a method of the dog subclass, and details also belongs to the dog class and it will print the name and breed using self. We will explain later what is self. Okay, then we have created objects. So here we have created an instance D of class dog. Okay, the constructor of dog runs like it calls animal.init to set self.name is equal to Brad. Okay, this will call the following init, which will then call this so that it can set the self.name to Bradman, which is the following parameter. Okay, and this will set self.breed to bulldog, which is sent as an argument. D.info will call the parent class method info, that is the following, to print the animal name. Okay, this will print animal name. I'll also print this. So first our animal name will get printed, Bradman. Okay, that is the following. Then sound is called. Sound is the subclass method. It calls the child class method sound, that is the following, dog class sound, and it will print self.name comma barks, means self.name was Bradman and then barks, Bradman barks. Okay. Then after that details is called. Details is here. Details will print self.name which was having Bradman and self.breed, that is Bradman is a bulldog. These three are printed now. What this dog object is doing, this constructor will initialize both name and breed. Using this it will add name as Bradman and breed as bulldog. 3 methods are called. This is inherited from parent, this is child specific, and this is child specific. Here we also have self. Consider self as a reference to the current object of the class. It allows you to access attributes and methods that belong to that specific object. When you create an object of a class, Python automatically passes that object as the first argument to instance method. That means this. By convention we call this parameter self. We can add any name. You also must have heard about this in Java. You can add any name, but self is a standard way to add it. It's preferred that you should use self. So in our code, this internally calls dog.init underscore, and this will pass here. This will be like D here for self, name will be Bradman and Bulldog will be here. Here D, the object itself is passed as self, I told you. So inside init, that is here, cell.name is equal to name means store the value of name inside this particular object's name attribute. Under this, cell.name refers to the name attribute of the object D here. So it prints Bradman Bucks. So in this way we can work with single inheritance. Now let us see the next example of multiple inheritance, which I already told you. A child class inherits from more than one parent class. So here it is, father, mother and child. So child is having two parent classes, father and mother. Child is a subclass obviously. And these are the objects. We have created an object of the child class and then used that object to call the skills. So we have skills here as well, here and here as well. Okay. This is an example of multiple inheritance. First we have one parent class 1 which is father, parent class 2 as mother and subclass as child. Father has a method skills that prints gardening. Mother has a method skills that prints teaching. Child inherits from both father and mother and prints sports. So we have an overriding concept here. The child class defines its own skills. It explicitly calls the skills method of the father and then the skills method of the mother. Finally, it prints both gardening and teaching, that is the skills of both the parents. When c.skill calls, first it will go here, father.skills self will print gardening, mother.skills will print teaching, and when it will reach here it will print sports. Here it is. Okay. So in this way the flow of execution works. So in short, the child class inherits from both parents, overrides the methods, okay, and then manually calls each parent's version to combine their skills with its own. So this was multiple inheritance. The next one is multi-level inheritance, in which inheritance occurs across multiple levels, that is grandparent, parent, child. So here we have grandparent, parent and child, multi-level. Let us see the hierarchy of the class. Grandparent is the base class. Parent inherits from grandparent. Child inherits from parent, and indirectly child inherits from parent and indirectly from grandparent also. So here we have created an object of child class. This will call grandparents heritage method, that is this heritage. Okay. This will call parents responsibility method and this will call child's play method. So one by one it will first print family traditions because of this, then providing guidance and then playing games. This is the order. So the child class inherits everything from parent, and since parent inherits from grandparent, the child object has access to all the three methods. This is called multi-level inheritance, that is grandparent, parent and then child. The child object can use methods from its own class, its parent class and its grandparent class. So like the child class carries forward the heritage of the grandparent, the responsibility of the parent and add its own ability. Okay, so this is a multi-level inheritance. Now the last example, hierarchical inheritance. Multiple child classes inherit from the same parent class. Here also we have the overriding concept. To begin with, we have the animal parent class. Okay, that is having two methods, sound and info. Then we have child classes. We have three child classes, dog, cat and cow. I hope you understood by seeing the syntax also, that is the example. So we have three child classes, dog, cat and cow, with their own sound methods which are overriding. Each child inherits info from animal, that is this from animal, from the parent class. Each child overrides sound to give its own implementation. Now let us create an object. Here it is. Dog, cat and cow objects are created here. Now let us see the method calls. All child classes inherit from the same parent animal but override the sound method. So when d.sound will be called, what will happen? It will print bark. Okay, so now first run it. When the sound of the dog will be called, this will print bark. Then the sound of cat is called, it will print meow. Then the sound of cow is called, it will print moo. So the output was bark, meow and moo. After that, it will go for the info method for all the three objects, dog, cat and cow. So this will directly go to the animal class, that is the parent class, and it will print animal class thrice because we have printed it 3 times. It's thrice, okay. Polymorphism can be seen here. Even though all objects are of type animal, their sound behaves differently depending on the child class, okay. The info method is reused across all child classes without redefining it. So this is inheritance, reuse, and this is polymorphism. Hierarchical inheritance allows multiple subclasses to share a common base class. Method overriding lets each subclass customize behavior, okay. So in this way we understood the hierarchical inheritance. So guys, we saw what is inheritance, its usage, what are the different types of inheritance. We saw all the examples. Thank you for watching. In this lesson we will understand what is polymorphism in Python. With that we will also see the types with examples. Let us start. So polymorphism can be considered as many forms. So the word comes from Greek, that means many forms. It is a fundamental concept in OOPS. It means that objects of different types are allowed to respond to the same method or operation. So we have seen some built-in functions before. Some of them were related to polymorphism only. Okay, polymorphism, since it means many forms, that means same function, operator or method name with different behavior depending on the object it's applied to. So when we will see the types and examples, the things will be more clear. Here are the types. First we will see operator polymorphism, then the function polymorphism, and after that runtime polymorphism. So let us see the operator polymorphism. Okay, in that let's say we have the plus operator. The plus operator works differently depending on the data type. So in integers, a plus operator is something else. In string it is something else. That means the operator is the same but the behavior is different. So let us see these two examples first for operator polymorphism. So here is our PyCharm. We already created a Python polymorphism project and we have some examples here for our polymorphism lesson. First one I told you, operator polymorphism in Python for integers. So look, it's very easy. We have 3 variables with the value 5, 10 and 20 respectively, and we are just adding it. So plus is used for adding also, right? We all know. So in integers plus is used for adding, in string it is used for some other purpose, but here we are using it for integers. So it will just add and print 5 plus 10 plus 20 is equal to 35. Okay. Now let us see the next example for strings. That means operator polymorphism for strings. So here we have string 1 and string 2. That means string variables. Here we are printing the name, let's say Steve Smith. So the plus operator is used here, can you see, for concatenation. Okay, now when I run it, it will show Steve Smith. Okay, here plus is used for strings, which is allowing us to concatenate both the strings. So the same plus operator is used for different behaviors for different data types. So this was operator polymorphism. So we saw operator polymorphism with 2 examples. Now let us see what is function polymorphism. The concept is same. Let's say the function name is len, which is for length. It can be used with multiple data types and classes. Like we will see 3 examples here. Okay, that means the same len function will be used for strings as well as tuple collection and the dictionary collection. So let us see the function polymorphism examples. We will use the len function to work with different data types. So now here is our example of function polymorphism. We are just getting the length of our string. This is a string. We know this is a string variable now. We are printing beautiful day. I'm just right clicking here. Okay, and it is printing 13. That is the string length. Similarly, the second example, the first one was for string. The second is for tuples. So here we have created a tuple. The tuple object is my tuple. We have 4 elements here. When I'll print length, it will print the 4 elements. The alien method. We are using the same alien method here. Okay. So it printed 4. That means the number of elements. So the same method with different behavior, that is function polymorphism. We now have for tuples. In the next example, we have for dictionary. This is the dictionary object and we have 3 key value pairs. In dictionary, we have key value pairs. This is the key and this is the value. So when I'll print the length, it will print me the length of the dictionary. That means 3 key value pairs. It should be 3 only. Here it is, 3 key value pairs displayed here. Okay. So in this way, we saw 3 examples of function polymorphism for dictionary, tuples and strings. We saw the 3 examples of function polymorphism. Now we have the runtime polymorphism concept also, which is called overriding. So you must have heard about runtime and compile time polymorphism in Java as well. Runtime polymorphism is like, it refers to the ability of methods to behave differently based on the object that is invoking them. Okay, so in runtime polymorphism, which is also called dynamic polymorphism, the same method name is redefined in child class, which is also called method overriding. It is called late binding because it is decided at runtime. Okay, Python supports overriding. It also allows subclass to provide specific implementations of methods defined in their parent class. Okay, so here is the difference between compile time and runtime. Compile time is called static as well as runtime is called dynamic. So in compile time, we have the same method name with different parameter list, whereas in runtime, we have same method name redefined in a child class. Child class we know now because we already discussed inheritance. It was all about parent and child class. Okay, also remember Python does not support compile time polymorphism, whereas runtime polymorphism is supported by overriding. So here we will also see an overriding example. Remember, overriding includes same method name redefined in child class. We also saw similar examples in the inheritance lesson, but we'll see it again. So here is an example of runtime polymorphism, that is method overriding. So here is our example of method overriding. Here we have our animal class with 4 derived classes. Okay, dog, cat, bear and cow. I hope you remember this syntax. This shows that we are inheriting the features of the animal parent class. Okay. Animal parent class defines a generic method which is called speak, and we are printing only this animal makes a sound. 4 derived classes are here. Each subclass dog, cat, bear and cow inherits from animal. We have seen this here. They override the speak method with their own implementation. So speak is like displaying their own print statement with different text. So this is the essence of runtime polymorphism. The same method name, that is speak, behaves differently depending on the object type. So now we will create a list of objects here like this. This is the class object. So here we are creating a list of objects, okay, like this. We could have also created them like this, like we saw in the previous examples of inheritance as well. So here I am creating dog, cat, bear, cow and animal object like this. Now we need to use animals only to print all of them. Okay, so here we are calling speak. Even though they have the same method speak, but their behavior differs. Here we are creating a list of objects, one of each subclass plus the base class. Okay, that is one of each subclass for dog, cat, bear, cow and the base class, that is animal, that is the parent class. Okay, so here we have the dynamic dispatch concept. The loop iterates over each object. Python decides at runtime which speak method to call based on the actual object type, that is dog, cat, etc. So here we'll print the speak method for all the objects. Okay, so here it is printing dog, cat, bear, cow and animal. So in the same flow it will print dog, cat, bear, cow and animal. So this is the method overriding concept with the same methods like the speak method here. So guys, we saw the polymorphism concept in Python. We understood function polymorphism, operator polymorphism, and the overriding concept. With these examples, thank you for watching. In this lesson, we will understand what are regular expressions in Python. With that, we will also understand what are meta characters in regular expressions. With that, we will also see some examples related to regular expressions. Let us start. If you want to search, match, split, and replace text, you can use regular expressions. It is a concept almost in every programming language. When, let's say, you are validating emails, you need to check whether it is having @ or not, whether it is having underscore or not, or maybe someone added a character which is not allowed. Okay, so it is also used for validating emails. With that, you can also extract substrings or replace text using it. So for that, in Python we have the RE module, which is for regular expressions. So let us see. First, let us see what is regex meta characters and sets. So first we have the meta characters. When we'll see the examples, then we will understand it in a better way. So here we have different meta characters, like for start of string, end of string, for occurrences, with that for white space also. If you want hello in the start of the string, you need to mention this sign, this symbol. Similarly for end, you need to mention $, and the things go on like this. We will see the example and the things will be more clear. So regex meta characters are special symbols that define search patterns, making regex powerful for string matching and manipulation. Similarly, we have set. It is a collection of characters, as you can see here, enclosed within square brackets. Here each character represents a possible match. Okay, so if you want a specific match with any one of A or B or C, mention it like this. For any lowercase, mention A to Z. For any uppercase, mention capital A to Z. For digit, mention 0 to 9. And some pattern matches examples are also visible. So let us see the examples. Here we have the RE module, and here we have the common functions, which we'll use under our examples. Match checks for a match at the beginning. Search will check for a match anywhere. Find all will return all matches. Split will split, and sub will replace matches with new text. So here are the examples I was talking about. We have 8 examples here, and one by one we will see these examples to understand the regex concept. Let us start. So here is our PyCharm. We already added the regular expression project, and within that we have the programs for regular expressions. Beginning with match at start of a string in Python regular expression using match. Also we are using the RE module. So let's say we have this text cricket. We want to match for the start of a string. So let's say we want that the string starts with C. So we will add this meta character. I hope you saw this under the PPT also. Okay, here it is. The following string, start of string. Can you see? Okay, so we are using the same. This is the meta character for start of string. So this will check whether the string begins with cricket or not. The match here checks for a regular expression match only at the very beginning. Okay, so we will add the pattern here and the txt here. If this will be true, it will print search is successful, else it will print false. It will print true only, right? Because cricket begins with C. Search is successful, okay? That means cricket begins with C. The next example, match at end of a string. For that we will use the search. The search scans the whole string for a match. But for the pattern here we have the meta character $ for end of string, which we saw in the PPT. Here it is. For end of string we have the $, okay? So here we will do the same thing. We want the pattern to be like ending with World Cup, so we will add $ here. This strings end with World Cup, so using the search we will print search is successful. That means it will scan for the entire string and it will find out that the string ends with World Cup, okay, and the search is successful will get printed using our if else loop. It's printing, okay, so we use the search method here and we added the $meta character. The next example, search anywhere using the search function in Python regex. We are using the search method again. So here we will find a string that starts with the, has anything in between, that is dot star, and contains cup after any number of content in between. Okay, so first we have used this sign. This is used for beginning. I already told you in the previous examples. What is dot star? Here star is used for 0 or more occurrences. Any number of characters can come here between the and cup. That's it. So we have the example as the Cricket World Cup. Okay, first we will see the first example. So the Cricket World Cup text begins with the and ends with cup. Between the and cup anything can come. Okay, it's like any character can come between the and cup, and after these characters cup will be visible. Output will be the search is successful. For the second string we have the 11 cup. So here we have added it begins with the. Okay, and between the and cup anything can come. We have added digits now. So this means anything can come here. Okay, so when I'll right click and run, it will print search is successful. Now we have our next example. Find all matches using the find all function. It will find all the occurrences of sun or fun in the text. So what happens here, we are using the set SF, can you see, under square brackets, and we are using the find all method. So here we are finding either it can be S or F, and after that we need to see UN. For S it would be UN after that means sun. For F afterwards UN, that means fun. Rest of them won't get match, so sun or fun will get printed. Here it is. But let us see what is this square brackets for. It matches either S or F at this position. Okay, and it is followed immediately by UN. The sets are here. Here it is. That means any one of A, B or C. We have added S or F here. Here S or F is visible. Okay, so we are following the set regex here, and we printed the output also. Sun and fun will get printed using the find all. Also we are using the RE module, and we have used it in the other examples also. Here like re.search, re.match, and re.search here again. Now the next example, search for vowels in a list with Python regex find all. Okay, we have imported the RE module. We have this list here, okay, with 4 elements, and the pattern we have set as AIOU. We have added under square brackets. That is, it can be any one of ABC here. That means it can be any one of AIOU here. That means vowels. We are using find all and using a for loop so that we can search for vowels in a list and print them accordingly. Here we are using the format F here so that we can print W, that means the word, that is apple colon how many vowels it is having. Okay, and here using find all it will print the vowel. The pattern it will take from here, that should be AIOU, and here we will add the loop variable which will have the words. So here it is printing the vowels one by one under apple, banana, sky and cricket. This will return all matches in a string. Through this we found out the vowels using find all. The next example, split a string at each white space character using split method. So here we have a text World Wide Web, and here we are using RE, that is the module.split method, so that we can split at each white space character. So the output should be World Wide and Web. We have /s here. What is this? Let us see. /s was for white space. That's why we have added it. Okay. But you would be wondering what is R here? You could have removed this and added SS. Okay, but this is a better option. Actually it is /s only. This is like a raw string notation. As it's written, we can also use double slash instead of R here. Okay, this will split at each white space character and print it like this. Okay, it split it at each white space character here and printed it like this. That is enclosed in square brackets. So this is a list. Output is a list. The next example, replace a text using the sub function in Python regex. So we have imported the RE module and we have the following text here. We will replace it Okay, we will replace T20 here with ODI. That's it, using the sub function. So the output will be ODI World Cup. So we are replacing T20 with ODI. Okay, but you would be wondering how it is different than the replace function. We will see in the next example. Replace part of a string that matches a regex pattern using the sub function. Okay, so here we have a text, and in sub here you need to add the pattern. Okay, so we added the AIOU pattern, and here is the character which we want to add while replacing. So in place of AIOU, any vowel will get replaced with star. That's it. So we have added the pattern here. You already know this. We saw in the previous example. Double square bracket means under a set, AIOU means it can be any one of A, B or C in this case, or any one of AIOU in this case. Okay, it will replace with star. Every vowel will get replaced with star in the following text. Here it is. Okay, we saw the sub function here. Guys, in this lesson we saw what are regular expressions. We saw the top 5 methods used, and we saw some examples to understand the regular expression concept. Thank you for watching. In this lesson we will understand how exceptions are handled in Python. Okay, with that we will also see the key concepts with examples. Let us start. So in Python we have the try, except, else and finally blocks so that we can handle exceptions. This allows you to catch errors gracefully. Exception handling is essential for dealing with unexpected input, missing files, runtime errors, division by zero error, array out of bound exception and others. Here are the key concepts of exception handling. First is exception, an error that occurs during program execution, like if you are dividing let's say 5 by 0, it will give you division by 0 exception. Then you have the try block, which is used to raise an exception. Then the except, as the name suggests, a code that runs if an exception occurs. Else, a code that runs if no exception occurs. Finally, will print whatever happens. Okay, that means a code that always runs whether an exception occurs or not. We also have the raise keyword, which is used to manually throw exceptions. You can relate the raise keyword with the throw keyword in Java also. So first let us see a basic example in which we will use the try and except concept so that we can handle errors. So here is our PyCharm. We already created the Python exception handling project, and within that we added the codes. So this is our first code to handle exceptions in Python with try and except. Okay, so here we are getting the user input. We will input a number, it will get divided and the result will get printed. If let's say we will add 0, it will directly go to this, that is the 0 division error, and it will print whatever we added here, that is cannot divide by 0. Okay. If we will enter a string in case of a number, it will directly go to here value error, and it will print error invalid input, please enter a number. So this is how we can use try and except. I'll run. First I'll input let's say a number. So I'll input 0. So 10 divided by 0 will be 0 division error. Press enter. You can see cannot divide by 0. The same message is visible. Okay. Now I'll run it again. And now I'll enter a string in place of a number. Let's say S. Now it will print error invalid input. Please enter a number. Okay. Now I'll print a correct number which will divide or which is not 0 in place of num, that is here. Let's say I'll mention 2 and it will print the result, that is 5. So in this way we can use try and except to handle exceptions. Here we handled multiple errors and printed our own message. So guys, we saw the first example of using try and except for error handling. Now let us see the second example in which we will use the else and finally. Else runs only if no exception occurs. That means a true condition. Finally will run whatever happens regardless of the execution. In this you can mention file closed or execution completed, or you can release resources. Let us see an example to understand. So this is our second example using else and finally to handle exceptions in Python. Here we have the following number and a result variable in which we will divide 10 by 5. It won't go to the zero division error because 10 divided by 5 is 2. So it will go here, division successful. I told you before that else will run only if no exception occurs. So there will be no exception. Okay, and finally we'll always get print rate. So the output will be division successful is equal to result, that is 2, and finally we'll always get printed. So execution completed will get also print. Here it is, division successful, that is the else is visible, and after that finally will get printed, that is execution completed. So this is how we can use else and finally to handle exceptions in Python. Now we will see the next example in which we will raise exceptions. So we will use the keyword value error. So value error will be raised if the condition fails. Let us see the example. So here we have our code. First we have our check age function. We have defined it here and passed the age. So 10 will pass here. If 10 is less than 18, it will raise value error. So let us understand the flow of execution. The function is called check underscore age. Execution jumps inside check underscore age and it will pass the value 10. If age is less than 10, 10 is less than 18, it evaluates to true. It raises the following. Normal flow stops here and Python throws a value error. Okay. Since we have wrapped this in try except, control jumps to the except value error as colon block. Okay. That is this. It will print value error is equal to, for voting age should be 18 or above. Here it is, it printed it. Okay. So program continues with the next iteration if in a loop. So this is how we can raise exceptions with the raise keyword. So guys, we saw how we can handle exceptions in Python. We saw the try, except, else, finally, as well as the raise keywords. Thank you for watching. In this lesson, we will understand what is encapsulation. With that, we will also see the 3 access modifiers in Python with examples. Let us start. So consider encapsulation as restricting direct access to class attributes and methods so that data security can be ensured. So we can achieve this using the public, protected and private access modifiers. Okay, so you can also consider it as bundling data and methods inside a class and controlling access to them. So you can protect sensitive data from accidental modification. For example, sensitive data can be the bank balance of a user. It also provides a control interface for interacting with objects. You can also enhance the maintainability of the code with this. So in Python, we have 3 access modifiers that comes under encapsulation, like public, private and protected modifiers. Using this, you can control how class members are accessed. Remember that everything is public. That means if you are not mentioning anything, it will be public. It uses naming conventions with underscores. Okay, instead of using the public, protected and private word. In Java and C++, generally we use public, private and protected. But here we represent them as like this. For public we use dot, for protected we use dot underscore, and for private we use dot underscore underscore. Public we all know, accessible everywhere, that is even inside and outside the class. Protected you can relate with the inheritance concept, that is class and subclass. We already saw that in the inheritance lesson. So it is accessible within the class and subclass. Then we have the private. Obviously it is accessible only inside the class. Okay. So let us understand them one by one. We will begin with the private access modifiers. It is strongly restricted and accessible within the class. To create this, you need to prefix with double underscores. Let us see an example. So here is our PyCharm. We already created a Python encapsulation project and added our codes. So this is our private access modifier in Python example for encapsulation. So here we have created a class and within that we have init. Init is a constructor. It gets called when we create an object. So we created an object and passed the value Amit here. Okay, here we have set self dot underscore underscore name. That means we have set it as private is equal to name, that is equal to Amit. So if we'll try to access it outside the class, that is here, it will show an error stating that underscore underscore name is private. Self we already discussed in the previous lessons. Self is not a keyword in Python. It is just a naming convention. Okay, we can write anything instead of self, but adding self is like a standard. So you need to follow it. It is universally used for clarity. It differentiates instance variables from local variables inside methods. Self is like a reference to the current object of the class. It allows you to access attributes and methods that belong to that specific object. Okay. So we saw the private access modifier using double underscores. Now we have the protected access modifiers. It is prefixed with a single underscore. Intended for internal use within the class and its subclasses. I already told you it is related to inheritance. You can still access it from outside, but it is discouraged. Let us see two examples of protected modifier. Here it is. The first one is this, okay, in which we have followed the previous example only, and we have used init and set it as protected using dot underscore, only one underscore. We have created an object and tried calling it. It is accessible, but it is not recommended. Okay. Then we have another example, protected access modifier in Python. In this we have a parent class animal and a dog class which is inheriting from animal. So here we have the speak function, which is a generic function. We have the bark function under our subclass. Here first we are creating an object. Okay, and the following dot underscore name is our protected attribute. It is defined in the animal class, intended to be used inside animal and its subclasses. So animal and dog both can access it. Dog inherits from animal. Inside dog.bark we access self underscore name, that is from here, because a subclass can inherit the attributes of a parent class. Okay, so subclass can use protected attributes, that is the following. So here we created animal object. It calls animal.init, that is the following, with the name Bradman, because we have passed Bradman here. So here we will have Bradman. Inside this, self underscore name is set to Bradman. Okay, now the object is created with name underscore Bradman, that is underscore name is equal to Bradman. After that we have the D object, that is the dog subclass object. This will call the dog init, but since dog doesn't define its own constructor, it uses animal.init, that is the following. Inside underscore underscore init we have self name. Now self name is set to Barney. Therefore object D of type dog is created with the name Barney because of this. Okay. Now the method called d.bark. Execution enters dog.bark, that is the following. Inside bark it accesses self.underscore name from here, okay, which is Barney, and it also calls self.speak, okay, that is the following some sound. So it will print Barney barks woof some sound. After that you can see we are printing a dot underscore name, that is the protected attribute. Okay, it will print Bradman, that is the following, but according to coding conventions or Python conventions, it is not recommended. So here we are accessing the protected attribute, okay, which is recommended but discouraged by convention. It actually breaks encapsulation, okay, because underscore name is protected. So this will print both Barney barks and then the Bradman. So in this way we can work with the protected access modifier in Python. So we saw the protected access modifier. Now let us see the last one, that is public access modifier, which is accessible from anywhere in the program. All attributes and methods are public unless otherwise specified. Let us see the example. So here we have our example. We have created a class and used an object to access. When we will create an object, it will call the constructor in it and it will assign the self.name is equal to name. That is, Amit will get assigned to self.name. When we'll try to access this name, it will be accessible because we haven't added anything. Underscore and underscore underscore, we know it is for protected and private respectively. Okay, so it will just print Amit, that is s.name. So guys, we saw what is encapsulation and what are the access modifiers in Python. We saw some examples. Thank you for watching. Guys, if you liked the video, you can directly go to our channel and support us by subscribing and joining. Click on the join button. Herein you can support us, okay, by clicking join here. And you can also go to any of our video, okay, herein click on the three dots and click thanks. You can also directly support us here, okay. Thank you for watching.